A woman accidentally came across a novel and discovered, to her surprise, that she was the villainous supporting female character. The supporting female character in the novel, like her, was named Jean Gier, and her fiancé was also named Erji. Most importantly, her fiancé, Erji, was infatuated with Jean Gier's nemesis, Lailaji. The two were inseparable, just as the novel described. What Jean Gier found most unbearable was that Lailaji was actually the novel's heroine. From childhood, Miraji and she had despised each other. They repelled each other like magnets of the same polarity, clashing whenever they met. And now, she, Jean Gier, had become the villainous supporting female character. This was unacceptable. Whoever wanted to be this supporting character could have it. She certainly wouldn't. Not only would she refuse the role, she would also prevent Lailaji from becoming the heroine. After all, she had the greatest advantage. She knew the novel's plot. The novel's male lead, Isana, hadn't appeared yet. He was still imprisoned in the Holy Temple Tower. Since childhood, the male lead had been able to hear the thoughts of others. Because of this, his father, the king, feared him and locked him away in the Holy Temple Tower. The young male lead was thus abandoned by his own father. He didn't want to steal the thoughts of others, but their thoughts would enter his mind through his eyes. After someone, outwardly respectful but inwardly fearful, revealed their true feelings in front of him, the male lead stopped struggling and spent his days only with books. Before Jean Gier could finish reading the novel, her mother called for her. Her mother told her that the king had passed away. Jean Gier couldn't help but ask if the Holy Temple Tower would be opened. Her mother nodded, confirming that the prince had already been released. Jean Gier inwardly remarked that this was exactly as the novel described. Her mother told her that she would be taking her to the prince's coronation ball the following week. Jean Gier instantly became agitated. The part of the novel where she meets the male lead was about to happen. On that day, both she and Lailaji would fall in love with the prince at first sight. The prince, who could read everyone's thoughts, couldn't read Lailaji's. At that moment, the prince became intrigued by Lailaji. Their mutual attraction began there. In the following days, Jean Gier constantly plotted how to become the heroine. Having read the novel, she knew exactly why the prince couldn't read Lailaji's thoughts. It was because of the red magic necklace around Lailaji's neck. The necklace was a relic left by Lailaji's magician grandfather. Even he didn't know how powerful the magic it contained was. It seemed she had to get her hands on Lailaji's necklace first. Recently, Jean Gier's fiancé, Erji, had been constantly begging for her forgiveness. Jean Gier was extremely impatient. Erji still liked Lailaji, but he was afraid of being scolded by his grandfather if he broke off the engagement, so he put on a pretense of seeking forgiveness. However, he still had some use. Jean Gier said she would forgive him, but on one condition: he had to bring her Lailaji's red necklace. Unexpectedly, the next day, Erji actually brought her the necklace. Jean Gier was overjoyed as she looked at it. Now Lailaji wouldn't be able to become the heroine. The day of the ball soon arrived. Jean Gier put on a beautiful dress and tied the necklace around her leg. Tonight, she would show Lailaji how a supporting character could steal the spotlight. Not long after she arrived at the ball, Prince Isana entered. His handsome appearance made Jean Gier's heart pound. No wonder the novel said she fell in love with the male lead at first sight. Who wouldn't be smitten by such handsomeness? Isana made eye contact with everyone. Jean Gier guessed he was observing them, since his eyes could steal the thoughts of whomever he looked at. Suddenly, Isana's gaze met Jean Gier's. She froze and was about to look away, but then remembered her trump card, the necklace. She immediately calmed down and boldly met his gaze, thinking to herself, "This guy is really handsome." Isana's eyes were instantly filled with disbelief and bewilderment. Whenever the emperor made eye contact with someone, he could read their thoughts. He heard everything the woman before him was thinking. She was inwardly insulting him while simultaneously lusting after him. Meanwhile, Jean Gier continued her brazen inner monologue. How can the emperor be so handsome? Jean Gier knew better than anyone that Emperor Isana could hear people's thoughts, but she deliberately wore the thought-blocking necklace, believing he wouldn't be able to hear hers. At this point, Jean Gier didn't know the necklace was a fake. Seeing the emperor's hesitant look, Jean Gier mistakenly thought he was wavering because of her. Was he flustered because he couldn't read her mind? After all, in the novel, the female lead caught the Emperor's attention precisely because she wore a thought-blocking necklace. Didn't this mean she might not have become the heroine yet? The more Jean Gier thought about it, the more excited she became. Confident that the Emperor couldn't hear her, she stared at him boldly, secretly anticipating his next move. She waited a long time, only to find him looking everywhere but at her. What was going on? Jean Gier wondered if he was intimidated. The novel clearly stated that the male lead, unable to read the female lead's thoughts, kept staring at her. Why was it different with her? Jean Gier even waved to get his attention, but he still didn't look back. Just then, Jean Gier's mother brought her forward to pay their respects. "Your newly appointed Majesty, this is my daughter." Jean Gier quickly curtsied. "Greetings, Your Majesty. My name is Jean Gier." She couldn't help but glance up. The Emperor sat languidly and casually on his throne. Jean Gier thought from this distance his eyes really are different from ordinary people's. The Emperor asked, puzzled, "Your name is Ginger." Before she could react, he chuckled and complimented her on having a vibrant name. His smile made it impossible for Jean Gier to think straight. How could he be so handsome? The Emperor called her Ginger again. Jean Gier finally snapped back to reality. This Emperor actually called her Ginger. She hated Ginger more than anything, but she maintained a smile on her face and reintroduced herself. The Emperor pretended he hadn't heard anything. He innocently asked, "Isn't Ginger the same as your name?" Inwardly, Jean Gier fumed. "You jerk. Try calling me that again." She forced a laugh. "Your Majesty, you're so funny." Internally, she seethed, "Call me Ginger again, and I'll turn that handsome face of yours into ginger." The Emperor looked startled by this. Jean Gier immediately asked with concern, "What's wrong?" The Emperor said somewhat helplessly, "Nothing. I'm just curious what a ginger-like face looks like." Jean Gier instantly recalled a childhood memory of beating up kids who called her Ginger. The Emperor suddenly let out a pleasant laugh, as if amused by something. His handsome face sent Jean Gier into another daze. "Your Ginger story is quite memorable, miss." Jean Gier was bewildered. "Did I say that? Something feels off." Suddenly, a commotion arose. Lailaji had arrived at the ball. Jean Gier smirked, not seeing her as a threat. After all, she had the necklace. Wait, why does Lailaji also have a thought-blocking necklace? Jean Gier finally realized the one she wore was fake. While inwardly cursing the Emperor and simultaneously lusting after him, she hadn't realized Isana could hear every thought. The realization that the thought-blocking necklace she wore was fake left her devastated. The real necklace was on Lailaji, the novel's heroine. Jean Gier watched in horror as the Emperor and Lailaji were about to make eye contact. Panicked, Jean Gier couldn't let them lock eyes. She blurted out, "Isana." The Emperor froze, the atmosphere instantly turning cold. Jean Gier, realizing what she'd done, was terrified. She had just called the Emperor by his name. He turned, his gaze icy. "What did you call me?" Jean Gier immediately knelt and pleaded, "Your Majesty, I lost my composure. Please forgive me." Trembling with fear, she inwardly rejoiced at having successfully prevented the Emperor's first encounter with Lailaji. The Emperor ordered Jean Gier to look up. She hesitated. She was wearing the fake necklace. If she met his gaze, he would hear her thoughts. He urged her again to look up. Jean Gier quickly cleared her mind. Meeting the Emperor's gaze, she forced herself to think, "What lovely weather. Is it because I'm so happy today?" Suddenly, her thoughts drifted. She remembered the day she learned her fiancé, Urji, had fallen for Lailaji. The weather had been nice that day, too. He'd even planned a picnic with Urji. He was such a fool back then. Seeing the Emperor before her, Jean Gier quickly wrestled back control of her thoughts. She couldn't think about that now. She had to think of something else. The Emperor looked at her with a serious and puzzled expression. "Miss Ginger." He hadn't finished speaking when Jean Gier's mother interrupted. Kneeling, she pleaded for her daughter. "Your Majesty, please forgive my daughter's ignorance." The crowd of onlookers was growing. The Emperor raised a hand, gesturing for them to rise. "Today is a joyous occasion. I will pardon you for now." Jean Gier breathed a sigh of relief. The vindictive Emperor added, "But if you dare call me by my name again, I'll turn Miss Jean Gier's face as red as ginger." Still reeling, Jean Gier was just grateful to have escaped with her life. After the Emperor left, her mother scolded her. Jean Gier hung her head and accepted the blame. It was all because of the fake necklace Urji had given her. Jean Gier suddenly realized something. If the necklace was fake, then the Emperor had heard every inner insult she'd hurled at him. That's why he mentioned her face turning ginger-colored. Jean Jier felt a deep sense of mortification. She was even more determined to get Lailaji's thought-blocking necklace. But Lailaji was wary of her. Her only option was to find her fiancé, Urji. She warned him, switch the fake necklace with Lailaji's real one within half an hour. Otherwise, I'll tell your father everything and break off the engagement. Urji had no choice but to approach Lailaji. Lailaji threw herself into his arms the moment she saw him. I really should have come with you in your carriage tonight. Urji unnaturally asked to see Lailaji's necklace. Lailaji immediately sensed something was wrong. Urji had been obsessed with the necklace for days. Coupled with his excessive nervousness, Lailaji knew something wasn't right. Jean Jier, who had been watching them from the second floor, saw their conversation end in an argument. Clearly, Urji's strange behavior had angered Lailaji. Suddenly, Lailaji stopped. She seemed drawn to something and looked towards the Emperor. The Emperor looked back at her. Jean Jier watched helplessly. The fated first meeting between the novel's hero and heroine. She hadn't been able to stop it. This was the beginning of their love story. They would soon fall deeply in love. And she, Jean Jier, was the villain obstructing the main characters. The villainous, the trashy side character. It wasn't enough that Urji was infatuated with her. She was also supposed to make the Emperor, with whom Jean Jier had fallen in love at first sight, become obsessed with her. In the end, Jean Jier, blinded by her obsession, would meet a tragic end. That was the role the novel had assigned her. Jean Jier felt a deep sense of helplessness. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't change reality. As the novel's plot progressed, the woman realized she was the villainess. She was trying to separate the novel's hero and heroine, to rewrite her own fate as the villainess. Now, the plot had reached the hero and heroine's first encounter. Jean Jier felt she still had time to fix things. After all, she had read the novel. She knew that the male lead, Isana, could hear people's thoughts just by looking at them. The female lead, Lailaji, was the only person whose mind Isana couldn't read. And she, Jean Jier, was the only one who knew the Emperor's secret. Which one would surprise the Emperor more? Lailaji had already taken Urji. She, Jean Jier, would absolutely not let Lailaji have the role of the novel's heroine. Jean Jier quickly walked towards the Emperor. As expected, the Emperor looked at her curiously. Jean Jier thought directly, Isana, if you can really read minds, then can you hear my thoughts right now? I know your secret. The Emperor stared at Jean Jier silently. After a moment, he turned his head, his expression unchanged. His gaze was completely calm. Jean Jier lowered her eyes in defeat. She had failed again. It seemed she truly couldn't rewrite the novel's contents. Suddenly, the Emperor stood up and strode forward. Jean Jier froze. According to the novel, he should be walking towards Lailaji, but now, the Emperor was walking towards her. He stopped in front of Jean Jier and spoke in a cold voice, Jean Jier Tolstoy. Jean Jier, still basking in the glow of her apparent success, suddenly realized something was amiss. The Emperor stared at her, his face like ice. How did you know that? His frigid tone and gaze were completely different from the gentle expression he'd shown the heroine, Lailaji, in the novel. Jean Jier's heart plummeted. The Emperor pressed her again. Answer me. Collecting herself, Jean Jier thought, as long as she prevented the Emperor from going to Lailaji, it was a good start. Feigning shyness, she said, Your Majesty, you frighten me with such a fearsome expression. I dare not speak. Please, dance with me, and then I will answer your question. The Emperor, left with little choice, began to dance with her in silence. As they danced, Jean Jier frantically searched for a solution. The Emperor's distrustful and wary gaze was intensely pressuring. However, seeing Lailaji's annoyed expression gave Jean Jier a small measure of satisfaction. The dance ended, and the Emperor immediately demanded to know how she knew. Jean Jier now had a plan. She just needed to deflect the Emperor's suspicion and wariness onto someone else. Putting on another act, she coyly requested to see him smile. The Emperor's lips curled, but his eyes held a murderous glint. I'm not in the mood for your games. If you dare order me around again, you'll regret it. Jean Jier immediately backed down. I heard some strange rumors about your majesty. The Emperor paused, asking what rumors. That you were locked in the Holy Temple Tower because your eyes can steal people's thoughts. The Emperor's face darkened. Where did you hear this? Jean Jier quickly shifted the blame to Lailaji. She's the one who knows about your ability. She loves to gossip. Though still suspicious of Jin Jie, the emperor realized he couldn't read Lailaji's thoughts. And that red hair, he felt like he'd seen it somewhere before. One day, he realized his world was just a novel, and he was the villainess. Having read the novel, she was now trying to break up the male and female leads. Jin Jie, a masterful actress, clasped her hands and looked up at Isana, the male lead, standing beside her. "Your Majesty, can you truly read minds?" Since he'd already been found out, the emperor readily admitted it. Jin Jie, feigning curiosity, asked to test his ability. She'd been trying to think of something clever, but the sight of the handsome emperor distracted her. The emperor chuckled at her thoughts. His eyes narrowed, and he tapped his chin, a vengeful glint in his eyes. "Why aren't you calling me scumbag this time?" Jin Jie was mortified. He continued, "It's the first time a woman has insulted me upon our first meeting." Jin Jie covered her face in shame, wanting to disappear. "He actually heard my thoughts," she screamed internally. The emperor held his sculpted chin, looking amused. "Even after you said those things, I didn't intend to punish you. I found it rather entertaining. However, your recent provocation was reckless, Miss Jin Jie." Jin Jie blushed slightly. Looking at him, she thought, "Yes, I was anxious and made a mistake in my haste." She clasped her hands devoutly over her chest. "But even if I could go back, I would make the same choice every time. Except for the scumbag part, of course." The emperor turned, a smile playing on his lips. "I'll summon you to the palace soon. As for the reason, you'll have to wait and see." With that, he left. Jin Jie stood there, heart pounding. The emperor had smiled at her. This wasn't how the novel went. Had she actually changed the story? Suddenly, Lailaji stormed over, hands on her hips, demanding to know why Urji had stolen her necklace. Jin Jie wasn't surprised Lailaji had figured it out. She covered her mouth, letting out a peal of laughter. "I have plenty of necklaces better than that one. Why would I steal yours?" she asked innocently. That sparkling ruby necklace was supposed to prevent the emperor from hearing her thoughts, but she didn't need it anymore. She'd already lied to him. Lailaji knew she knew the emperor's secret. Now, the more Lailaji wore the necklace, the more suspicious the emperor would become. Lailaji paused. Then, with an irritated expression, Lailaji asked, "Do you think I'd believe you? What are you really after with the necklace?" Jin Jie lowered her eyes and, spreading her hands, admitted she had Urji steal it. "But I don't want it anymore. You know how fickle I am, don't you?" Lailaji, realizing she wouldn't get anything more out of Jin Jie, turned to leave. "Since we can't communicate, let's not talk. I'll find out what you're up to sooner or later," she threw over her shoulder. Jin Jie watched her go with amusement. This was the first time she'd seen Lailaji frustrated. It was immensely satisfying. Just then, her fiancé, Urji, came running up to demand why she hadn't danced with him, her fiancé, and had instead danced with the emperor. Jin Jie didn't even spare him a glance. She disdainfully told him to stay away from her or she would tell his father about him and Lailaji. Urji hung his head and stood there silently. Jin Jie felt no pity for him. The moment he betrayed her, he should have been prepared to be treated coldly. During the banquet, she was still clinging to the emperor. Now, Jin Jie deeply regretted provoking the emperor, all because she was now living the events of the novel. After returning from the banquet, Jin Jie finished reading the second half of the novel. The novel actually had a tragic ending. Although she was the villainess, she wasn't as tragic as the heroine. Emperor Isana could read minds. The heroine, Lailaji, wore a ruby necklace that blocked his ability, piquing his interest. But when she wore a different necklace, the emperor suddenly could read her mind. He felt deceived and found it difficult to accept. After a while, the emperor realized he could only not read Lailaji's mind when she wore the ruby necklace. And when he learned the necklace was left to her by her grandfather, Jesut, it led them both down a tragic path. The name Jesut filled the emperor with fear and hatred. It was Jesut who had cursed him with the ability to hear people's thoughts. The emperor could no longer face Lailaji normally. When Lailaji learned what her grandfather had done, she felt she couldn't leave the emperor. The more she gave to him, the more unstable he became. In the end, Lailaji died at the emperor's hands. The tragic love story ended in heartbreak. Jin Jie was filled with fear. She regretted not finishing the novel before attending the banquet. How did a romance novel turn into horror? Jin Jie's thoughts were a jumble. She even dreamt she almost kissed the emperor, only for him to whisper in her ear, "You will die too." Jin Jie woke up with a start, sitting up in bed. She couldn't bear to face the emperor. For the entire next day, all she could think about was the novel. Although she disliked Lilaji, she didn't want her to die. Now, she was just thankful she had changed the plot. That annoying Lilaji shouldn't have to die, right? But then again, Emperor Isana's life was truly tragic. Being locked up in the Holy Temple Tower as a child was bad enough, but even the ending of the novel was so bleak. Although she had regretted provoking the Emperor last night, she suddenly didn't anymore. The thought of his charming smile, turning mad, spurred Jean Gier to want to create a happy ending for him. She first had her maid take her to the place where the novel was sold to investigate. Seeing the book, the shopkeeper said it had been banned. Because Emperor Isana had ascended the throne, all copies had been removed from bookstores. Jean Gier could only continue to inquire about the author. The shopkeeper said he didn't know. I buy my books from a middleman, Hammer. The name sounded familiar. Back home, Jean Gier quickly flipped through the novel. She remembered seeing the name in the book. She found it. He was a strange man who had suddenly appeared before Lilaji, claiming to be her grandfather's apprentice. He had gray hair and wore glasses. In the novel, he was the second male lead. The middleman's name was the same as the second male lead's. Was this just a coincidence? Jean Gier immediately recognized the man who came to escort her to the palace. It was Hammer, the second male lead from the novel. Hammer took Jean Gier's hand and helped her into the carriage. Jean Gier looked at him curiously. In the novel, Hammer and Emperor Isana were rivals in love. They both loved Lilaji. But how had he become the Emperor's aide? Hammer suddenly stopped walking and hurriedly pulled Jean Gier up. Jean Gier, caught off guard, was lifted into the air, dangling precariously. Once she regained her composure, she asked Hammer what he was doing. Hammer, sweating and nervously stroking his chin, said, "That was almost a disaster." Jean Gier, seeing his reaction, grew nervous herself. Looking around, she asked him what was the matter. Hammer, lowering his head slightly and adjusting his glasses, replied, "I almost stepped on an ant." Trembling, he stared at the ground, covering his mouth with his hand. Such a tiny life. How frightened it must have been. Jean Gier, standing beside him, was truly speechless. Hammer, growing even more agitated, bent over, covering his mouth in distress. I almost took the lives of these small creatures. Jean Gier was utterly dumbfounded. She wondered if Hammer was joking or trying to lighten the mood, but he didn't seem to be. With a serious expression, Hammer urged Jean Gier to always watch her step. Jean Gier was even more speechless. On the way to the palace, Jean Gier wondered if she had mistaken him for someone else. This person was different from the Hammer in the novel, yet his appearance matched the description. Jean Gier called him into the carriage and asked him directly, "What is your name?" The man replied, "My name is Leclerc. Everyone calls me Lala." Jean Gier realized she had indeed mistaken him. She must have been too engrossed in the novel. Leclerc told Jean Gier to just call him Lala, and she politely said he could call her Jean Gier. Having exchanged names, they felt a bit closer. Soon, Jean Gier felt sleepy. Having not slept well the night before, she decided to lean against the window and take a nap. After Jean Gier fell asleep, Lala seemed to become a different person. He stared at Jean Gier with a complicated expression until they reached the palace. Only then did Lala wake her. Jean Gier curiously leaned out the window. This was her first time at the palace, and she was amazed by the sight. The palace is so beautiful. Lala told her to follow this road to see the emperor. Jean Gier thanked him politely. Just as she was about to leave, Lala called out to her again, reminding her to watch out for the ants. Jean Gier made a gesture of acknowledgement, speechless. She didn't know whether to call him foolish or kind. Lifting her skirt, Jean Gier carefully watched the ground as she went to find the emperor. For the sake of a supporting character in a tragic novel, she couldn't help but hope for a happy ending for the male lead, Isana. Seeing Emperor Isana asleep under a tree, Jean Gier blushed, resting her chin on her hand as she crouched before him, quietly observing. He was so handsome up close. Jean Gier's heart skipped a beat. The emperor's fair skin and thick, dark eyebrows made him look almost otherworldly. She couldn't resist reaching out to touch his eyebrows. Suddenly, the emperor opened his eyes and looked at her. Startled, Jean Gier quickly hid her hand behind her back, blushing as she looked away. Stammering, she asked, "Did I wake you?" The emperor rubbed his forehead, masking a hint of embarrassment. "No, I was just thinking about something." Thinking. The emperor turned his head, looking at Jean Gier, crouched before him. Jean Gier, Tolstoy, 19 years old, only daughter of the Marquis house. Stubborn and willful, prone to tantrums when things don't go her way. And a childhood rival of the Marquis's daughter, Lilaji, who is the same age. Hearing these words, Jean Jierer felt like her privacy had been completely invaded. Slightly annoyed, she asked the emperor, "Why did you investigate me?" She deliberately phrased her complaint in a theatrical manner. Even the emperor shouldn't arbitrarily investigate a kind, ordinary citizen, right? The emperor casually rested his arm on his knee. "Because I'm curious about you, Jean Jierer. You're the one who made me curious." Jean Jierer turned her head, her cheeks flushed, her expression clearly showing her displeasure. The emperor tilted his head slightly, a confused look on his face. "Miss Jean Jierer, are you upset because I investigated you without your permission?" Jean Jierer huffed. Who wouldn't be upset about something like that? The emperor stroked his chin, looking up in thought. "If you answer my questions truthfully, I'll stop investigating you." Jean Jierer frowned slightly, pouting her lips. "What do you want to know?" The emperor turned his face, a smile appearing. "Everything. I want to know how much you know about me." Jean Jierer outwardly agreed to tell the emperor everything, as long as he didn't read her mind. However, she immediately averted her gaze, avoiding eye contact with the emperor to prevent him from accessing her thoughts. She had no intention of being completely honest. Everything is unfolding according to the novel. He meets such a tragic end in the story. How can he say these things? The emperor looks troubled. After all, reading someone's thoughts isn't something they can control. Jean Jierer smiles and closes her eyes. "I'll just close my eyes," she says. Seeing Jean Jierer like this, the emperor lowers his head, covers his mouth with his hand, and lets out a chuckle. He finds her amusing. He can't predict what Jean Jierer will do next. He leans closer to her and asks, "Do you plan to keep your eyes closed like this?" Jean Jierer nods firmly. They draw closer still. A mischievous glint flashes in the emperor's eyes. "But like this," he says, "you won't know what I'll do to you." Jean Jierer blushes at his words and stammers, asking what he intends to do. In the next second, Jean Jierer feels something and opens her eyes. The emperor has one arm around her waist, pulling her close. Jean Jierer's heart races, and she can't help but think wildly, what is he doing? Is he going to kiss me? The emperor immediately releases her, raising his hands innocently, indicating he had no such intention. Jean Jierer quickly closes her eyes again, preventing him from reading her mind. He laughs and asks if she's afraid of him. Jean Jierer, however, strangely feels that although the emperor is smiling, he seems sad. Opening her innocent, wide eyes, she shakes her head. "I'm not afraid of you," she says, "but I'm curious how you read people's thoughts." The emperor leans against the tree, tilting his head. "Actually, you can read people's thoughts too. Emperor Isana can read the thoughts of anyone he interacts with." Jean Jierer, the duke's daughter, whose secrets he knows, asks him not to read her mind so freely. The emperor explains that it's not something he can fully control. He can only try to restrain it. He tells Jean Jierer that even without reading her thoughts, he can guess what she's thinking by observing her. For example, when Jean Jierer is nervous, she pinches her lip. Her eyes also blink rapidly. Resting his chin on his hand, the emperor observes her intently. "At the banquet yesterday, Jean Jierer, I noticed you're a very straightforward person, but you kept avoiding my gaze. What are you hiding?" The emperor's analysis makes Jean Jierer nervously pinch her lip again. He guessed it all correctly. The emperor encourages Jean Jierer to try observing him and guess his thoughts. If you concentrate, he says, you're bound to notice something. Hearing these words, Jean Jierer's eyes widen slightly. Oh my, she thinks, aren't these the lines from the book? The lines Isana, the male lead, said to Lilaji, the female lead. Now he's saying them to me, Jean Jierer. She can't help but feel a surge of excitement. Calming down, she carefully observes the emperor. His perfectly pressed white shirt is buttoned all the way to the top. He doesn't even wear a ring. Despite being the king, he's remarkably unadorned. It shows he's a meticulous and carefree person. But Jean Jierer doesn't want to give such a simple answer. She wants to think of something profound to say. Suddenly, Jean Jierer remembers Lilaji's lines from the novel. She'll just use those. Your Majesty, she says, I see your pain. After delivering the line, Jean Jierer waits expectantly for the emperor's reaction. Unexpectedly, he pauses for a moment, then bursts into laughter. Jean Jierer blushes, embarrassed. Did she use the wrong lines? The afternoon passes quickly in casual conversation with Jean Jierer. The emperor asks Leclerc to escort Jean Jierer home. Back in the quiet palace, the emperor finds himself reminiscing about his childhood. He had eyes that could see into people's hearts. His father confined him to the sanctuary. It was the first time he saw his father's stern, almost disgusted expression. Isana, his father had said, your ability is a curse. It's not just on you. It will bring misfortune to everyone around you. So don't resent me. Then came the cold, final closing of the sanctuary doors. Isana never wanted this curse-like ability. Feeling cursed, he felt abandoned by his parents. Perhaps he shouldn't have been born. He wanted to gouge out his cursed eyes, but he was too cowardly to do it. From then on, he began to study his ability. Whenever he made eye contact with someone, the ability would activate. If he wanted to know, he could hear the ugly thoughts hidden in people's hearts. It had never failed him until now. Except for that red-haired woman. The emperor couldn't help but wonder what secret she was hiding. Leclerc arrives to report that he has safely escorted Miss Jean Gier home. The emperor turns, a smile on his face. Thank you for your hard work, Leclerc, he says. Leclerc's glasses obscured his eyes, making it impossible to read his expression. Your Majesty, did you get the answers you wanted from Miss Jean Gier? The emperor sighed softly, his chin resting on his hand. I'm merely engaged in some idle chatter with Jean Gier. At the time, he had laughed uproariously at Jean Gier's words, asking between chuckles how she could say such a thing. Gier's face flushed crimson, unable to understand what was so funny. Your Majesty, your laughter makes me incredibly uneasy. Could you please stop? Recalling this, the emperor couldn't help but curve his lips into a smile. It was the first time since his birth that he had conversed with someone so frankly. Gier's thoughts and feelings were displayed openly on her face. He had seen too many two-faced people, those as pure as were rare. Leclerc, puzzled, called out, Your Majesty. The emperor snapped back to attention. Casually resting his chin on his hand, he instructed Leclerc, bring Lai Laji to the palace tomorrow. The Marquis's daughter, Jean Gier, refused to meet his gaze. Without eye contact, he couldn't access her inner thoughts. After they parted, the emperor ordered his aide, bring Miss Lai Laji here. Jean Gier must be hiding a secret related to him. Since Jean Gier had shifted the blame to Lai Laji, he intended to start with her. At that moment, Lai Laji was at home, examining the ruby necklace. She couldn't understand why Jean Gier would steal it. She had asked her sister, Urji, but Urji couldn't explain it either. To be tricked by that little wretch, Jean Gier. Lai Laji fumed, her hands clenching into fists. But then again, I wonder how His Majesty is doing. She couldn't forget the emperor's deep, sparkling eyes at the banquet. She felt that he clearly had something to say to her. If it weren't for Jean Gier's scheming, she would have spoken to him then. The emperor's aide, Leclerc, suddenly appeared. I apologize for this intrusion. I am Leclerc, His Majesty's aide. Although it was the first time she had heard the name, Lai Laji felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Leclerc adjusted his glasses. His Majesty wishes to see you. Lai Laji's eyes widened in surprise. Overcome with joy, she instinctively picked up the ruby necklace. Leclerc suddenly advised her against bringing the necklace, but Lai Laji ignored him. Leclerc could only say, please do not bring the necklace Lord Shuga gave you. Lai Laji froze. This man knew her grandfather. Who are you? Meanwhile, back home, Jean Gier was ing over her plagiarized lines. She had recited lines from a novel, but the emperor had only laughed uncontrollably. How embarrassing, she thought. But his laughter is so beautiful, so pure. Jean Gier couldn't help but wonder what the emperor was doing now. Suddenly, her mother, the Marchioness, came to discuss marriage. The Duke has set a date for the wedding. Jean Gier abruptly stood up. What? Why so suddenly? The Marchioness explained that she had been engaged to Urji for a while, so the Duke's proposal was normal. Jean Gier, having been too comfortable lately, had forgotten about breaking off the engagement. Taking a deep breath, she told her mother she didn't want to marry Urji, then hung her head. The Marchioness wasn't angry. Gier must have her reasons, and as her mother, she would support her. That Urji must have done something dreadful. She embraced her daughter. This is a crucial decision in your life. No matter what you choose, I will always support you. Jean Gier decided to speak to the Duke herself. At the Duke's residence, she told him about Urji and Lai Laji's relationship, requesting to break off the engagement. The Duke refused. I thought it was something important. An engagement is a pact between families. Breaking off your engagement with the Duke's family is not something you can do on a whim. He asked Jean Gier to be understanding of Urji, claiming that once they were married, Urji would settle down. Gier hadn't expected the Duke to be so shameless. She declared that she was determined to end the engagement. The Duke remained indifferent. Unless you can find someone more powerful than me, don't even dream of it. Jean Gier remained silent. The Duke was using his power to threaten her. Then, she suddenly thought of someone. So, if I find someone more powerful than you, I can break off the engagement. The Duke sneered. That's right. Jean Gier stood up abruptly, warning the Duke not to regret his words. She would make sure he wouldn't be able to laugh next time. She had connections he couldn't even imagine. Miss Jean Gier realized she needed to find someone powerful to help her break off the engagement. The first person she thought of was Emperor Isana. However, she still needed to figure out how to ask him for help. Lost in thought, Jean Gier unknowingly arrived at the bookstore she had visited before. Feeling down, she immediately walked into the bookstore, intending to find some new romance novels to mend her wounded heart. She found one with a promising title. As she reached for the book, a slender hand suddenly appeared beside hers, touching it. Annoyed, she glared at the person who dared to snatch the book from her. To her surprise, it was Leclerc, who greeted her with a smile. Jean Gier curiously asked if he also read romance novels. Leclerc nodded. Jean Gier was surprised, thinking to herself that Leclerc, with his rational and elite demeanor, seemed like the last person who would read such books. Leclerc narrowed his eyes. Miss Jean Gier, are you thinking that with my rational and elite appearance, I don't seem like someone who reads romance novels? Jean Gier, her thoughts exposed, immediately denied it. Embarrassed, she wondered if Leclerc could read minds. Leclerc told her, not only do I read romance novels, I've also written quite a few. Perhaps you've even read some of them. Miss Jean Gier. Jean Gier was truly shocked. She imagined Leclerc writing, and the image felt completely out of place. How could such a man write cheesy romance novels? Leclerc, as if seeing through her, asked, are you thinking absolutely impossible, Miss Jean Gier? Jean Gier turned her face away in embarrassment. Leclerc quickly explained that he wasn't reading her mind, but that his intuition was simply very sharp. Jean Gier thought to herself, his intuition is way too sharp. Leclerc couldn't help but smile. Seeing Jean Gier's disgruntled expression, he adjusted his glasses and explained, forgive my bluntness, but Miss Jean Gier, you are truly quite amusing. Jean Gier looked away, recalling Isana's words. Miss Jean Gier is quite amusing. Having been teased too much recently, she frowned slightly, muttering, I'm not amusing. Jean Gier suddenly had an idea. She looked at Leclerc with pleading eyes, explaining that she also really wanted to read the book, but she was generous and wouldn't mind letting him have it. However, I have one request. Let me see Emperor Isana again. Leclerc readily agreed. His Majesty is also eagerly awaiting to see you, miss. Jean Gier blushed crimson. Isana really, acting so cold on the surface, but secretly eager to see me. What cute guy. Leclerc, watching Jean Gier lost in her thoughts, couldn't help but point out that phrase has many meanings. Jean Gier looked at Leclerc expectantly. It's a positive meaning, right? Leclerc stepped back, clutching the book. I suppose so, he conceded. He told Jean Gier he would inform His Majesty and let her know when he had a response. Jean Gier beamed and thanked him. 2 days later, Jean Gier was at home reading a novel when she heard a knock at the door. It was Urgi coming to talk to her about breaking off the engagement. Miss Jean Gier was about to seek the Emperor's help to break off the engagement when her fiancé, Urgi, arrived, begging her to reconsider. Jean Gier calmly took a sip of tea and suggested Urgi get engaged to Lilaji instead. Urgi looked innocent, claiming he and Lilaji were no longer involved. I only have you now. Jean Gier coldly told him to go away. She wondered who had even let him into her room. Don't come here again without my permission. Urgi tried to speak, but Jean Gier cut him off. From the moment I learned of your betrayal, everything was decided. A maid suddenly entered, informing Jean Gier that a letter had arrived. Jean Gier opened it with delight. It was from Leclerc, stating he would be arriving shortly to take her to see the Emperor. As she stood up to leave, Jean Gier glared at Urgi. I expect you to be gone when I return. Urgi remained speechless, standing there for an hour, waiting for Jean Gier's return. He had been severely scolded by his father, the Duke. If the engagement were broken off, their family name would be tarnished. He had no choice but to beg for forgiveness. Urgi felt resentful. Jean Gier had always chased after him, but now she had set her sights on the Emperor. Hyunag, Ly ruffled his hair. He shouldn't have provoked that trash. Suddenly, something fell down. Urgi picked it up. It was a novel, The Imprisoned Prince and the Marquis's Daughter. At this time, Jean Gier was in a carriage with Leclerc heading to the palace. Looking out the window, the scenery became increasingly familiar. Jean Gier curiously asked Leclerc, "Why is His Majesty always in the courtyard?" Leclerc's expression was meaningful. "Why His Majesty always stays in the courtyard? Miss Jean Gier should know better." Jean Gier paused, wanting to ask more, but the carriage stopped. Leclerc invited her to get out. "His Majesty is waiting for you." Jean Gier lifted her skirt, pondering Leclerc's words. Walking in the courtyard, Jean Gier suddenly remembered something. She had read in the novel that Isana, due to being confined in the tower for a long time, extremely disliked enclosed spaces and spent most of his time in the courtyard. But how did Leclerc know she knew this? Was it also his speculation and intuition? Thinking about it now, their encounter at the bookstore a few days ago was also a bit strange. Unconsciously, she arrived in front of Emperor Isana. The emperor greeted her with a smile. "Hello, Miss Ginger." Jean Gier bristled at the word ginger. Suppressing her displeasure, she bowed to the emperor. She was here to ask for his help today, so she had to control her temper. The emperor told Jean Gier, "I met Lailaji some time ago." Jean Gier instantly burned with anger, her hands clenching into fists. "That Lailaji girl." The emperor couldn't help but laugh. Jean Gier immediately tried to calm herself. "Your Majesty met Miss Lailaji personally." The emperor replied seriously, "That's right. I met that girl that young lady." Jean Gier asked helplessly, "Are you teasing me, Your Majesty?" The emperor, resting his chin on his hand, admitted with a smile, "Yes, I am teasing you." His smile captivated Jean Gier. Her heart pounded faster. How can someone be so handsome? He could totally live off his looks. He's so annoying I want to punch him, but he's too handsome to do that. Regaining her composure, Jean Gier asked the emperor, "What did you want to ask Lailaji?" The emperor, however, said it was a secret. Anxious and dissatisfied, Jean Gier pouted. "Stingy." The emperor tilted his head and looked at her. "You're the stingy one, Miss Ginger. You've been keeping me in suspense. You won't tell me anything I'm most curious about." Emperor Isana, want Miss Jean Gier to tell me all the secrets she knows." Jean Gier lowered her eyes, not daring to meet the emperor's gaze. If she revealed the novel, His Majesty would know his tragic ending. How could she bear to say it? Seeing Jean Gier's troubled expression, the emperor changed the subject. "Let's not talk about that for now. You have something to ask me." Jean Gier finally remembered her purpose, her face clouding over as she brought up the matter of breaking off her engagement. "Urji's father said unless I find someone powerful to give the order, the engagement can't be broken." She told the emperor everything about Urji and Lailaji. The emperor joked, "Just hearing this makes him sound terrible. I really want to beat that man's face into a ginger." Jean Gier blushed and exclaimed, "Your Majesty, you still remember that?" The emperor laughed, saying he remembered it very well. Jean Gier could only give an awkward laugh. After enough teasing, the emperor asked Jean Gier, "Do you want to use my authority to help you break off the engagement?" Jean Gier nodded immediately. The emperor, however, showed a troubled expression. After all, this matter involves Lailaji. The emperor asked Jean Gier doubtfully, "Is there any personal grudge involved in this?" Jean Gier waved her hand dismissively. "There's no personal grudge. It seems Your Majesty has investigated me thoroughly." The emperor tilted his head and looked at Jean Gier seriously. "Yes, because I'm very curious about you." Jean Gier's heart skipped a beat. Although she knew the emperor was only curious about her hidden secret, why did she feel so flustered? The emperor told Jean Gier, "I can help you break off this engagement." However, he smiled slightly. "Let's make a deal." Jean Gier curiously asked what deal. The emperor slowly leaned closer. "Tell me the secret you're hiding." Being so close, Jean Gier felt a little dazed. She told herself to stay firm. The emperor was using his charm. She absolutely could not be seduced. The emperor read her mind and admitted frankly, "Yes, I'm trying to seduce Miss Ginger right now. Tell me, how did you know about my abilities?" The emperor's face drew closer and closer. Jean Gier felt like she could hardly breathe. She couldn't help but blurt out, "Book." Realizing she almost blurted it out, Jean Jir quickly turned her face away from the emperor. The emperor turned his face back towards her. Tell me quickly, how did you know? Jean Jianner's face was cupped in the emperor's hands. So close, she could even hear her own heart pounding like thunder. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she started to feel dazed again. I actually learned about it in a book. The emperor finally released her. Jean Jier covered her burning cheeks with both hands. Oh my God, she actually said it. Behind her, the emperor looked puzzled. Did you just say, a book about me? Jean Jier pressed her hand to her forehead, sweat beading on her face. What should she do? Maybe quickly change the subject. But no matter how she tried to explain it away, he would find out eventually. Forget it, just come clean. The emperor watched her with interest, his chin resting on his hand. That's the right idea. Let's lay all our cards on the table. Emperor Isana finally realized that he was actually the male lead in a novel, and Jean Jier had just told him about it. That book not only described your majesty's past, but also your future. Jean Jier's expression was worried. She guessed the emperor would want to see the book, but she wasn't sure if she should show it to him. She didn't want him to see his tragic ending. Jean Jier hesitated, asking if the emperor believed her. The emperor replied that he could sense her words were true, even though it sounded absurd. He suddenly spoke again, Miss Ginger. Jean Jier looked at him questioningly. The emperor's deep eyes drooped slightly. Am I happy in that book? Jean Jier pressed her lips together, remaining silent. If only she could lie right now. She could tell him that he was handsome, powerful, and had everything. So how could he not be happy? Seeing Jean Jier's distressed expression, the emperor guessed the answer. It seemed he wasn't happy. He didn't dwell on it too much. The emperor offered to help Jean Jier break off her engagement with Urji. But can you show me that book? He tried to persuade her. Someone knows my intentions and even wrote a book about it. This might cause me a lot of headaches in the future. Jean Jier was still hesitant. The emperor suddenly leaned closer, gazing at her tenderly. Show it to me. Jean Jier's cheeks flushed instantly, and her heart began to race. She felt like her soul was being drawn away. Unconsciously, she said, I'll show you. Jean Jier shed tears of frustration. She simply couldn't resist the emperor like this. The emperor took her hand. Closing his eyes, he leaned down and kissed her. Come to the palace again tomorrow. I'll be waiting for you. Jean Jier blushed, her lips pouting slightly. Your Majesty, are you really not a master of romance? The emperor propped his face on his hand, a few strands of hair falling over his eyes. That charming smile reappeared on his face. Then you want to try with me and see if I am. Jean Jier couldn't help but scream internally. How could this man be so skilled? Returning home, Jean Jier felt drained. She felt like her soul had been stolen away today. She opened the cupboard wearily, searching for the novel, but couldn't find it anywhere. You told him it was on the coffee table earlier, I think. Jean Jier suddenly remembered Urji had been here. Could Urji have taken it? She calmly eliminated all other possibilities and realized that Urji was the most likely suspect. This was troublesome. If Urji read that book, he would definitely figure something out. But if she went to him, he wouldn't just hand it over. And if Urji knew how desperately she needed the book, it might become her weakness. Jean Jier also worried about whether Urji would show the book to Lailaji. If Lailaji saw it, she would know why Jean Jier wanted that necklace. Lailaji might also develop feelings of pity and heartache for Emperor Isana and believe that he was her destined soulmate. Lailaji, who was always bold in love, might not even care about her tragic ending in the novel. Jean Jier rubbed her temples with a headache. What should she do now? She had to give the book to the emperor tomorrow. Now the book was practically banned. She couldn't even buy it. Suddenly, Jean Jier had a brilliant idea. That's right. Since she couldn't buy it, she could just write one herself. Jean Jier decided to write a novel for the emperor. The male lead would be the emperor, and the female lead would be her. Jean Jier replaced all of Lailaji's parts in the novel with herself. She wrote that not long after, the emperor gradually discovered his deep love for Jean Jier. Jean Jier fantasized about the scene where the emperor confessed his feelings to her. A wave of excitement washed over Jinja. She had read hundreds of romance novels since childhood. Making up a story like this should be a piece of cake. Jinja worked until the next morning, finally finishing the novel. Exhausted, she collapsed onto the desk. She had removed all the content about Lalaki, his grandfather, and the character Hammer. The ending depicted her living happily ever after with the emperor. If only the future would unfold as she had written it. Jinja called for a maid and instructed her to have the manuscript bound into a book. She requested a pink cover and the title The Imprisoned Prince and the Marquis. After the maid left, Jinja, exhausted, lay down on the desk and fell asleep. Soon, the maid woke her, informing her that the book was ready. Jinja carefully inspected the book's packaging and finally revealed a satisfied smile. The maid reminded her that the palace carriage had arrived. Jinja, brimming with confidence, prepared to change and head to the palace. As expected, Lala was there to pick her up. Jinja greeted him with a smile. However, Lala's gaze was fixed on the book in her arms. Jinja quickly hid the book behind her back. She assumed he wanted to read it. Lala, however, was amused by her reaction. He covered his mouth with both hands, his face flushed red, realizing his rudeness. Jinja asked him indignantly if he was laughing at her. After composing himself, Lala took off his glasses, wiped his tears, and apologized for his sleep. Jinja, being easily swayed by attractive people, was momentarily stunned. She hadn't realized Lala's smile could be so charming. Snapping back to reality, she patted her head. This was no time to be daydreaming. Jinja turned to board the carriage, but Lala called out to her, "Are you really going to give that book to His Majesty, Isana?" Jinja turned around, puzzled. How did Lala know about the book? Had the emperor told him? Lala raised his hand and cast a spell. Jinja was instantly transported into a vision. She looked around. It appeared to be the palace courtyard. She and the emperor were sitting in a pavilion. She slowly approached and saw the emperor reading the novel she had written. Suddenly, the emperor sneered and asked, "You told me you heard about my abilities from Lelagina, but there's no mention of it in this book." The emperor glared coldly at her in the vision. "This entire book is about the foolish love between Jinja and Isana. You dare to deceive me with a fake story." The emperor angrily ripped the book to shreds, his face cold as he ordered Jinja's execution. Jinja jolted awake from the vision, terrified. Still shaken, she hugged herself and asked Lala what was that just now. Lala explained that he had used magic to show her a glimpse of the near future. It's a kind of prophecy. Jinja looked at Lala with a complicated expression. "Who are you really?" Lala decided to stop hiding. "My real name is Hammer." It dawned on Jinja. He was the second male lead in the novel, Lelagina's grandfather's apprentice. The emperor's aide, Lala. Jinja acknowledged that he was indeed the Hammer from her novel. She recalled the story's plot. In the novel, Hammer had been secretly in love with Lelagina, but eventually realized that her heart belonged to the emperor. Hammer was a character who silently protected Lelagina from the shadows. Jinja wondered why Lala had become the emperor's aide and why he was hiding his identity. She demanded an explanation. Lala, however, urged her to see the emperor first. "Your Majesty is waiting. I'll explain everything later." He snapped his fingers. A pink book fell from the sky. It was The Imprisoned Prince and the Marquis. Lala instructed Jinja to give this book to the emperor. "If you give him the book you wrote, just like the future you saw, something terrible will happen." Although annoyed, Jinja had no choice but to accept. Lala told Jinja that all content related to him, the second male lead, had been removed from this book. "After all, His Majesty doesn't know I'm Hammer yet." Jinja, holding the book, asked Lala if he had also written the previous forbidden book. Lala nodded in confirmation. Jinja wanted to ask more, but the carriage suddenly arrived. Lala promised to explain everything to her later. After getting out of the carriage, Jinja had to entrust her novel to Lala for safekeeping, as she couldn't bring it inside with her. She warned him not to peek, and a sweating Lala swore he wouldn't. Just as Jinja was about to leave, Lala cast a spell on her right hand, conjuring a delicate bracelet. "Wear this, and you won't be able to mention Hammer in front of His Majesty." He apologized to Jinja, explaining he couldn't reveal his identity yet. Jinja had no choice but to leave. As she walked away, she grumbled to herself, wondering if her novel was really that bad. Seeing her like this, Lala couldn't help but smile. Jinja arrived at the courtyard and presented the book to the emperor. He sat in his chair, holding the pink book, flipping through The Imprisoned Prince and the Marquis. "The Imprisoned Prince is me. Huh, quite a title." Still slightly traumatized by the earlier vision, Jinja cautiously asked what he wanted her to do now. The emperor, in a gentle tone, told her she could leave or wait there for him. Relieved, Jinja happily declared she would wait. The emperor thoughtfully suggested she stroll through the gardens if she got bored. Gazing at the emperor's handsome face, Jinja couldn't help but wonder what he would think after reading the book. Would he fall for Lalaki? Lost in thought, Jinja felt a wave of drowsiness. She must have stayed up too late last night. She told herself she couldn't fall asleep there, but her eyes closed against her will. When she woke up, she was surrounded by darkness. It had gotten dark so quickly. The emperor's voice came from nearby. "You're awake." Jinja realized she was in a room. The emperor explained that she had been sleeping so soundly he hadn't wanted to wake her. Jinja's first reaction was to ask if she had snored. The emperor chuckled, saying he couldn't lie to her. Jinja blushed, embarrassedly covering her mouth. Looking around, she realized she was in the emperor's room. Had he carried her here while she was asleep? The thought thrilled her. The room was awfully dark. Jinja asked if they could light a lamp. The emperor refused. "It needs to be dark, so I can't see your eyes. Then I can't read your thoughts." The emperor could only block out other people's thoughts in a dark room. He didn't want to turn on the light. Jinja's expression turned slightly sad. She remembered from the novel that the emperor either stayed in the gardens or in dark rooms. It was the only way he could stop reading minds. Darkness was his only solace. The emperor said self-deprecatingly, "Yes, just like in a novel. Darkness is my only solace." I don't know who wrote it, but they were right. Jinja's eyes filled with sympathy. Even though she couldn't see his expression, she could hear the loneliness and bitterness in his voice. Jinja got out of bed and reached out to take the emperor's hand. He suddenly grabbed her hand, his face flushed. "What are you doing?" Jinja shyly covered her face. "Wasn't that your hand?" The emperor, embarrassed and blushing, told her that was my leg. Jinja quickly apologized, saying she hadn't meant to. "I just wanted to hold your majesty's hand to comfort you." The emperor buried his flushed face in his hands. "You little minx, I don't know what to do with you." Jinja leaned forward slightly, worried. "Your majesty, you're not going to punish me, are you?" The emperor, his face still flushed, glared at her. "If you did that on purpose, I would." Jinja blushed deeply. "I didn't," she exclaimed, though inwardly she wouldn't mind experiencing it again. She stammered, explaining that it was an accident. The emperor stroked his chin. His eyes narrowed playfully. He leaned closer to Jinja. "You seem a little strange. I really want to turn on the light and read your mind, Miss Jinja." Jinja's expression became panicked. "Don't," she pleaded, insisting she was telling the truth. The emperor's lips curved into a smile. He held out his hand. Jinja looked at him quizzically. "What do you want?" The emperor said languidly, "Didn't you want to hold my hand?" Jinja reached out and clasped the emperor's hand. Warmth spread through her hand. "Your majesty's hand is so warm," Jinja couldn't help but say. Although she hadn't spent much time with the emperor from the first moment she saw him until now, she felt herself becoming more and more fascinated by him. The emperor, his face slightly flushed, buried it in his hand and looked away. "It's a little hot in here," he explained. Jinja's heart inexplicably raced. If this continued, she felt she might, like the Jinja in the novel, fall in love with the emperor. Liking someone didn't require any particular reason. Jinja's hand shifted in the emperor's. The emperor asked, puzzled, "What are you doing?" Jinja's eyes shone. "I want to cherish this opportunity your majesty has given me." She intertwined their fingers, forming a crescent shape. The emperor blushed, put a hand to his forehead, and sighed. "I'm really at your mercy. You keep leading me astray today." Jinja, however, declared happily, "I'm glad I can lead your majesty astray." Inwardly, she couldn't help but wonder. The emperor in the novel loved Regina. Who would he fall in love with in reality? If only things would unfold like in her novel. First, Sana told Jinja that he had finished reading her romance novel where she was the main character. She found it unbelievable. What happened in the past is exactly the same as what's written in the novel. However, the emperor stroked his chin and slowly said, "Miss Ginger, you seem to have lied to me about something. That Regina knew about my ability is false, isn't it?" Jinja Flotza, she explained. "It's because when we first met, I couldn't mention the book. And even if I had, you wouldn't have believed me." After explaining, she sincerely apologized to the emperor. The emperor expressed his understanding. "After all, the first time you saw this book, you must have been confused. I'll let you off the hook this time." Jinja breathed a sigh of relief. However, the emperor's eyes suddenly turned icy. "Next time you lie to me, I'll really turn you into ginger." Jinja, frightened, shrank back. She had never found the word ginger so terrifying. The emperor picked up the book and asked Jean Gier, who is the author of this book. How could they know so much about my ability? Jean Gier raised her eyes, recalling. I was curious too, so I found this bookstore. Then, what did the bookstore owner say? She looked at the emperor and said, the bookstore owner didn't know who the author was, so I didn't continue searching. Jin Ye Elite. She remembered the owner mentioning the author's name, but she inexplicably couldn't recall it. The emperor told Jean Gier he had a suspect in mind. Jean Gier asked, puzzled, who? Jesset. I remember meeting him when I was young, just like it says in the book. If it really was him who cursed me, then he must have written this book as well, although I don't know his intentions. Jean Gier felt it wasn't him. After all, Jesset was deceased. The emperor said he hadn't seen him die with his own eyes. Perhaps Jesset was still alive. Jin Ye found it slichtly. She felt like she was forgetting something. She didn't think it could be Jesset, but rather someone she knew. Suddenly, she noticed a bracelet on her right wrist. Strange, when did she put that on? The emperor stroked his chin thoughtfully. However, the Jean Gier in the book is exactly like you, Tolstoy. Jean Gier immediately dropped the bracelet matter and asked expectantly, how am I like her? The emperor said seriously, just the way you look at me, with infatuation, lost in your daydreams. Jean Gier turned around, embarrassed, and said she didn't understand what he was saying. The emperor, however, wouldn't let her off the hook. Do you need me to refresh your memory? He asked with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Yeah. Jean Gier frantically interrupted him with a single word, her face flushed and tears welling up, begging him to stop. The emperor, however, lowered his head, resting his chin on his hand, and said with ly, how embarrassing that must have been for me. Jean Gier inwardly complained that she was the one who was the most embarrassed and mortified. The emperor said there was one difference from a book. The Jean Gier in the book was just a foolish villain. He looked tenderly at Jean Gier. You're different in reality. Sometimes you're foolish with a touch of innocence. Genevieve speechless. Was he complimenting her or insulting her? The emperor said, I don't believe the future will unfold according to the novel. For example, I haven't fallen for Regina. It's true. As the novel says, I can't read your thoughts. But I'm a little curious about you. Jean Gier was incredibly grateful that she hadn't stolen that ruby necklace. If she had worn it, perhaps Regina's tragedy would have befallen her. After turning on the light, the emperor read Jean Gier's thoughts. Her mind was completely preoccupied with his body. Before turning on the lights, the two were still smiling as they discussed the novel's contents. The emperor told Jean Gier, in reality, I've felt Miss Ginger's charm. Hearing this, Jean Gier's eyes seemed to sparkle. With an expectant look, she asked him what kind of charm. The emperor's expression turned slightly pained. How should I put it? A naive and foolish charm. Genevieve speechless. Is that really a compliment? The emperor smiled at her. It's the first time I've met someone like you. It's quite fascinating. Jean Gier drooped her eyebrows, consoling herself that it was still a gain to have her charm felt by him. The emperor suddenly stood up. He had been feeling a little hot since earlier. With his back to Jean Gier, he took off his jacket. Jean Gier couldn't help but swallow. She could vaguely see the emperor loosen his collar. Jean Gier started to feel dazed. Only one line remained in her mind. Your Majesty's skin seems so smooth and delicate. The emperor suddenly turned on the light. Their eyes met. The two stared at each other in silence for a moment. Jean Gier wasn't sure if the emperor had heard her inner thoughts just now. She awkwardly asked him why he turned on the light. The emperor, still a bit dazed, replied, nothing in particular. It's been so dark. So Jean Gier, forcing herself, asked the emperor, did you just read my thoughts? Inwardly, she was frantically screaming, tell me you didn't hear. The emperor pursed his lips, his hand tightening on his white shirt collar. I take back what I said about you being naive. Jean Gier felt as if struck by lightning. She clutched her head in despair. The emperor covered his chest with his hands, looking at her warily. Maybe I should turn the lights back off. Jean Gier's face was flushed. She closed her eyes and exclaimed, no need. I won't have any more improper thoughts. Why did you have to turn on the light at that moment? And why did our eyes have to meet? The emperor seemed to consider this. He told Jean Gier, I haven't given Miss Ginger permission to have those kinds of thoughts about me. Jean Gier's eyes lit up immediately. With an expectant look, she asked, if your majesty permits it, can I have those kinds of thoughts about you? The emperor, subtly backing away, said, I still need to think about that. Jean Gier watched his retreating movement, speechless. Unable to bear it any longer, she said, I'm a woman with principles. I'm not going to eat you just because you come closer. The emperor urged her to go home. Turning to look at the clock, he said, "A woman with principles. It's not appropriate to be in a man's room this late, is it?" Jean Gier finally realized how late it was. With a reluctant look, she lingered, not getting out of bed. "It's such a shame to go back just like this. What is your Majesty thinking right now? Do you feel the same way? I wish I could read your Majesty's mind." The Emperor asked her quizzically, "What's wrong?" Jean Gier asked a little shyly, "Can I not go back?" The Emperor broke out in a sweat. "That's a very dangerous thing to say." Jean Gier decided to go for broke. "Since you've already seen through me, why not take this opportunity to witness it firsthand? It wouldn't be so bad." The Emperor told her not to joke around. But Jean Gier looked at him seriously. Inwardly, she declared, "I'm not joking. I'm serious." The Emperor put a hand to his forehead and said with a sigh, "This is the first time I've been so afraid to read someone's thoughts." Miss Jean Gier wanted to stay at the Emperor's place and refused to leave. The Emperor urged her that she had to go back tonight. He had to meet Duke Mikkelsen early tomorrow morning. Duke Mikkelsen was Urgi's father. Jean Gier automatically ignored his words about going back and asked excitedly, "Is it about breaking off his engagement?" The Emperor nodded, "But I haven't figured out what to say yet. It's the Duke's family's engagement after all. I need a reason that will force him to break it off." Jean Gier thought for a moment. Suddenly, she thought of a solution that pleased her. Lying on the bed, she stared up with wide, innocent eyes and pouted, "I'm still not going home today." The Emperor was startled, his face flushing slightly. Jean Gier cupped her cheeks in her hands and explained earnestly, "Let Duke Mikkelsen misunderstand our relationship. That way, the Duke will know that I'm your Majesty's woman. Then the engagement will naturally be broken off, right?" She lowered her head, blushing, and traced circles with her finger. "Of course, nothing will happen between us tonight. But if your Majesty wants to." Jean Gier trailed off. The Emperor, breaking out in a cold sweat, quickly stopped her from continuing. He covered his mouth and coughed twice, saying that it would affect his reputation. Jean Gier asked with a touched expression, "Are you worried about me?" The Emperor blushed slightly, haughtily saying something about worrying, claiming it was just speculation. Jean Gier, sensing his concern, happily narrowed her eyes. "Regardless, you've agreed to let me stay here tonight, right?" The Emperor could only compromise. He gave his room to Jean Gier and went to his study. Before long, he closed his book in frustration. He couldn't focus. His mind was full of Jean Gier. A thought brought a smile to his face. Jean Gier wasn't afraid of him at all. She must be asleep by now. The Emperor went to her door and knocked lightly, hearing no response. He carefully opened the door. Jean Gier was fast asleep. He walked to the bedside and leaned over slightly, looking at her. He thought to himself, "Is this really the person who just insisted she'd be too excited to sleep in my room?" He reached out and brushed a stray hair from her forehead, murmuring softly, "Miss Jean Gier, what am I going to do with you?" In her sleep, Jean Gier stirred, her cheek brushing against his hand. The Emperor froze. "What am I doing?" He quickly withdrew his hand. Perhaps reading that book tonight had made him lose his composure. That book not only described his imprisonment in the tower, but also painted a terrifying picture of the future. If it weren't for Miss Jean Gier by his side, he would probably be even more despairing. The Emperor walked to the door and looked back at her. "Thank you, Miss Jean Gier." He closed the door. Waking up the next morning, Jean Gier felt she had slept particularly well. She had thought she would be too excited to sleep, but she had fallen asleep instantly, as if she were in her own home. She had even had a wonderful dream. Soon, a maid informed her that Duke Mikkelsen had just arrived at the palace. Jean Gier quickly adjusted her appearance, making her hair messy and her clothes disheveled, looking as if she had just woken up. This was perfect for misleading the Duke. The Emperor was about to bring up the matter of breaking off his engagement with the Duke when Jean Gier walked out, pretending to have just woken up. "Your Majesty, I've come to pay my respects." She acted as if she had just noticed the Duke, feigning surprise and covering her mouth with her hand. "Oh my, Duke Mikkelsen." As expected, the Duke looked shocked and speechless. Jean Gier demurely tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "I came to see His Majesty last night, so naturally, I had to pay my respects this morning." She smirked inwardly. The Duke probably never dreamed that someone so high-ranking would be involved with me. The Duke, regaining his composure, frowned angrily at Jean Gier. "It seems the rumors about you are true after all. You're even worse than the rumors suggest." Jean Gier glared at him. "You turn a blind eye to Urgi's wrongdoings, but when it comes to me..." Suddenly, a voice interrupted her. "Enough," the Emperor said. The Duke, assuming the Emperor was on his side, continued to speak ill of Jean Gier, smugly addressing the emperor. Your Majesty, you must be aware of the many unsavory rumors surrounding Jean Gier. The emperor rested his chin on his hand, his eyes narrowed calmly. Since you're so dissatisfied with her, let's call off the engagement. The duke was stunned. A charming smile played on the emperor's lips as he looked at the duke with amusement. I've taken an interest in Miss Jean Gier, whom the duke so dislikes. He then resumed a serious expression. Why don't we settle this matter right now, Duke? The engagement is cancelled. The duke was flustered. Jean Gier blushed slightly, focusing on the key phrase, taken an interest. Surely I didn't mishear that. The emperor urged the duke to make a decision quickly, stating that silence would be taken as agreement. The duke stammered, unable to speak. Noticing Jean Gier staring at him, the emperor winked at her. Her eyes widened, and her heart skipped a beat. She covered her flushed cheeks, screaming internally. The emperor just winked at me, still unwilling to give up. The duke asked the emperor why he was interested in Jean Gier. Canceling the engagement would undoubtedly impact his family. He had planned to seize Jean Gier's family assets, and now his plans were ruined. The emperor's face turned cold as he stared at the duke, who couldn't help but tremble. The emperor stated indifferently that it was his prerogative to be interested in whomever he chose. Under immense pressure, the duke finally agreed to break off the engagement. The two formally dissolved the betrothal in the emperor's presence. After the duke left, Jean Gier beamed. Your Majesty, you are magnificent. You put the duke in his place. The emperor calmly sipped his tea, saying he had merely spoken his mind. Hearing this, Jean Gier blushed slightly. Clasping her hands together, she looked at the emperor expectantly. Your Majesty, what did you mean when you said you were interested in me? The emperor froze for a moment, then turned his head to the side, blushing. His gaze drifted elsewhere, avoiding hers. Could it be? You're expecting something. He suddenly flicked Jean Gier's forehead. Like I said yesterday, you're the most unique person I've met since leaving the tower. That's why I'm interested. Jean Gier erlaubte vollkommen feeling. She had been reading too much into it, but she quickly perked up. Interested was still interested. Since ancient times, interest has always led to affection. Jean Gier stared intensely at the emperor, thinking to herself, Isana, you'll definitely fall for me eventually. The emperor asked Jean Gier with an unnatural expression, is the concern you expect from me the same as the concern you had for Urgi? Seeing Jean Gier's confused look, the emperor explained, although you and Urgi are no longer engaged, it certainly wasn't like this when the engagement was decided. Jean Gier lowered her head, a slightly gloomy look on her face. Yes, I used to care for Urgi that way, but not anymore. I really liked him once. He said he liked long, flowing hair. So I wore my hair down every day. No matter how difficult it was, I wanted to keep it that way for him. That's how I felt about Urgi in the past. Jean Gier looked up at the emperor, thinking to herself, now, what I expect from my Santa is. The emperor froze for a moment, then chuckled. It seems Miss Ginger is more sentimental than I thought. Jean Gier blushed and lowered her eyes. She had almost forgotten the emperor could read her mind. A wave of sadness and disappointment washed over her. Just a few months ago, she had been in love with Urgi. She hadn't expected to fall for someone else so quickly. Will His Majesty's interest in me disappear just as quickly? The emperor suddenly patted her head, gently telling her not to look so glum. Jean Gier felt a little touched. Then the emperor added, you're cuter when you're being silly. Jean Gier thought to herself that the emperor really knew how to ruin the mood. He stroked her head and bent down, gently urging her to go home. Jean Gier said she wanted to stay a little longer. The emperor told her to be obedient. I have a lot to do today. Your mother must be worried. Jean Gier reluctantly agreed to leave. My mother would probably want to stay here and keep bothering him, she thought. She gave a reluctant curtsy and said goodbye. She shuffled towards the door, feeling incredibly disappointed. What excuse can I use to see the emperor again? She wondered. Just as she was about to open the door, a voice called out, wait. The emperor had caught her hand from behind. Jean Gier looked up expectantly. The emperor draped his coat over her shoulders. Don't misunderstand, he said, a slight blush on his face. I just don't want you to catch a cold. Jean Gier stared at him with sparkling eyes, thinking, that's exactly what I want to do. The emperor urged her to go home. Lala is waiting outside. He'll escort you. He stood by the window, watching Jean Jier's departing figure. A gentle expression spread across the emperor's face. At first, he had noticed her because she knew about his ability. Later, he found her straightforward and innocent nature intriguing. Remembering Jean Jier's confident declaration that she would make him fall for her, the emperor couldn't help but smile. Jean Jier reached the carriage and greeted Lala amicably. Once inside the carriage, Jean Jier felt like something was off. There was something important she needed to ask Lala, but she couldn't remember what it was. Lala asked innocently, "Is there something on my face?" Jean Jier said she felt like she had something to tell him, but she couldn't recall it. Lala snapped his fingers. The bracelet on Jean Jier's right wrist suddenly vanished. She remembered everything. Lala was the author of the book. He was also Nanner Hamawer from the novel. Lala smiled and asked, "Do you remember now?" Jean Jier had thought she was living in a fictional world. Only now did she realize it was a book of prophecy. She asked Lala, "Did you write that novel?" Lala nodded. "I intentionally let Miss Jean Jier read that book." Lala lowered his head slightly and began to speak. "Before that, let me tell you a little about myself. He truly is the Nanira mower from the book. He's also Lailaji's grandfather, Jesut's apprentice. Furthermore, he's one of the few magicians left in this world. Every magician possesses different potential magic power. He also has the power to see the future and the past. But he can't see everything, only important scenes that flash in his mind. Jean Jier seems to understand everything, so you could see Lailaji's future. That's why you used me. You had me buy and read that book. After reading it, if I won His Majesty's heart before Lailaji, then Lailaji wouldn't die." Lala lowered his head apologetically, indicating he hadn't deliberately used her. It was at Jesut's funeral that he saw Lailaji's future. That was the first time he had seen such a distant future. Lailaji dancing with the emperor at the banquet, and Jean Jier watching him from the side extremely, thought to the tragic end of the emperor and Lailaji. And Jean Jier, who couldn't obtain love, also suffered greatly. It was all too heartbreaking, so I want to change this ending. Jean Jier pondered these words for a moment. She told Lala she had also missed someone. Lala asked in confusion, "Who?" Jean Jier replied, "You, Hammer. You, who liked Lailaji in the novel." Lala's expression became serious, as if he had suddenly realized something. He raised his hand and touched his head, laughing heartily. "I actually revealed myself." Jean Jier looked at the silly Lala and couldn't help but think to herself that he was a bit clueless. Lala smiled and rubbed his head. "However, Miss Jean Jier, you always do the unexpected. Telling you the truth has happened sooner than I planned." He stroked his chin thoughtfully. "I didn't expect Miss to be able to write a book herself." Jean Jier turned her face away awkwardly, telling him not to mention it. After a while, Jean Jier told Lala she still couldn't completely trust him. The fact that he could see the past and future was too unbelievable. Lala pressed his finger to his forehead, indicating he would tell her something she had just experienced to prove it. "I saw a scene of Miss Jean Jier yesterday. In a dark room, Miss seemed to be with His Majesty. Then you accidentally touched." Jean Jier quickly stopped him from continuing. Lala squinted, smiling, and asked if she believed him now. Jean Jier resignedly said, yes, I believe you." Lala asked if she had any other questions. Jean Jier asked how he concealed his thoughts from Isana, who could read minds. He raised his hand and adjusted his glasses. "Thanks to these glasses. These glasses can block His Majesty's ability. When I wear them, His Majesty can only read the thoughts I said. In front of the Emperor, all my inner thoughts become, 'Isana, Your Majesty is so amazing. It's such an honor to work for such a magnificent emperor.' It's a kind of illusion." Jean Jier was speechless, thinking to herself that Isana was too easily flattered. Could it be because of Lala's constant flattery that he kept him by his side? Jean Jier asked Lala one last question. "What if we try our best, but still can't change the future?" Lala told Jean Jier that the future had already been changed. "The future is in constant flux. The future I see is just the process before the change. It's constantly changing. Perhaps even my meeting with Miss Jean Jier today will change the future." Jean Jier became somewhat worried. That means the Emperor, Isana, and Lailaji still have a chance to fall in love. After the prophetic novel, Jean Jier had already changed a part of the future. She replaced the female lead, Lailaji, and danced the first dance with His Majesty. But Jean Jier was still faintly worried about the tragic ending of Lailaji and the Emperor. She had to find a way to make Lailaji give up on the emperor. Suddenly, an idea struck Jean Gier. She looked at Nana Lala Hammer in the novel. Lala looked at Yin Yar questioningly. This time, I'm going to change your future. Meanwhile, Urji was gnashing his teeth on the other side. His engagement with Jean Gier had been broken off. His father, the Duke, flew into a rage after returning from the palace. Could there really be something going on between the emperor and Jean Gier? Urji had a nagging feeling that something wasn't right. Right, there's also that novel I took from Jean Gier's house, The Imprisoned Prince and the Marquis's Daughter. Although it was a novel, the plot at the beginning was so consistent with reality. Jean Gier wanted to replace Lailaji after reading this novel. That's why she had him steal Lailaji's necklace. Thinking of this, Urji gritted his teeth. Jean Gier had used him. But more than that, Urji slammed the novel down. The male lead in this kind of romance novel should be me, Urji. There was only one page in it that had anything to do with him. Look at his outstanding looks. Wealthy and melancholic gaze, he had it all. But the main character isn't me. Who the hell is Isana? Urji fumed at the thought. Suddenly, a servant announced a visitor. Urji assumed it was Jean Gier. To his surprise, it was Lailaji. He immediately rose to greet her. Urji's heart skipped a beat. Lailaji coming here, could it be she wanted to reconcile? Lailaji politely inquired after his well-being. Urji hung his head and replied, not good. He raised a hand to cover his mouth, feigning heartbreak. He forced out a few tears. He apologized for stealing the necklace. How could I be well after doing such a thing to you, Mississippi? I don't deserve to be well. I should constantly condemn myself. Inwardly, he was screaming, fall for me already, Lailaji. This is the expression I've practiced for ages, guaranteed to make a woman's heart flutter. Lailaji played along, holding her teacup and giving a helpless smile. If it weren't for that incident, our relationship would still be good, wouldn't it? She casually mentioned, I don't think you're the type to steal. You must have been following Jean Gier's instructions. Urji immediately joined in complaining about Jean Gier. Finally, he subtly hinted that he hoped Lailaji would give him another chance. Lailaji, however, firmly refused. She took out an emerald green necklace and placed it on the table. I came to give you this. This is the gift you gave me before. Lailaji told Urji seriously that she wouldn't see him again. Urji bit his lip and remained silent. He had been hoping for reconciliation, but Lailaji had come to say goodbye. Were both Jean Gier and Lailaji going to be over? Suddenly, Urji seemed to remember something. He pleaded with Lailaji to give him another chance. I will find a way to resolve your doubts. Lailaji frowned slightly, curious about what he meant. Urji handed the novel to Lailaji. He told her, this explains why Jean Gier stole your necklace. You'll understand what I mean after you read it. How to make the female lead in a novel fall in love. Jean Gier was working hard on this very problem. She was currently instructing Lala to strike a handsome pose. Lala, stiff as a board, struggled for a long time before managing a pose he thought was somewhat decent. Jean Gier, however, looked disgusted and said it felt wrong. But recalling the goofy poses Lala had struck on the first day, this was a definite improvement. She had already figured out how to make Lailaji fall for Lala. Since childhood, she and Lailaji had always liked the same type of men, and Lailaji always won. Even Urji had fallen for her. Although Jean Gier always ended up losing, she knew Lailaji's taste like the back of her hand. Thinking of this, she urged Lala to continue practicing. Strike a pose with that melancholic, brooding air. Lailaji and I love that. Lala hesitantly said, but I'm not sure if I love Miss Lailaji, even though Hammer in the book deeply loved her. Jean Gier rested her chin on her hand and asked him what he currently thought of Lailaji. Lala considered it for a moment. Now, when I occasionally think of Miss Lailaji, but there's always a flutter of excitement and a tinge of regret. Hearing this, Jean Gier patted Lala's shoulder and declared, that's a sign of love. Even if it's not clear now, you'll gradually fall for her. It's that feeling where when you think of someone, your mind goes blank and your heart starts pounding. Jean Gier instantly thought of Emperor Isana. Lala stroked his chin and asked how she knew so much. Jin Ye smiled confidently. I'm a love expert. Just you wait and see. I'll definitely make Lailaji fall for you. Lala was amused by Jean Gier's enthusiasm. Love expert. Miss Jean Gier, you really seem the part. That smile made Jean Gier's heart skip a beat. Yes, that's the feeling. Practice that smile more, Lala. Suddenly, a servant announced a visitor. Jean Gier asked impatiently, who is it? At such a crucial moment. Hearing that it was Lailaji, Jean Gier froze. Snapping back to reality, she frantically asked Lala, "Can you use magic to transform into an animal?" Lala Ditban, no. Jean Gier frowned, looking around for a place to hide him. Lailaji absolutely couldn't see them together. The wardrobe in the corner was the perfect hiding spot. Jean Gier urged Lala to quickly hide inside. Lala, however, looked reluctant. Jean Gier told him to just bear with it for a little while. Looking at the pitch-black wardrobe, Lala's face instantly turned pale. He told Jean Gier that he had claustrophobia. Jean Gier was a little surprised. Seeing Lala's resistance, she tried to find another hiding place. However, Lala took the initiative to hide in the wardrobe, saying he would try his best to endure it. Jean Gier asked worriedly if he could manage. Lala reassured her that it should be fine for a little while. With the wardrobe door still slightly ajar, Jean Gier promised Lala that she would get Lailaji to leave as soon as possible. The wardrobe door slammed shut. Lailaji walked into the room, novel in hand. She smiled and greeted Jean Gier, asking how she had been. Lailaji had learned that she was the female lead in the novel. Jean Gier panicked for a moment. Lailaji, holding the book, asked Jean Gier if she remembered it. Jean Gier feigned composure and chuckled lightly, of course. "That's my book." She propped her chin in her hand and looked at Lailaji with feigned interest. "So it was you who stole my book." Inwardly, she cursed her luck. How did this book end up in Lailaji's hands? She must have read it. This is getting more and more complicated. Lailaji calmly explained, "Your lover, Urji, stole this novel. He gave it to me. Jinya es angaflat." That idiot Urji, begging for my forgiveness on one hand and currying favor with Lailaji on the other. She forced herself to calm down and looked at Lailaji innocently. "You don't know yet, do you? Urji is no longer my fiancé. Someone of very high status personally dissolved our engagement." Lailaji asked doubtfully, "Could it be His Majesty the Emperor?" Jinya nodded smugly. "That's right. His Majesty is so thoughtful." Seeing Lailaji's face darken, Jean Gier's expression became even more pleased. She told Lailaji that she was going to see His Majesty again tomorrow and that she would generously share the details with her. Finally, Jean Gier said coyly, "No matter what I say, His Majesty takes it to heart. That's how much he likes me." Lailaji's eyes sharpened. She was no longer going to beat around the bush with Jean Gier. "I've finished reading this novel. I know you stole my necklace to get His Majesty's attention." Jean Gier pretended not to understand, asking Lailaji in an exaggerated tone, "You wouldn't believe what's in a novel, would you?" Lailaji smiled faintly. She placed her hand on her chin and looked haughtily at Jean Gier. "Much of what's in this book, I already knew. My ruby necklace, His Majesty Isana's ability, they're all in the novel." She smiled and asked Jean Gier if she really thought she didn't know about His Majesty's ability. Jinjar stert åt Lailai, instantly flüsteret. Lailaji chuckled and asked if she was panicking. Jean Gier pouted and asked how she knew these things. Lailaji didn't hide anything. She told Jean Gier that someone she didn't know had warned her to be careful of His Majesty's ability. Jinya es pupils dilatet. Besides herself, only Lala knew about this. Could it be Lala? Jean Gier asked Lailaji what she was really trying to say. Lailaji casually brushed her hair back with her hand. She slowly began, "I'm here to warn you. I like His Majesty Isana. I know you like him too. I'm going to take back everything you've taken from me." Hearing these words, Jean Gier burst into laughter. She declared that her relationship with His Majesty was quite special. Now, it was Lailaji's turn to be flustered. She clenched her fists, believing Jean Gier must be lying. Jean Gier covered her face with her hands, closed her eyes, and said with a blissful expression, "I've held His Majesty's hand so many times." Lailaji frowned. Jean Gier smiled faintly and asked if that was all it took to upset her. She had something even more shocking. Lailaji abruptly stood up. She demanded to know what it was. Jean Gier leaned forward and held up a finger, telling her to prepare herself. Lailai stared at Jinya nervously. Jean Gier propped her chin on her hand and slowly said, "His Majesty held me in his arms," though the truth was that Isana had only grabbed her hand from behind. Suddenly, a sound caught their attention. Lala, unable to bear it any longer, had opened the wardrobe door. Seeing that Lailaji was about to see the second male lead from the novel, Jean Gier rushed to Lala's side and asked how he was feeling. She cupped Lala's face in her hands. He was covered in sweat and pale. Jean Gier felt a pang of guilt. She shouldn't have made him hide in the wardrobe. Lala, however, was in tears. He felt he had ruined everything. He hung his head dejectedly. He had completely ruined Lailaji's first impression of him. He hadn't managed to portray the melancholic languor. Yinyar looked at Lala, speechless. She stepped forward and hugged Lala, patting his back and comforting him, saying they would try again next time to salvage his image. Lala leaned on Jean Gier's shoulder, looking utterly miserable. Jean Gier felt a surge of concern. A grown man crying like this from fear. He must be terrified of enclosed spaces. How pitiful. Lailaji, who had been watching from the side for a while, spoke up. She asked Jean Gier who this person was. Jean Gier suddenly realized she had almost forgotten about Lailaji. However, judging by Lailaji's reaction, she didn't seem to recognize Lala. Jean Gier instantly felt there was still hope for Lala. She first instructed Lala to hide behind her. Then, she abruptly stood up straight and gave Lailaji the boot. Let's end our conversation here today. Lailaji snorted coldly, but didn't say anything. Jean Gier explained that a guest had arrived earlier and it wasn't convenient to receive her now. Lailaji felt like Jean Gier was treating her like a fool. A guest. You think I'll believe that? Jean Gier could only forcefully tell her to leave. Whether you believe it or not, you're the one who came without even a greeting. I'm asking you to leave my room now. Lailaji frowned and remained silent. Suddenly, she seemed to notice something. The person behind Jean Gier had silver hair. Lailaji felt like she was close to figuring out who he was. Jean Gier suddenly glared at Lailaji and with a swish, lifted her skirt with both hands to block her view. She loudly told Lailaji not to look at her guest without permission. Lailaji raised her hand to her forehead, speechless. She truly could never keep up with Jean Gier's train of thought. Jean Gier continued to flutter her skirt. Lailaji turned to leave. Since she wasn't allowed to look, she wouldn't impose herself by staying any longer. Reaching the door, she suddenly stopped. She turned around and dropped a line. It seems you're quite close with Hammer. It wouldn't be bad for the three of us to meet up next time. Jin Ye Fotsa. After the door closed, she collapsed, covering her face. He was hidden so well. How did Lailaji still recognize him? Lala sat to the side and sighed, lowering his head. He felt like he had finally recovered. Yinyar looked at Lala apologetically. She apologized for hiding him in the wardrobe. Lala wiped away his tears and comforted Jean Gier, telling her not to worry. She secretly guessed that this was probably another one of Jean Gier's tricks. She must be trying to use Hammer to drive a wedge between her and His Majesty. But Jean Gier's efforts were all in vain. In the end, His Majesty would be hers. Thinking of this, Lailaji sneered. Jean Gier thought that by reading the novel, she could be one step ahead. But she had a secret weapon that Jean Gier didn't. The novel's Nan-air. Lala curiously asked Jean Gier why she had hidden him. Jean Gier turned her head, frowning in thought. The moment she heard that the female lead, Layla, had arrived in the novel, she panicked. Her first reaction was that if Nan-air, Lala, was seen with another girl by the female lead he liked, it would be troublesome. But at the time, she hadn't considered how uncomfortable it would be for Lala to hide in the wardrobe. Jean Gier lowered her head and apologized to Lala again. The next second, she told Lala seriously not to worry. Even though Lailaji had recognized him, she still had a plan B. Lala curiously asked what plan B was. Jinya chuckled awkwardly. I plan to think of one with you right now. Lala felt a deep sense of helplessness, but then he seemed to remember something, and the corners of his mouth curved slightly upwards. He told Jean Gier that he had been quite touched just now. Jean Gier was stunned, not understanding what she had done to move him. Lala recalled seriously, when you were fluttering your skirt to protect me. It was quite touching. Thinking of this, Lala couldn't help but smile again. Miss Jean Gier is very cute. He secretly added in his heart, like a mother hen protecting her chicks. Jinya blusit immediately. Lala had actually called her cute. Then, she looked intoxicated and declared that she was indeed very cute. Lala was once again amused by Jean Gier. He was truly no match for Miss Jean Gier. He stated that he had never met someone so unconventional. Jean Jierer took this as a compliment, covering her face with delight. After their playful banter, they got down to business. Jean Jierer informed Lala that the novel had fallen into Lailaji's hands. Lailaji had read the novel. Even though she knew her ending would be tragic, she still wanted Emperor Isana. Jean Jierer found this strange. It was as if Lailaji firmly believed in something. Lala also fell in a deep thought. Suddenly, he thought of something. He told Jean Jierer, "It's very possible that Miss Lailaji knows something important that can break Emperor Isana's curse. Generally speaking, curses aren't unbreakable. As long as a curse can be cast, there must be a way to break it." Jean Jierer asked Lala doubtfully, "So Lailaji knows how to break the curse? That's why she's so confident." Lala replied that this was just a speculation and couldn't be completely confirmed. Jean Jierer felt a vague sense of unease. If Isana could break the curse that has tormented him his whole life, he would definitely develop feelings for Lailaji. But Lailaji is the granddaughter of Jesut, the one who cursed him. Would he fall in love with the descendant of the person who harmed him? Jean Jierer asked Lala if he knew how to break the curse, since he was Jesut's disciple. Lala lowered his head slightly and opened his mouth. A way to break the curse. Jean Jierer held her breath, nervously awaiting his answer. Lala looked serious, his brow furrowed. "I don't know." Jean Jierer's eyes glazed over. Stund. She was exasperated with Lala. "You don't know, yet you put on such a serious expression." Lala explained that it was precisely because he didn't know that he answered so cautiously and seriously. "Besides, if I knew, I would have already helped His Majesty Isana break it." Jin Ye det Ponit. Lala had a point, but what exactly was the way to break the curse? Jean Jierer fell into deep thought. Jean Jierer wanted to find a way to break Emperor Isana's curse. She had been looking through related books in the library for the past 2 days. However, she hadn't seen Isana for a week and felt lovesick. Jean Jierer couldn't help but wonder if Lailaji had already found a way to break the curse for His Majesty. Otherwise, why hadn't the Emperor sought her out? Perhaps there was no reason to see her again. Thinking of this, Jean Jierer sighed. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind her. "Miss Die." Turning around, she saw it was Lala. Lala said that His Majesty the Emperor had sent him to fetch her. Jean Jierer clasped her hands together, overjoyed. She had never been happier to see Lala. Lala smiled teasingly. "Do you like His Majesty Isana that much, Miss Jean Jierer?" Jean Jierer, her thoughts exposed, blushed instantly and flusteredly explained that she just wanted to see the palace. Lala simply smiled without saying anything. They boarded the carriage heading for the palace. The two talked about the curse. Lala told Jean Jierer that usually only the person who cast the curse knew how to break it. He had checked all of Jesut's notes, but there was nothing related to this. He had discovered something else, however. Jean Jierer asked curiously what it was. Lala told her that His Majesty would tell her personally later. After finishing their business, Lala asked if Jean Jierer had come up with a plan B. Jean Jierer coughed awkwardly. Clearly, Emperor Isana had been the only thing on her mind these past few days. She hadn't had time to think about any plan. But Jean Jierer put on a mysterious expression and said she would tell him in a few days after she had finalized her plan. Lala looked at Jean Jierer with admiration and gratitude. "Then I'll leave it to you, Miss Jean Jierer." Jean Jierer, having completely forgotten about the matter, turned her face away awkwardly. It seemed she needed to think of other ways to win over Lailaji. Soon, the two arrived at the Imperial Palace. Before meeting the Emperor, Lala put a magic bracelet on Jean Jierer. After all, he couldn't reveal his identity in front of the Emperor. Jean Jierer looked at Lala in momentary confusion, wondering how he could be in front of her like this. Lala smiled but didn't explain. He just told Jean Jierer to wait a moment while he went to inform His Majesty. Lala knocked on the door for a while, but there was no response. Jean Jierer was still confused as to why she was at the palace. Lala turned around and scratched his head helplessly, telling Jean Jierer that His Majesty didn't seem to be there. He asked her to wait while he went to look elsewhere. After Lala left, Jean Jierer looked around the temple out of boredom. Suddenly, she saw a room and walked straight towards the door. This was the room where she had held hands with the Emperor in the darkness. Could His Majesty be here? Jean Jierer slowly opened the door. Emperor Isana was indeed resting there. Jean Jierer looked at him with adoration. The sleeping emperor looked like an angel. Jean Jierer felt her soul purified just by looking at him. She couldn't help but reach out to touch his face. The emperor suddenly opened his eyes and grabbed her hand fiercely. After a moment, he realized it was Jean Jierer. He withdrew his hand and asked with a smile what she was doing, saying she had startled him. Jean Jier was about to apologize when she became mesmerized. Having not seen Emperor Isana for so long, she couldn't control her thoughts, which began to wander. The Emperor, reading her thoughts, unconsciously hugged himself. He had a strange feeling that Jean Jier might devour him whole. Suddenly, a knock came from the door. A servant announced from outside that Marquis Atlanta had arrived. Jean Jier looked towards the door, puzzled. Marquis Atlanta was Lailaji's father. Why would he come here? The Emperor quickly told Jean Jier to hide under the covers, lest she be discovered by Marquis Atlanta. Blushing, Jin Yia hit herself. Only after she was hidden did the Emperor call for the Marquis to enter. The Marquis bowed respectfully and was about to speak. The Emperor, however, interrupted him, making up an excuse to send him away. The Marquis looked up, puzzled, noticing a flash of color. His face pale, the Marquis retreated. After he left, the Emperor got up and lifted the covers, allowing Jean Jier to come out. Finally, so close to the Emperor, Jean Jier blinked and inwardly asked if she could stay like this for a while. The Emperor curled his lips and looked at her sideways. From this angle, he looked even more handsome. Jean Jier's mind wandered again. His eyelashes were so long, it seemed like you could balance a pen on them. Looking at him so closely, Jean Jier felt like she was going to be blinded by his beauty. His majesty was even more beautiful than she was. Jean Jier couldn't help but lament inwardly. What's the point of living? Seeing the Emperor smile faintly again, Jean Jier excitedly covered her face and screamed internally. The Emperor rested his head on his hand and said, "Then don't live." Jean Jier's eyes widened in shock. She had forgotten again that the Emperor could read minds. The Emperor chuckled. "Miss Ginger has finished admiring my face. Now, I want to take a good look at yours." The Emperor stared intently at Jean Jier, saying he wanted to see if she truly had any reason to live. Jean Jier shyly covered her face with both hands. The Emperor flicked Jean Jier's forehead in exasperation. He smiled gently and said, "Miss Ginger, you are very beautiful. You should have confidence in yourself." Jean Jier touched her forehead where he had flicked her, stunned. Was that Isana's true feeling? Suddenly, the door opened and Lala walked in. He respectfully explained that he had knocked several times with no response before entering. Then he mentioned that he had just encountered Marquis Atlanta in the hallway. The Marquis's face was very pale. Lala asked the Emperor if the Marquis had come to propose a marriage. The Emperor nodded. Perhaps. He's been very persistent lately. Jean Jier's heart sank. Did the Marquis want Lailaji to become Empress? The Emperor rubbed his head and sighed in frustration. He said he didn't want to choose a consort based on other people's arrangements. "I only want to spend my life with someone I truly love." Hearing this, Jean Jier's eyes lit up. A flicker of hope appeared on her face. The person he truly loved. If only that person were her. Jean Jier stared at the Emperor. Isana fantasized inwardly. If I could win Isana's true love, I would pay any price. A drop of sweat trickled down the Emperor's face. He asked Jean Jier helplessly what she wanted. Jin Yia luokit koi. He had already read her mind, yet he still asked. She rested her head on the Emperor's shoulder, blinking her large eyes at him. Inwardly, she said, "Your Majesty, the person you want to spend the rest of your life with might be right in front of you." The Emperor immediately changed the subject, talking to Lala about other things. Jean Jier looked at him with displeasure. "Your Majesty, are you ignoring me?" The Emperor feigned innocence and asked Lala, "Did you hear what Jean Jier said?" Lala truthfully replied, "No." Jean Jier frowned angrily. She had spoken in her mind, so of course Lala couldn't hear her. Jean Jier sighed in frustration and asked the Emperor why he had summoned her. The Emperor's expression suddenly turned somber. "It's about Jessup and the curse." Jin Yia frowned slightly. Jessup and the curse. The words sounded familiar. Someone seemed to have mentioned them to her. She felt strangely uneasy. Jin Yia suddenly remembered the meeting. She leaned closer to the Emperor and whispered, "Isn't it inappropriate to talk about this in front of Lala?" The Emperor tilted his head and laughed. He reassured Jean Jier not to worry, as Lala knew about his ability. Right now, the only ones who know about this are Miss Ginger and Lala. Jean Jier guiltily admitted, "Actually, Lailaji and second sister also know." The Emperor continued talking about the curse. "Just like it's written in the book, I believe Jessup is the culprit behind my curse. Ever since Jessup disappeared, this curse began. After I came out of the tower, I searched everywhere for a way to lift the curse, but I couldn't find anything. The emperor suspected it was a curse spell. This kind of curse magic requires sacrificing one's own life to curse another. Jean Jie felt Jesuit was terrifying. What kind of grudge does Jesuit have against His Majesty Isana to go to such lengths? The emperor hung his head. I was very young at the time. I couldn't understand why Jesuit would do such a thing. Jean Jie looked down, her face pained. What could a child have possibly done to deserve such treatment? There must be a reason. Suddenly, she remembered Lailaji's sanctimonious words. I will take back everything you stole from me. Could Lailaji know something? The emperor pondered for a moment. There's another point I'm curious about. Lailaji's ruby necklace. Why would Jesuit leave it to his granddaughter? Was it really just to protect Lailaji? Jin Yi remained silent. Suspicion certainly seemed to revolve around Lailaji. The emperor suddenly spoke. I've decided to meet with Lailaji soon and ask her about the necklace myself. Jin Jie froze, stunned by his words. The emperor instructed Lala, investigate Lailaji thoroughly. Lala respectfully agreed. Jin Jie felt a pang of worry. This was too much like a novel. The emperor's curiosity about Lailaji's necklace was connecting their fates, just like in the story. Jin Jie didn't want the emperor to meet Lailaji, the female lead of the novel. But Lailaji might have useful information. She had no right to interfere. But if this continued, what if Emperor Isana, like in the novel, became interested in Lailaji? All her efforts to change the story's course would be for nothing. Jean Jie squeezed her eyes shut, tears welling up. What grudge did that Lailaji hold against her from a past life to keep interfering like this? Lala looked at Jean Jie with concern as their carriage traveled back to the city. Jean Jie stared blankly out the window. Lala asked if she was worried about Lailaji. I'm also curious about what secrets she's hiding. Jean Jie looked at him puzzled. How did Lala know? A flash of memory crossed her mind, as if someone had told her something. Lala snapped his fingers. Jean Jie's bracelet on her left hand vanished. She remembered everything. Lala smiled apologetically at Jean Jie. That bracelet was causing you discomfort. Mississippi Jean Jie asked resignedly. How much longer do I have to wear it? Lala apologized, explaining that he would reveal his identity to the emperor once they found a clue about the curse. Jean Jie reluctantly accepted this. She asked Lala if the curse magic was real. By the time I began my training, curse magic was already forbidden. Information about it is extremely rare. The materials His Majesty is looking for aren't recorded anywhere. I only found some related records by chance in some old chests in the palace library. Jinyev Azulpeist. That kind of magic was actually experimented with. Lala explained. The first emperor commissioned mages to research it in order to conquer other empires. But all the mages died without exception. That's why this extreme, life for a life, curse magic never became widespread. Lala's expression grew serious. So, as the kingdom's grand mage, my master couldn't have been unaware. He told Jean Jie, that's all the information we have for now. Jean Jie couldn't help but complain. How did this go from a romance novel to a mystery? Lala chuckled at her words. However, it seems His Majesty trusts you a great deal. Mississippi Jean Jie looked at him questioningly. Lala explained gently. Even though you know His Majesty's secret, he still tells you everything. He must trust you completely. Mississippi hearing this. Jean Jie turned her head, trying to suppress her smile. The thought of the emperor's upcoming meeting with Lailaji dampened her mood. Isana trusted her only because she was one of the few who knew his secret. She had planned to continue searching for a way to lift the curse with him, slowly winning his heart. But he was going to meet Lailaji. The thought filled Jean Jie with frustration. She couldn't just sit back and watch Lailaji take control. She had to do something. Suddenly, an idea sparked in her mind. He asked Lala if he could make a necklace identical to Lailaji's. Lala said it should be possible. Jean Jie immediately stared at him with wide, excited eyes. Lala, feeling a little intimidated, shrank back. Jean Jie declared resolutely, I've decided. I'm going to get Lailaji's necklace. She pointed at Lala. You're coming with me. Lala started to object, but Jean Jie cut him off. I refuse your refusal. To get the necklace of the novel's female lead, Lailaji, Jean Jie, and Lala disguised themselves as a maid and servant. Lala asked Jean Jie nervously, will this work? Jean Jie reassured him, saying she had planted a spy at Lailaji's place a while ago, and today was the perfect opportunity to use them. Jean Jie went over the plan with Lala again. After Lailaji left, they would find the maid, snatch the necklace, and run. Doing this for the first time, Lala was nervous, but Jean Gier was thrilled. She felt like she was in a spy novel. Jean Gier suddenly remembered something and asked Lala conspiratorially if he had brought what she asked for. Lala took out a necklace identical to Lailaji's. Jean Gier examined it carefully and praised Lala's skill without reservation. "This is absolutely perfect." She held the necklace, a smug smile on her face. "Lailaji definitely won't be able to tell the necklaces have been switched." Lala, seeing this smile, was momentarily stunned. He couldn't help but comment, "That's a villainous smile." Jin Ye took offense. She turned and raised an eyebrow at Lala. "Villainous? After she disregarded my feelings and stole Isana, what can I do? You don't want Lailaji and His Majesty Isana to be together, do you?" Lala hesitantly replied, "But I don't know if this is right. Stealing someone's things, especially Miss Lailaji's." Jinya interrupted Lala. "Are you so concerned about all this that you want the novel to have a tragic ending? I must have this necklace. Only then will Isana stop seeing Lailaji." She urged Lala to stop preaching and to hurry up and leave. They arrived at Lailaji's residence. The spy maid was indeed waiting for them. The maid quietly told them that Lailaji had just left and wouldn't be back until dinner. Relieved, they went to Lailaji's room. As a precaution, the maid stayed at the door to keep watch. Lala, never having done anything like this before, was sweating nervously. Jean Gier jokingly comforted him. "You'll get used to it after a few times." Lala sweated even more, asking helplessly a few more times. Jean Gier inwardly groaned at Lala's lack of humor. They were joking around when Jean Gier, laughing, pushed Lala to hurry up and find the necklace. Suddenly, the maid's shriek came from the doorway. "Miss Lailaji." Both of them instantly tensed up. Jinya was frustrated. Lailaji had left in a carriage less than 15 minutes ago. "Haven't you be back already?" The maid outside tried to stall for time, nervously asking, "Didn't Miss Lailaji just leave?" Lailaji strode towards her room, saying she had forgotten something. Remembering something else, she turned back and asked the maid what she was doing there. The maid bowed, making excuses. "I just finished tidying your room, miss." She suddenly asked in a louder voice, "What did you forget?" Jean Gier and Lala inside the room heard her. Jean Gier looked around. The only place to hide was the wardrobe. She clasped her hands together and looked pleadingly at Lala. Lala, sweating coldly, said, "You don't expect me to hide in the wardrobe, do you?" Seeing Lala's resistant expression, Jean Gier could only look for another place. Lala, though reluctant, knew there was no other way. He climbed into the wardrobe and urged Jean Gier to hurry up and get in. The wardrobe door clicked shut. At that moment, the room door opened. Lailaji entered, holding up her skirt and scolding the maid outside. "Why did you shout so loudly?" In the novel, Lala realizes his feelings for Jean Gier because of one action. At this moment, they were hiding in Lailaji's wardrobe. Lala, claustrophobic, was pale and sweating profusely. Jinya was velvet. At this rate, Lala wouldn't be able to hold out much longer. She moved closer to him and told him to hold on a little longer. Lala suddenly turned and pulled Jean Gier into a hug. Jinya Forza. Coming back to her senses, she felt shy and tried to break free from his embrace. It was far too close, but Lala held her tightly. This time, Jean Gier couldn't move at all. Her heart pounded uncontrollably. Jean Gier closed her eyes in embarrassment. She felt like she was going crazy. Lailaji was sorting something in the room. Suddenly, she saw a piece of clothing sticking out from the wardrobe's crack. Her expression immediately darkened. Inside the wardrobe, Lala held Jean Gier tightly with his eyes closed. Jean Gier felt like her heart was about to explode. Lailaji's footsteps echoed in the room. Jean Gier could only pray that Lailaji would leave quickly. Lailaji's footsteps grew increasingly hurried. The two inside the wardrobe nervously watched the door. Lailaji angrily opened a door. It turned out to be the room's main door. Lailaji furiously scolded the maid about how she had cleaned the room. She pointed at the wardrobe and told the maid that even clothes were sticking out. Couldn't she be more careful? The maid quickly bowed and apologized. Lailaji stormed off angrily. After she left, the maid cautiously entered the room and opened the wardrobe. Jean Gier abruptly pulled herself from Lala's embrace. The maid told them that Miss Lailaji had left. Jean Gier, stepping out of the wardrobe, instructed the maid to stay by the door and keep watch. Lala remained silent inside the wardrobe, as if deep in thought. Jean Gier asked him, puzzled, if he wanted to stay in there longer. Lala finally snapped back to reality. He stammered, saying he would come out right away. He stumbled out of the wardrobe. Jean Gier asked him worriedly if he was all right. Lala avoided Jinya Escaza. He mumbled, how could he be all right? Jean Gier quickly apologized for making him hide in the wardrobe. Lala adjusted his glasses and told her not to worry about it. Thanks to her, he was able to endure a little longer. Jean Gier smiled, saying she was glad she could help. Lala turned his face away from Jean Gier. Jean Gier stood there awkwardly, wondering if she had done something wrong. She pushed aside her confused thoughts. The most important thing now was to find the necklace. Finally, she found it in a box. Jean Gier frantically pulled out the fake necklace, preparing to make the switch. But she accidentally knocked the box over. The two necklaces were mixed together. Jean Gier was on the verge of tears. What was she going to do now? Which one was the real one? The maid poked her head in from the doorway, urging her to hurry. She still had to prepare dinner for Lailaji. Jean Gier could only scoop up both necklaces and quickly choose the one that sparkled more. She firmly believed the real necklace would definitely be more dazzling. The two successfully left Lailaji's house. Ying yada poliches tu Lola. Lala replied indifferently that it was fine. He turned and asked Jean Gier if she could go home by herself. He couldn't escort her today. Jean Gier smiled and said of course she could. She wasn't a child. Lala immediately averted his gaze, blushing and looking away. He placed his hand on his chest and bowed to Jean Gier. Then let's part ways here. I suddenly have something urgent to attend to. Jean Gier looked at the suddenly distant Lala, bewildered. Even that evening, Jean Gier was still thinking about Lala. She felt something was off about him. She figured Lala must be upset about having to hide in the wardrobe. Jean Gier sighed, wondering how someone so fragile could survive in such a dangerous world. Looking at the necklace on the table, Jean Gier's face lit up with excitement. She had finally managed to switch the necklaces. She wondered what Isana's expression would be like when she gave it to him tomorrow. Jean Gier was filled with anticipation. Holding the necklace, Jean Gier happily prepared to meet Emperor Isana. Arriving at the carriage sent to pick her up, she was a bit puzzled. The person there wasn't Lala. Jean Gier curiously asked where Lala was. The attendant told her Lala was on vacation. He was temporarily taking over Lala's duties. Jean Gier frowned, sensing something was wrong. Why would Lala suddenly go on vacation? He hadn't mentioned anything about it yesterday. What could be so urgent? Jean Gier suddenly realized something, her expression turning panic. If Lala wasn't there, she wouldn't have the bracelet when she met Emperor Isana. What if she accidentally exposed Lala's true identity in front of Isana? Soon, Jean Gier arrived at the palace. Emperor Isana was, as always, sitting under the tree in the courtyard. Sunlight filtered through the willow branches and leaves, falling upon him. The emperor smiled gently, stroking a cat. Jean Gier's heart was struck again by this breathtakingly handsome face. She couldn't help but close her eyes, imagining herself as that cat. Lost in her fantasy of being petted by the emperor, she imagined him slowly leaning closer. Her fantasy, however, was interrupted by a voice, Miss Jean Gier. She opened her eyes. She saw Emperor Isana standing before her with a smile on his face. Seeing the drool at the corner of Jean Gier's mouth and her dazed expression, the emperor couldn't help but ask, "What were you thinking about just now?" Jean Gier turned her face away embarrassedly, wiping the drool and claiming she wasn't thinking about anything. Suddenly remembering something, she looked up and asked the emperor, "Why is Lala on vacation?" He didn't mention anything about taking a vacation yesterday. It's so strange. The emperor frowned. "You saw Lala yesterday." He moved closer to Jean Gier, questioning her. "It wasn't the celebration day. Why did you see Lala? Was it for personal matters?" Jean Gier broke out in a cold sweat, feeling at a loss. She couldn't let Isana know about Lala being Hammer. Avoiding the emperor's gaze, she stammered, I had something I needed his help with yesterday." Seeing Jean Gier like this made the emperor even more suspicious. "Help!" Jean Gier turned her face away again. Resignedly, she said, "I'll tell you slowly later." The emperor frowned in displeasure. "You become close with Lala so quickly. Why am I not happy about this?" Jean Gier's eyes lit up, her face flushed with excitement. Could His Majesty Isana be jealous? The emperor stroked his chin, thinking seriously. This feeling that it's like something that belonged to me suddenly belongs to someone else. He looked at Jean Jier with a playful smile, but his tone was serious. So, I'm going to take back what's mine. He stepped forward and took Jean Jier's hand firmly. He strode forward, Jean Jier clutching her skirt and following behind. She asked with some confusion, "Where are we going?" The Emperor's face was full of mystery. "Come with me. I have something to show you." In the next second, Jean Jier's eyes widened. The Emperor led her to a lush flower garden. Petals occasionally drifted through the air, and the breeze carried a waft of floral fragrance. I didn't know there was such a beautiful place behind the courtyard. Jean Jier suddenly had a flash of inspiration. She called out, "Your Majesty." The Emperor turned to look at her. Jean Jier had tucked a pink flower in her hair and asked shyly, "Do I look beautiful?" In her heart, she was shouting at the Emperor, "Hurry up and say I'm beautiful." This isn't a question, it's a statement. The Emperor chuckled, shrugging his shoulders. "Tolerable, I suppose." Emperor Isana's smile made Jean Jier's heart flutter. She couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope. Could it be that the Emperor felt the same way about her? She looked at the Emperor expectantly, asking in her heart, "Your Majesty, were your jealous expression just now and your smile now just heartless jokes? Are they all just my own wishful thinking?" Hearing Jean Jier's inner voice, the Emperor looked at her silently, without speaking. After a moment, he turned his head away, avoiding Jean Jier's gaze. He replied, "Whether you're mistaken or not is your prerogative, Miss Jean Jier." Jean Jier closed her eyes and sighed resignedly. "Forget it. I should think about something more realistic." The Emperor asked nervously, "Are you angry?" "Din Jie a poodle, her face flushed." Which girl wouldn't be upset to hear something like that from the man she likes? Having said that, Jean Jier covered her mouth, her face completely red. She had accidentally confessed again. The Emperor froze at her words. He touched his head awkwardly, turning his face to the side uncomfortably. He said somewhat apologetically, "I didn't mean to upset you with what I said. I don't know how to speak tactfully." Jean Jier pouted, looking away unhappily. She was already used to the Emperor being like this. The Emperor looked down, explaining that he was insensitive to emotional pain. "I can read the malice others have towards me in their hearts. That malice is enough to wound me deeply. I have to make myself insensitive to cope with it." He finished his explanation and apologized to Jean Jier. "I didn't know my words would hurt you. I apologize." Jean Jier's eyes were filled with distress. The Isana in the novel suffered greatly because of the curse of mind reading. But reality must be far crueler than those few lines in the novel. Jean Jier suddenly reached out and touched the Emperor's face. The Emperor looked down at her in confusion. Jean Jier's expression was serious as she said in her heart, "I want to tell you sincerely, that pain is not your." Before she could finish, the Emperor suddenly turned around, covering his mouth, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. Jean Jier frowned, looking at him with concern. The Emperor struggled to suppress his laughter, trying to appear serious. He remembered Jean Jier telling him about a painful experience, her words so dramatic that he'd laughed uncontrollably at the time. The memory made it hard to contain himself now. Jean Jier's face flushed as she accused him of always ruining the mood. The Emperor coughed twice, trying to compose himself, and asked Jean Jier what pain she had seen. Jean Jier pleaded with him to stop laughing. She looked up at the Emperor with concern. "Even if you're blind to the pain, it will still remain in your heart," she said earnestly. Jean Jier spoke solemnly. "If that pain is a curse, I will do everything in my power to lift it for your Majesty." The Emperor stood frozen, speechless for a long moment. Amidst the flourishing flowers, the two gazed at each other. Jean Jier spoke softly, "My only wish is that you will no longer be hurt." From the nearby bushes, the rustling of footsteps could be heard. A dark figure silently watched the two. It was Lala. He stood there, his expression downcast. As the female supporting character in the story, Jean Jier wished more than anyone for the male lead, Isana, to find happiness. Unconsciously, the two arrived at the Holy Temple Tower, the place where Emperor Isana had once been imprisoned. A flock of crows circled the tower, making the scene even more eerie. He lowered his eyes with a hint of melancholy. Everyone is curious about the tower I stayed in, aren't they? He told Jean Gier, there's nothing special inside, just endless loneliness. Unable to take a single step outside. The only people I saw were servants and maids. Sometimes he would fantasize about whether he would have been happier living an ordinary life with his father, without his special abilities. Hearing this, Jean Gier stopped walking, tears welling in her eyes. She called out to the emperor's back, that's not necessarily true. The emperor was startled by her voice. He turned to see Jean Gier's tear-filled eyes. She choked back a sob. Living with your father might not have been a good thing. As long as you can be happy in the future, that's all that matters. The emperor sighed softly and gently stroked her head, comforting her. Anyway, compared to life in the tower, I'm much happier now. Jean Gier sadly wiped away her tears. To her, the curse was the source of Isana's tragedy. But the tower that had imprisoned him for so many years had also inflicted indelible wounds. Even if the curse disappeared, the shadows in his heart would likely remain. Jean Gier suddenly thought of something. She asked the emperor, can I go inside that tower? Seeing the emperor's puzzled look, Jean Gier explained with a smile, I really want to see what the tower where your majesty stayed for so long looks like. She had an idea. Since she couldn't make the tower disappear, she would try to slowly change it. If she and Emperor Isana spent happy times in that tower, perhaps it would diminish the memories of the terrible past. The emperor didn't answer for a long time. Jean Gier turned her head and pouted, saying it was okay if she couldn't go, but she would be a little sad. The emperor relented. All right, there's no reason why you can't go in. Jinye was instantly overjoyed. The next second, she started seriously thinking about what kind of lunch to prepare for the emperor tomorrow. The emperor touched his chin, puzzled. It's just a trip to the tower. Why are you acting like it's a picnic? Mentioning lunch? The emperor looked at Jean Gier with some doubt. Miss Ginger, are you very skilled at cooking? Jean Gier smiled and said that as long as His Majesty liked it, she would try her best. Then, remembering something, she deflated. But I can't guarantee the taste. The food I make, even without ginger, somehow always tastes like it. The emperor was a little taken aback by this. Jean Gier said helplessly, it's not that I don't want to learn. No matter what I make, it always has a ginger taste. I'm at my wit's end. I even wonder if I'm cursed with ginger because of my name. The emperor stroked his chin thoughtfully. I'm actually a little curious about ginger-flavored food. Jean Gier was a little speechless that he had this peculiar interest. The emperor chuckled, Miss Ginger plus ginger-flavored food. Suddenly, staying in the tower sounds quite nice. Jean Gier's heart skipped a beat. Meanwhile, Isana was flipping through a book, researching what kind of affection Jean Gier had for him. The book said the first type is having a favorable impression of something. He wasn't an object, so that one was out. The second type is particularly liking a certain food. But Jean Gier drooled every time she saw him. The emperor thought to himself, does Jean Gier actually want to eat me? The third type is cherishing someone deeply and being very close to them. The emperor remembered Jean Gier saying how heartbroken she would be if the boy she liked said such things to her. It was likely the third type then. Emperor Isana closed the book, speechless. What was he doing? He was actually researching this stuff. He closed his eyes, put a hand to his forehead, and sighed. Tomorrow, he actually had to go back to that tower he loathed. Thinking of Jean Gier's cheerful smile, a faint blush crept onto his face. But going with her changed his feelings about the hated place into anticipation. Suddenly, Isana noticed Jean Gier's forgotten bag on a nearby chair. For some reason, he remembered Jean Gier saying that everything she cooked tasted of ginger. Could her bag smell of ginger too? He'd been picking up a lot of Jean Gier's nonsensical thoughts lately. He picked up the bag, intending to tell her he'd found it. The zipper was open, and the contents spilled out. Among the scattered cosmetics, Isana saw a ruby necklace. He recognized it instantly as Lilaji's. Isana frowned. Lilaji would never willingly give up the necklace. Could Jean Gier have stolen it for him? A smile touched his lips. Was that why she met with Lala yesterday? But why would Jesset leave this necklace to his granddaughter? Isana couldn't figure it out. What secret did the necklace hold? He noticed 2 small letters engraved on it, HB. Just as he was about to examine it more closely, a knight arrived with an urgent report about Jesset. The knights had investigated the place of exile and discovered that Jesset had taken on a disciple after his banishment. However, the disciple had left 5 or 6 years ago. The disciple's name was Hamaru. The next morning, Jean Jie sat on her bed with heavy dark circles under her eyes. She hadn't slept a wink all night. She'd only remembered after getting into bed that she'd left her bag at the palace. She'd worried all night about what would happen if the emperor opened it. Although she intended to give him the necklace, if he saw Lailaji's necklace like that, he would definitely think she was a thief. She would just have to explain everything to him at the palace. Right now, the most important thing was preparing for their outing. Jean Jie jumped out of bed excitedly and went to the kitchen to prepare a lunch. The maids reacted as if facing a mortal enemy and fled the kitchen. Jean Jie stared at the empty kitchen, dumbfounded. Was her cooking that terrifying? Today, she would show them what she could do. Soon, she had finished making sandwiches. Jean Jie felt quite pleased with herself and looked forward to Isana's reaction. The Marchioness, hearing that her daughter had actually cooked something herself, came to ask where she was going. Jean Jie happily told her mother that she was going on a picnic with His Majesty. His Majesty said he wanted to try my cooking. Hearing this bombshell, the Marchioness stared at Jean Jie excitedly. "What's your progress with His Majesty?" Jean Jie blushed crimson, shyly covering her face and asking her mother not to bring it up. "Don't be coy," her mother said. "Your feelings for His Majesty are written all over your face. With your personality, you should have confessed already." Jean Jie grimaced. Her mother truly knew her best. Jean Jie confessed to her mother that she had fallen in love with the emperor at first sight. Although she hadn't officially confessed, she had accidentally let it slip twice. The Marchioness, with a gossipy expression, asked what was His Majesty's reaction. Jean Jie zite. What else could he do? He pretended not to hear. The Marchioness patted her daughter's face sympathetically. Suddenly, an idea struck her. "I have a way to heat things up between you two. Do you want to try it?" Today was the day Emperor Isana and Jean Jie were to visit the Holy Temple Tower. While waiting for Jean Jie, Isana carefully examined the necklace. The initials kept making him think of Jesuit's disciple, Hamaru. Could it be just a coincidence? Isana was puzzled. Was the necklace a fake? After thinking for a long time without reaching a conclusion, he rubbed his temples in frustration. Jean Jie approached, looking slightly surprised. She noticed the necklace around the emperor's neck. Noticing her gaze, Isana smiled. "Nice, isn't it? Doesn't it suit me?" Miss Jean left this interesting little thing behind, so I tried it on. Jean Jie, clearly captivated by the emperor's stunning appearance, showered him with compliments. "Your Majesty's face paired with this necklace. It's truly stunning." The emperor rose, sighing in resignation. He decided to wear the necklace for the day. Jean Jie, however, stopped him. Slightly embarrassed, she asked the emperor if she could wear it for the day. She, too, wanted to experience a day free from having her thoughts read. The emperor dismissed the idea. "It makes no difference whether I wear it or not. Your thoughts are written all over your face." Jean Jie blushed crimson, clenching her fists and telling him to stop. Laughing, the emperor took off the necklace and placed it in her hand. Jean Jie, beaming, put on the necklace. "I brought my secret weapons today. We should hurry to the tower, Your Majesty." Seeing her expression, the emperor asked suspiciously, "Are you up to something?" Jean Jie shielded her face, stammering innocently and denying it. The emperor sighed. He extended his hand to Jean Jie. "Shall we go now?" Jean Jie, blushing slightly, took his hand, and they walked together towards the Holy Temple Tower. Before Jean Jie left, the Marchioness had given her a bottle of wine. Covering her face excitedly, the Marchioness had declared, since ancient times, wine has been the perfect weapon for heating things up. She warned Jean Jie not to drink too much, as it was quite strong. Jean Jie was instantly lost in a fantasy. Perhaps she could use this opportunity to see another side of the impenetrable Isana. Snapping back to the present, Jean Jie pondered her strategy. She would wait for the right moment to bring out the wine, and then the emperor suddenly spoke, startling her. Speaking of which, Jean Jie jumped, stammering, "Speaking of what?" The emperor looked at Jean Jie with a puzzled expression. "I never thought you would steal that necklace. Why did you do it?" Jean Jie's face flushed with embarrassment, unsure how to respond. Inwardly, she fumed. "Of course it's because I don't want you constantly meeting with Lailaji because of that necklace." The emperor's expression flickered with surprise. Jean Jie gazed at him lovingly, her inner thoughts unrestrained. "Just like you said yesterday, I don't want someone else taking what's mine. If you two started meeting frequently, I would feel the same way." The emperor simply stared at Jean Jie, silent. Jean Gier thought, since I'm wearing the necklace, Santa can't hear my thoughts anyway. Might as well say something else. Feigning a pitiful expression, she cupped her face and pouted slightly. Lailaji is so wicked. Who knows what outrageous demand she might make of your majesty, using the necklace as an excuse. To prevent that, I stole it. Jean Gier declared, I'm just the type of person who always considers your majesty's well-being. The emperor gave Jean Gier a knowing look. Oh, is that so? Emperor Santa heard Jean Gier's thoughts. Jean Gier, still believing she wore the thought-blocking necklace, continued her inner monologue unchecked, completely unaware. The emperor explained that he hadn't intentionally gone through her bag. When I picked it up, the contents spilled out, and I saw the ruby necklace. Jean Gier asked, surprised, why were you picking up my bag? Were you curious about it? Inwardly, she grumbled, he probably thinks I have ginger in there too. Jean Gier frowned, suspecting she might be right. Afraid the emperor would notice her displeasure, she forced a smile, continuing her internal rant. If that's what he thinks, I'll turn every single one of his fingers into ginger. The emperor's hand twitched suddenly. Visibly startled, the emperor continued to be bombarded by Jean Gier's inner tutsal. If he really thinks that, The emperor's hand jerked again. Sweating profusely, he looked down at his hand, stammering, I was just curious about what you carry in your bag. I absolutely wasn't thinking about ginger. Jean Gier, completely bewildered, stared at him questioningly. The emperor rubbed his forehead. He was being completely thrown off by Jean Gier's thoughts. However, the fact that he could still hear her thoughts meant the necklace was a fake. But judging by Jean Gier's demeanor, she seemed convinced it was real. It didn't seem like she was deliberately trying to deceive him with a fake. It was more likely that it had been switched at some point. The emperor resolved to investigate the connection between Lailaji and Hamaru. Jean Gier asked curiously, did you discover anything while wearing the necklace? Any clues? The emperor replied that he hadn't noticed anything. He stopped walking, but he'd made a discovery. With a serious expression, the emperor told Jean Gier, the Miss Ginger I know isn't an ordinary Miss Ginger. Jean Gier paused, asking him what he meant. The emperor stroked his chin, pretending to think seriously. Seeing as you were even able to steal the necklace, you should be called Phantom Thief Ginger. Genevieve speechless. The emperor, smiling, asked what she'd figured out. Jean Gier's eyes widened suddenly. Next, her eyes shone as she looked at the emperor's heart. The emperor chuckled, amused by her. Stealing my heart, Jean Gier, isn't an easy task. Jean Gier puffed out her chest, confidently declaring, Phantom thieves only target men's belongings. That's what makes them charming. The emperor's eyes filled with a gentle smile. Oh really? Then why don't you try stealing it? Jean Gier's mind was on the bottle of wine in her bag. She was confident that her relationship with the emperor would soon take a big step forward. The emperor extended his hand, inviting Jean Gier to enter with him. Jean Gier happily offered her hand. The emperor, however, stated flatly, I was reaching for your bag. Slightly disappointed, Jean Gier asked not to hold hands. The emperor took her bag with one hand, then took her hand with the other, a look of resignation on his face. There's just no helping you. If you want to hold hands, fine. Jean Gier looked up and noticed the emperor's ears were red. Could his majesty be blushing right now? She wondered. She couldn't help but tighten her grip on the emperor's hand. She hadn't expected Santa to have such a cute side. Jean Gier smiled foolishly the whole way, leaving the emperor puzzled. The emperor brought Jean Gier to the tower where he had been confined as a child. Jean Gier found the surroundings desolate. Even in broad daylight, the place felt eerily gloomy, and she instinctively moved closer to the emperor. Black crows circled overhead. Jean Gier felt the place was even more desolate than she had imagined. They arrived at the tower. This was the tower that appeared in the novel, The Imprisoned Prince and the Marquis's Daughter. She hadn't expected that she, a villainous supporting character from a novel, would be the first to step inside. Perhaps even the author of the book, Hamaru, hadn't seen the inside. The door slowly opened. The emperor and Jean Gier entered side by side. Inside, it was pitch black. They couldn't see a thing. The emperor opened the curtains, and Jean Gier finally saw the interior. The inside looked much more normal than the outside. When she read the novel, she had imagined the inside to be especially dark as well. Bookshelves lined the walls, filled with all kinds of books. Could His Majesty have read all of these? She wondered. It made sense. Being locked in a tower for so long must have been incredibly boring. For a moment, Jean Gier felt a sense of disbelief. It would be difficult for an ordinary person to maintain their sanity. Under such circumstances, His Majesty Isana had still managed to study and improve himself. He was truly resilient. The emperor patted the dust off the sofa and invited Jean Gier to sit. Cobwebs hung in every corner of the room. It was clear that no one had been here in a long time. The emperor said that if Jean Gier hadn't suggested coming here, he probably would never have returned to the tower. Too many painful memories resided within these walls. The emperor rubbed his neck awkwardly. However, perhaps because he had spent so much time here, he didn't feel uncomfortable being back. At this point, he suddenly turned to Jean Gier with a serious expression. Perhaps it's because I came here with Miss Ginger. Jean Gier replied with an equally serious expression. Is there even any doubt? Of course it's because I'm here. The emperor laughed, teasing her. All right. Your overflowing confidence is truly your charm. The emperor then asked Jean Gier curiously, is that food in the basket? Jean Gier finally remembered the main event. She proudly told the emperor, these are sandwiches I made myself. Jean Gier eagerly and expectantly took out a sandwich and offered it to the emperor. Inwardly, she was screaming, eat it, and then shower me with praise with that beautiful mouth of yours. The emperor was startled and slightly wary. He looked at Jean Gier cautiously and hesitantly put the sandwich in his mouth. He took a bite and froze in surprise. Jean Gier asked expectantly, is it good? The emperor, however, asked in confusion, are you sure you didn't put ginger in this? Why does it taste like ginger? Jean Gier's eyes drooped. Wulida. She couldn't seem to escape the curse of ginger. The emperor took a few more bites, but it only got spicier, making him cough uncontrollably. Tears welled up in his eyes. He quickly asked Jean Gier if she had anything to drink. Jean Gier stared at the emperor intently. Her chance had finally come. She pointed to the bottle of wine disguised as juice in the basket, only to find it was gone. The emperor had already poured himself a large glass and downed it in one gulp. Seeing Jean Gier's surprised expression, he asked her what was wrong. This drink was quite strong. Jean Gier had intended for the emperor to have just a sip, but he had drunk so much. Thus, she could only force a smile and say nothing was wrong. Go ahead and drink. Jean Gier truly hadn't expected her first kiss with Emperor Isana to come about so unexpectedly. She had prepared a juice-flavored alcoholic drink, intending for him to have a few sips. Unexpectedly, he had poured himself a full glass and finished it all. This fruit wine was quite strong, after all. Looking at Jean Gier's expression, the emperor asked suspiciously, did you put something in the juice? Jean Gier panicked, incoherently explaining that she hadn't done anything. The emperor stood up abruptly, but felt a wave of dizziness. His eyes reddened. He swayed and plopped back down on the sofa. Closing his eyes and holding his throbbing forehead, he sighed, I really can't let my guard down. He felt inexplicably warm and covered in sweat. Perhaps it was the ginger from the sandwich kicking in. Jean Gier worriedly asked him how he felt. The emperor's eyes became hazy. After drinking the juice, I feel very hot. It's like I've drunk alcohol. I'm dizzy. It was alcohol. She hadn't realized Isana's tolerance was so low. She recalled the novel mentioning he couldn't handle alcohol well. As she was lost in thought, the emperor got up and drank another large glass. Jean Gier broke out in a cold sweat, wanting to stop him, but it was too late. After finishing the drink, the emperor collapsed onto the sofa and fell asleep. She had intended for him to have a few sips and for them to have a heartwarming conversation. Now everything was ruined. However, the sleeping emperor seemed even more adorable to Jean Gier. He looked just like a child, displaying a rare gentleness. Gazing at him, Jean Gier felt a pang of sadness. She wondered how lonely Isana must have been in this tower as a child. From now on, she would always be by his side. She wouldn't let him be lonely anymore. She would make sure he was always happy. After watching him for a while, Jean Gier got up to explore the area. Suddenly, she stepped on the hem of her dress and lost her balance, falling forward. She landed squarely, her lips accidentally brushing against Emperor Isana's. The air stilled for a few seconds. Jean Gier's face flushed crimson. A scream pierced the air. Later that evening, the emperor woke up with a splitting headache. His attendant, standing beside him, bowed respectfully. The emperor closed his eyes, holding his forehead, and asked, "Where's Jean Gier?" "She has already left, Your Majesty. She asked me to tell you that she was very sorry to leave like this." The emperor sighed in exasperation. That audacious ginger had actually escaped while he was unconscious. Remembering something, he touched his lips. Was it his imagination, or could he still smell the scent of ginger? Back home, Ginger still hadn't recovered from the kiss. Her face flushed as she covered her mouth. Honestly, why did I have to fall and land right on his lips? However, she couldn't help but feel a thrill. Her mother was truly prescient. Ginger suddenly touched the necklace around her neck. She had accidentally taken it back and forgotten to return it to Isana. Oh well, whatever. I'll get back to him if he needs it. Ginger, now the supporting character in the novel, was trying to figure out how to prevent the main characters from meeting. For the past 3 days, Ginger had been too embarrassed to see the emperor after their accidental kiss. But at this large banquet, the emperor was likely to meet the female lead, Lilaji. She had to prevent their encounter. Moreover, if Lilaji and the emperor spoke, he would eventually realize the necklace she wore was a fake. At that moment, the emperor was surrounded by a crowd of flatterers. He nodded absently, exchanging pleasantries. Suddenly, he spotted Lilaji in the crowd. Wearing a vintage red gown, she lifted the hem of her dress with both hands and curtsied slightly. "I've been hoping for a chance to meet Your Majesty. I didn't expect my wish to come true here." The emperor immediately noticed Lilaji's necklace. His expression unreadable. He invited her to find a quieter place to talk. "I have some questions for you as well." Lilaji readily agreed with a beaming smile. Ginger asked a few friends about the emperor's whereabouts. One of them said he had exchanged a few words with everyone and then disappeared. Another guest recalled something. "Just now, it seemed like the emperor went upstairs with a particularly beautiful young lady." Ginger looked anxiously towards the second floor. That Lilaji, she thought, had already struck up a conversation with His Majesty so quickly. She went to the second floor balcony and searched all around, but couldn't find them. Dejected, she hung her head, planning to search the other balconies, when suddenly a hand grasped her shoulder. It was Lala. Ginger asked him, puzzled, what he was doing there. Then, remembering something, she asked, "Why did you suddenly take a vacation? You didn't even tell me beforehand." Lala looked at Ginger silently. Ginger was still anxious to find Lilaji and the emperor. She waved her hand dismissively at Lala, indicating she had something urgent to attend to and would talk to him later. With that, she turned to leave. But Lala called out to her, "Don't go." Ginger stopped and looked up at him. Lala slowly began, "There's something that keeps coming to mind, something I can't help but think about." Ginger looked at Lala with annoyance. She assumed he mistook her for Lilaji and was practicing a confession on her. "If you want to confess, go find the person you're interested in." Suddenly, Ginger's eyes widened. Before she could react, Lala pulled her into a hug. Lala buried his head in Ginger's shoulder. "It was you," he said. "The moment you hugged me in the closet, I couldn't forget the warmth your fingertips left behind." Ginger stared at him, stunned. Knowing she was the female lead in the novel, Lilaji, wearing the necklace that could block the newcomer, successfully struck up a conversation with the emperor. The emperor first complimented Lilaji's necklace, saying it was beautiful and unlike ordinary gemstones. Lilaji looked smug. Just as in the novel, the emperor had taken an interest in her necklace. She smiled and told him that it was a keepsake from her grandfather. The emperor feigned surprise and asked if her grandfather was the great mage, Jessit. "Now I'm even more interested," he said. So far, the emperor couldn't read Lilaji's thoughts. Her ruby necklace appeared to be genuine. He asked Lilaji if he could take a closer look. Lilaji immediately placed the ruby necklace in his hand. The necklace bore the 2 letters GA. The emperor guessed that these were the initials of Jessit. It seemed that Ginger's necklace was indeed a fake, and the person who made it must have been Hammer. The emperor asked Lilaji if she knew Jessit's disciple, Hammer. Lilaji's expression momentarily flickered with panic. She looked away, avoiding the emperor's gaze, and innocently claimed that she couldn't quite remember. The emperor noticed Lilaji's strange behavior, but didn't press the issue. He returned the necklace to her. Lilaji gently took the emperor's hand and softly asked if he would help her put the necklace back on. Although slightly surprised, the Emperor agreed. Lailaji smiled happily. She lowered her head shyly, while the Emperor thought about the matter at hand, his expression impassive. Lailaji definitely had some connection to Hammer. If he had made Jean Gier's fake necklace, then he must know something about her curse. It seemed he needed to investigate both Lailaji and Hammer. Once the necklace was fastened, the Emperor prepared to leave. Lailaji, however, held his hand and asked him to wait, saying she had something important to tell him. "It's not convenient to talk here," she said. "Could you invite me back to the palace after this is over?" Meanwhile, Jean Gier was still being held by Lala. She tried to wriggle free. Lala held her tighter. "Please stay with me," he pleaded. "I don't want you to go to the balcony." Jean Gier was completely bewildered. Could Lala be in love with her? Just a few days ago, they were plotting together to attract Lailaji. Why had things suddenly changed? Lala's arms tightened around her even more. Jean Gier found it hard to breathe and asked him to let her go. Lala held on even tighter. His longing, his apologies, his helplessness, and his humble love were all poured into this embrace. "Leave here with me," he pleaded. "Promise me, and I'll let you go." Feeling like her waist was about to snap, Jean Gier quickly agreed. Lala finally released her. Jean Gier rubbed her sore waist and looked up at Lala, only to freeze. Lala's eyes were filled with a deep sadness. Jean Gier felt lost. What had happened during this time? Jean Gier wanted to ask something, but a voice interrupted her. The Emperor and Lailaji were standing not far away, watching them. The Emperor's face was full of displeasure. Emperor Isana saw Jean Gier and Lala embracing. With a displeased expression, he asked Jean Gier, "What is going on? Didn't you say you liked me?" Without waiting for Jean Gier to answer, the Emperor sneered, "Are you showing off to me by embracing another man? How am I supposed to understand this situation?" The mention of the embrace made Jean Gier blush. She awkwardly touched her face, not knowing how to explain. Lala respectfully bowed to the Emperor and explained, "Your Majesty, this is not Miss Jean Gier's fault. I just happened to see Miss Jean Gier about to fall, so I caught her." The Emperor clearly didn't believe him, his eyes cold as he looked at Lala. He asked Lala why he had returned from his vacation. Lala explained that he had received an invitation to the banquet and came. Jean Gier lowered her head, thinking randomly about why Lala had acted that way. Suddenly, a voice echoed in her mind, Plan B. It was Lala's voice. Jinya Vasul Peist. Was this magic? Lala told Jean Gier that everything he had just done was to attract Lailaji's attention. He smiled and told Jean Gier to find a way to take the Emperor away. Jean Gier frowned, a trace of heartache in her eyes. Lala's eyes didn't look like he wanted her to leave at all. He looked like he was about to cry. Jean Gier wanted to comfort Lala, but the words that came out were, "Your Majesty. Let's go somewhere quiet." The Emperor remained silent for a moment with a displeased expression. He turned and told Jean Gier to follow him. Yin Gier hesitantly glanced at Lala and finally turned and followed the Emperor. Lala looked sadly at Jean Gier's departing figure. 7 years ago, when he first met Lailaji in the future, his heart was filled with pity and excitement. Seeing her tragic ending, he couldn't stand idly by. After Jesset's funeral, he wrote the novel based on that future. He just wanted to protect Lailaji in his confusion. At that time, he naturally thought that feeling was love. But in the moment Jean Gier was in his arms, he suddenly understood what true love was. This feeling was impossible to ignore, impossible to cure. He thought taking a few days off could dispel this feeling, but he was completely wrong. When did Jean Gier become so important in his heart? Lailaji's arrival interrupted Lala's thoughts. "Hammer, there's something I want to ask you. Did you write the book The Imprisoned Prince and the Marquis's Daughter?" There was no point in hiding it from her now. Lala nodded and admitted, "Yes, I wrote it based on a future I happened to see." Lailaji said she didn't believe Lala's prophecy at all. She only believed in her own feelings. Lailaji warned Lala not to cling to Jean Gier in the name of saving her. She turned and left, throwing down her last words, "I will save my own life." Lala stood there, helplessly touching his forehead. He just wanted Lailaji to have a good ending. The cursed Isana, Jean Gier who couldn't get what she wanted, and Lailaji who would die at the hands of her lover. He didn't want anyone to get hurt. He just wanted everyone to be happy. He suddenly remembered what Jean Gier had said. "It seems like you're missing someone. You, Hammer. You, who likes Lailaji in the novel. Thinking of this, Lala's eyes were filled with sadness. Blindly wanting others to be happy might be delusional. Lailaji, who was leaving, suddenly stopped as if she remembered something. She told Lala that the emperor had suddenly asked about Hammer. He must have noticed something. After saying that, she left. Lala stood there silently, head down. Emperor Isana turned his back to Jinjir and said he was hurt. He questioned Jinjir, "Isn't it enough that you only like me?" Jinjir anxiously explained that it was all a misunderstanding and it wasn't what he thought. Lying in front of the suspicious emperor would be exposed. Jinjir chose to tell the truth. "Actually, I was on my way to find Your Majesty when I ran into Lala. He said he had something important to tell me, so he stopped me. We were tugging back and forth, and that's how we ended up in that position." The emperor finally turned and looked at Jinjir. Jinjir quickly told the emperor not to blame Lala. Lala must have been worried about him. Suddenly, Jinjir's eyes drifted to the side. She couldn't help but wonder why she was explaining all this. She and Lala didn't have any special relationship. The emperor snorted, his expression softening slightly. Jinjir suddenly asked him why he was with Lailaji. Taken aback by the question, the emperor turned his head and sighed softly. "It's because of Lailaji's necklace. She's wearing a necklace that was supposedly stolen. Of course it's strange." Jinjir panicked and covered her mouth. That day, the emperor was drunk. I couldn't explain the necklace situation properly. She awkwardly explained to the emperor that she had switched the necklaces that day, replacing the real one with a fake. Lailaji should be wearing the fake necklace now. The emperor's pupils constricted, and he froze. It was Jinjir herself who switched the necklaces. So, the necklace engraved with HB was prepared by Jinjir. And could the person who made that necklace be Lala? The emperor's expression darkened instantly. Jinjir asked what was wrong, puzzled. The emperor suddenly strode towards Jinjir, resting his head on her shoulder. He said in a white sheep tone, "Jinjir, I think I'm even more hurt now." The emperor opened his eyes wearily, saying his heart ached. Jinya's cheeks flushed pink. Her eyes widened, and she opened her mouth, finally managing to stammer, "I'm so sorry, Your Majesty." The emperor closed his eyes, his forehead resting on Jinjir's shoulder, pouring out his heart. "When I see you with Lala, I feel anxious, irritated, and depressed." These words sounded sweeter than any love confession to Jinjir. She felt the same way. If she saw him alone with Lailaji on the balcony, she would also feel irritated and depressed. Jinya's hand suddenly paused. So, was this why Lala stopped her? Was he afraid that seeing the emperor with Lailaji would hurt her? But why did Lala look so sad at that time? The emperor firmly stated that he trusted Lala. He seemed to be speaking both to Jinjir and to himself. "I thought I could tell him all my secrets, but I always feel like he's hiding something." Hearing this, Jinjir's eyes widened in shock. Could Isana have figured out? The emperor told Jinjir that he had recently received a report. Jesut's last disciple, Hammer, disappeared 5 years ago, and Lala appeared before him exactly 5 years ago. Jinjir's mouth parted slightly in surprise, her eyes glancing at Isana. She wondered if the emperor had discovered some crucial information in Lailaji's mind earlier. The emperor's mood had improved considerably. He asked Jinjir to keep their conversation tonight a secret. He wanted to believe Lala. No matter what the truth was, he wanted to hear it from Lala himself. Jinjir frowned and remained silent. After a while, she placed her hand on Isana's shoulder and hesitantly asked, "But what if it's a truth that Your Majesty finds difficult to accept?" The upset emperor was soon soothed by Jinjir. The emperor even started joking seriously. "If Lala is Hammer, I'm prepared. Just like I'm prepared every time I meet Miss Ginger." This prompted Jinjir to ask him what he meant, annoyed. The emperor gave an innocent smile. "Who knows what strange thoughts will pop into your head today? Even reading your thoughts requires courage." Jinjir abruptly turned around, her back to Isana, her face flushed. She said coquettishly, "Fine, I just won't think anymore." Seeing Jinjir like this, the emperor couldn't help but smile. He wrapped his arms around Jinjir's arms and looked at her earnestly. "No, I want you to keep thinking about me, no matter what." Ultimately, even until they boarded the carriage home, Jinjir still couldn't tell the emperor about Hammer. She was agonizing over it. She had promised Lala not to reveal his secret, but the emperor had sensed something. If the emperor found out later that she had kept a secret from him. Thinking of Isana's cold gaze, Jinjir shuddered. She wasn't afraid of the emperor's anger, but she was worried that he would be disappointed in her and stop liking her. Lailaji was also preparing to go home when Urji suddenly rushed over. Lailaji hadn't contacted him recently, and Urji had been looking for her all evening. Lailaji greeted Urji amicably. Urji nervously asked Lailaji if he could escort her home. Although reluctant, Lailaji agreed. Urji mentioned the novel. Lailaji immediately interrupted him. "You don't actually believe the contents of that novel are true, do you?" Urji immediately feigned disbelief. "The male lead in the novel isn't even me. There's no way that novel could be true." Lailaji forced a smile and gave Urji a couple of perfunctory responses. She asked him not to tell anyone about the novel. Urji curiously asked her why. Lailaji put on a worried expression and told Urji that the male lead in the novel was the Emperor. If His Majesty were to publicize it, it might cause a disaster. Urji was immediately swayed, thinking Lailaji was looking out for him. With a look of smugness and shyness, Urji thought, "Miss Lailaji is so thoughtful and considerate." He suddenly felt very fortunate to have dumped the vicious Jean Gier and wisely chosen the kind Lailaji. Slightly embarrassed, Urji turned his head to the side and promised he wouldn't tell anyone. This earned him another round of praise from Lailaji. When the carriage arrived at her home, Lailaji got off and was about to leave when Urji called out to her. He seriously asked Lailaji if he could have another chance. Lailaji pretended to be distressed and heartbroken, saying she hadn't yet recovered from the incident where Urji stole her necklace. As expected, Urji dropped the subject and instead started comforting her. Lailaji managed to get rid of Urji and bid him farewell with a smile. With her back to Urji, Lailaji's expression turned impatient. She sincerely hoped Urji wouldn't bother her again. However, seeing that nasty Jean Gier claiming a close relationship with His Majesty today, it seemed she wasn't lying. Thinking of this, Lailaji sneered. She confidently touched the necklace around her neck, thinking the kind of closeness you have with him will never go any further. The Emperor, having learned that the male character Hammer in the novel was Lala, directly asked Lala if he was hiding anything from him. Lala pursed his lips, lowered his head, and remained silent. The Emperor then asked him in a low voice if he had feelings for Jean Gier. Lala was silent for a moment. He took off his glasses and confessed to the Emperor, "Yes, I like Miss Jean Gier." The two looked at each other for a moment. Lala asked the Emperor in his mind, "Your Majesty, do you also like her, since you asked me this question?" The Emperor was stunned for a moment, his dark eyes glancing to the side. "I'm not sure. This is the first time I've felt this way. Jean Gier is indeed lovely and likable. Being with her makes me happy. But is this feeling really love?" The Emperor couldn't find the answer. Lala earnestly told the Emperor, "If your Majesty is still unsure whether you like Jean Gier, then I will pursue Miss Jean Gier, even if Jean Gier likes your Majesty." Lala asked one last question, "Are you okay with that?" The Emperor frowned with a displeased expression and gritted his teeth. "No." Growing increasingly angry, he roared at Lala, "I don't want you to pursue Jean Gier." After yelling, he suddenly realized something and froze. Lala smiled and answered for him in his mind, "Your Majesty, that means you like her." The Emperor blushed and turned his head away, embarrassed. He felt like Lala had read his mind. Thinking of something, the Emperor's eyes suddenly became melancholic. After all, he had been with Lala for 5 years. Even if Lala couldn't read minds, he understood him well. 5 years ago, that winter, after the Emperor was imprisoned in the tower, his long-serving attendant passed away. Since then, the Emperor's attendant position had remained vacant. Everyone around him feared him. Those who didn't know about his ability thought he was ill. No one except the attendant dared to enter or leave the tower. But one day, Lala appeared. After entering the palace, Lala immediately volunteered to be the Emperor's attendant. Even though the Emperor found it difficult to trust others because he could read their minds, Lala's similar age and good impression made him an exception. The two quickly became friends. The Emperor thought that if he had a brother, it would probably feel like this. Lala was someone he could confide in without reservation. And now he learned that this close confidant might have approached him with ulterior motives. Lala behind him interrupted the Emperor's thoughts. "But your Majesty, I also like you." Lala tilted his head and smiled at the Emperor. "I don't want to lose either of you. I just want to continue cherishing these feelings." Although it was just a platonic confession, the emperor shuddered, crossed his arms, and said with a speechless expression, "I don't want to hear a man's confession." Lala stood there looking wronged. After a while, the emperor turned his head and said seriously, "I like you too, Lala. You're one of the few who've been with me since I was in the tower." Their 5-year friendship was enough for the emperor to continue trusting Lala. Even though Lala wasn't telling him everything right now, no matter who Lala was, the emperor chose to continue believing in him. After Lailaji realized she was the female lead in the novel, she was finally invited to the palace by the emperor. She politely lifted her skirt and curtsied to him. The emperor curiously asked what Lailaji wanted to say to him. Lailaji didn't beat around the bush. She frankly stated that she knew about the emperor's curse, that he could read people's minds just by looking at them. The person who cast this curse was his grandfather, Jesut. The emperor's face instantly darkened. He coldly asked Lailaji how she knew about this. Lailaji explained that she had read the book about the imprisoned prince and the marquis's daughter. The emperor was momentarily stunned. The book Jean Gier brought was with him. Why did Lailaji also have that novel? Could there be more than one copy? Lailaji said she found a clue in the novel. She smiled and asked the emperor if he wanted to hear it. The emperor, with a serious expression, told her to continue. Lailaji told the emperor that she had found a portrait while looking through her grandfather's belongings. The person in the portrait was the previous king's brother, Lord Hendry, Isana's father's younger brother. But she'd heard he died at a young age. This man, who was very talented in magic, was once her grandfather Jesut's disciple. Lord Hendry died less than half a year before her grandfather left the palace. There must be some connection. The emperor furrowed his brow, pondering the events of that time. He was still young then and couldn't remember clearly, only Uncle Hendry's funeral. He couldn't understand what connection there could be between his uncle's death and his curse. Meanwhile, Jean Gier was lying dejectedly on the sofa. She was certain the emperor must know that Lala was Hammer. She couldn't help but worry about what would happen to Lala. The situation had just started to improve, and now new trouble had arisen. A maid suddenly came to inform her that she had a visitor. Jean Gier went out and saw Lala holding a bouquet of flowers. Lala's eyes were full of gentleness and a smile. Jean Gier curiously asked him, "Aren't you on vacation?" Lala said that his visit today had nothing to do with His Majesty. It was a personal visit. He presented the flowers to Jean Gier. "I would like to ask Miss Jean Gier out on a date." Jean Gier's face flushed slightly, and she was speechless for a moment. A date? Lala asked with a smile if she was free now. Jean Gier accepted the flowers from Lala and asked him why he wanted to go on a date with her. Lala smiled and said, "I also want to try to find my own happiness." Lately, he had been working hard for everyone else's happiness and future, but he had lost himself. He touched his head sheepishly. "But recently, I suddenly had the thought that I just want to be happy." Jean Gier strongly agreed that he should first make himself happy before considering the happiness of others. Lala looked down at Jean Gier and asked her to be his practice date. Then he added softly, "I've never been on a date with a girl before. Miss Jean Gier, please think of this as the first step towards my future plans." Having been told this much, Jean Gier hesitated but finally agreed. Jean Gier had a strange feeling that Lala liked her. Today, she was invited out on a date by Lala. They strolled down the street. Jean Gier curiously asked Lala, "Why aren't you wearing your glasses today?" Lala softly replied, "Because today is a happy day. I don't need to see His Majesty, so I'm not wearing them." This made Jean Gier overthink. It was just going out together. How could it be a happy day? Jean Gier lowered her head and looked at Lala with wary eyes. She now strongly suspected that Lala liked her. The practice date thing sounded like an excuse. She still remembered clearly what Lala had said to her at the last banquet. If it was acting, his eyes were too sincere. But she liked Isana. Lala should know this better than anyone. Lala suddenly spoke, interrupting Jin Ye as two cooks. He asked her, looking lost where they should go. Jin Ye felt speechless. He'd asked her out without even deciding where to go. Lala touched his head helplessly, saying that he had never been on a date with a girl before. As he spoke, he hung his head dejectedly and asked Jean Gier if he was hopeless. Jean Gier quickly patted his shoulder, comforting him that he would learn with practice. Since Lala didn't know anything, Jean Gier decided to give him a crash course today. First, she took Lala to get ice cream. Then, they went to a wishing fountain, and then to have afternoon tea and chat. Jean Gier did most of the talking. Lala sat opposite her, resting his chin on his hand, quietly watching her. Meanwhile, Back at the palace, Lailaji handed a letter to the emperor. She had found it in a picture frame amongst her grandfather, Jesut's, belongings. The letter read, "Jesut, I'm all right. I was going to leave sooner or later anyway. I'm just going first. Please don't resent my brother, Lubi, that is Hendry." If the letter was genuine, the brother mentioned was the emperor's father. But the emperor couldn't understand why Jesut would resent his father because of his uncle, Hendry's death. He asked Lailaji if he could see the necklace again. Lailaji immediately took it off. The emperor carefully examined the ruby necklace in his hand. Why would Jesut want the wearer to be overlooked? Was it really just to protect his granddaughter? But according to the novel, it was because of this necklace that Lailaji became unfortunate. There had to be another reason. The emperor tried on the necklace. The necklace flashed momentarily, and a voice suddenly echoed, "Your Majesty, Isana." The emperor looked around for the source of the voice. Lailaji asked him, puzzled, what's wrong? The emperor realized that only he could hear the voice. It spoke again, "Your Majesty, if you can hear me, please come to the basement of the Atlanta mansion. There's something I need to give you." The emperor was certain the voice belonged to Jesut. He immediately ordered his attendants to prepare for a visit to the Atlanta mansion's basement. Lala was out with the girl he had a crush on. He wished time could stop forever at this moment. Lala's gentle, focused gaze made Jean Gier blush inexplicably. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Jean Gier abruptly turned her face away and asked Lala when his leave would end. She was a little displeased with his unannounced departure. Without Lala's magic bracelet, every visit to the emperor filled her with trepidation. Lala, fearing his identity would be exposed, responded dejectedly. His Majesty probably already guessed. Jean Gier couldn't help but worry. She believed Lala must have had a good reason for hiding his identity from Isana. But Isana, who had always trusted Lala and even shared his secrets with him, would he really accept the truth? The atmosphere grew heavy. Trying to lighten the mood, Jean Gier told a deadpan joke. Lala burst out laughing. Jean Gier always surprised him with her unexpected actions. He looked at Jean Gier tenderly. "I really like this side of Miss Jean Gier. Unpredictable, unique. I can always feel Miss Jean Gier's concern." Jean Gier blushed at his words. She playfully hit Lala. Such compliments could be mistaken for a confession. Lala's eyes were filled with uncontainable affection. "Yes, this is a confession. No, not think. I have fallen for you." The unexpected confession made Jean Gier's face flush crimson. She tried to speak, but Lala suddenly shed a tear. Jean Gier, flustered, asked him what was wrong. "Why are you crying?" Lala lowered his head shyly, his eyes downcast. "I seem to have become a crybaby in front of Miss Jean Gier." Jean Gier looked at Lala with a complicated expression. She could feel that Lala truly didn't like Lailaji, but her. Lala, in his attempt to change the unfortunate future, had also changed his feelings. She patted Lala's head gently, comforting him. "All right, stop crying. I don't like crybabies." Lala suddenly stood up, bent down, and kissed Jean Gier on the forehead. "Jin Yeva Stunt." Lala smiled at her. "Even if you don't like crybabies, I still like you." Jean Gier blushed slightly, touching her forehead in surprise. Elsewhere, the Emperor, Isana, arrived at Lailaji's house. The voice of Jesut from the necklace directed him to the study, to Hendry's portrait. Jesut said there was something behind the portrait he wanted to show him. After dismissing his attendants, the Emperor moved the portrait. Behind it was a hidden compartment. Lailaji was also surprised to discover this. The Emperor nervously opened the compartment. Inside was a book. Opening it, he realized it was a diary. Once he had the diary in hand, the necklace fell silent. The Emperor returned the necklace to Lailaji and told her about hearing her grandfather's voice from it. Before Lailaji could react, the Emperor, holding the diary, prepared to leave. Lailaji suddenly called out to him, blushing slightly. She looked at the Emperor expectantly. "Your Majesty, don't you understand my feelings after all this effort I've made to help you? Your Majesty, I like you." Lailaji pitifully confessed her love to Emperor Isana. She declared her genuine affection for His Majesty, insisting that even after seeing their tragic ending in the novel, she still wanted to be with him. "Your Majesty, won't you please look at me?" The Emperor looked thoughtfully at the tearful Lailaji. She wasn't wearing the ruby necklace, so the Emperor could sense her true feelings. They were indeed genuine. The Emperor told Lailaji that his heart already belonged to someone else. Lailaji's eyes widened in disbelief. Is it Jean Jier? She asked. The emperor nodded. Jean Jier is special to me. I think that's all that needs to be said. Lailaji bit her lip in frustration. After a moment, she let out a cold laugh. But does Jean Jier feel the same way about your majesty? The emperor frowned slightly. What do you mean? He asked, puzzled. Lailaji calmly brought up the banquet, mentioning Jean Jier and Lala's interaction. The atmosphere between them didn't seem so simple. Perhaps Jean Jier's heart also belongs to someone else. The emperor's expression darkened. Meanwhile, Lala was about to escort Jean Jier home. Jean Jier paused mid-step, a thought occurring to her. She looked apologetically at Lala. I was so startled earlier, I couldn't say it. Thank you for your confession. I can feel your sincerity. Lala smiled shyly, pleased that Jean Jier understood his feelings. Actually, I've been quite scared, he admitted. Jean Jier asked what he was afraid of. Lala touched his slightly flushed cheek. Just a while ago, I said I liked Lailaji. Now I'm confessing to you. I was worried you'd think I was fickle and look down on my confession. He quickly added that he didn't mean to imply she looked down on people. Jean Jier patted Lala's shoulder, saying she understood that love is unpredictable. She looked up at him. So the conclusion is, you like me now, right? Lala beamed at Jean Jier and nodded repeatedly. Jean Jier then firmly told Lala, the person I like is Emperor Isana. Lowering her eyes, she said, I'm sorry. My answer might be a bit harsh, but I still need to say it. Jean Jier didn't want to be ambiguous with Lala. Being unclear now would only hurt him more. Even though Lala would be devastated, she had to tell him the truth. Although Lala had expected this outcome, a look of dejection still crossed his face when he heard her rejection. A moment later, he looked at Jean Jier tenderly. I know, he said, but my feelings for you won't change. He rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Don't pity me. Even if it's unrequited, liking you makes me happy. After they cleared the air, Lala escorted Jean Jier home. Jean Jier looked at Lala with a pang of sympathy, seeing the happiness of the person you love as your own happiness. That was the novel's description of Lala. The ending of love is certainly important, but protecting the one you love is also a choice. Meanwhile, the emperor, riding back to the palace in his carriage, sat with his eyes closed, his face flushed. It dawned on him that he had actually said, in front of someone else, that Jean Jier was special. Suddenly, he saw something outside the carriage, and his pupils constricted. Seeing Jean Jier and Lala walking together, the emperor was suddenly filled with anger. Just moments ago in the carriage, he had resolved to prioritize being with Jean Jier. As long as the curse that allowed him to read her mind wasn't lifted, he was terrified that one day he would read thoughts he didn't want to hear. What if Jean Jier, like his father, locked him in a tower and abandoned him? What if she, too, feared him? The thought made the emperor's heart ache. He couldn't bear such a blow. Perhaps Jean Jier being with Lala would be better for everyone. He nearly crushed his fist, forcing himself to accept this idea. The next moment, he saw Jean Jier and Lala standing together outside the window. The emperor couldn't remain calm. He stood before them, his face dark with anger. Both of them were startled by his sudden appearance. What are you two doing here at this hour? The emperor asked grimly. Lala, with an equally serious expression, thought to the emperor, I told you before, Your Majesty, I'm serious. Their gazes clashed, filled with anger that seemed to ignite the air around them. Caught in the middle, Jean Jier quickly waved her hands, urging them to stop. It's late, she said. Let's talk about this back inside. Then, blushing slightly, she added, it would be best if Isana could take me back to the palace. The emperor, however, responded sarcastically, I wouldn't want to interrupt your date, would I? Jean Jier started to explain, but Lala interrupted. What if we were on a date? Jin Ye was dumbfounded. Lala, what are you doing? The emperor pressed his lips together, then turned his head away. I really have no reason to interfere in your personal lives, he said. Jean Jier wanted to say something more, but the emperor gave him a cold look. Excuse me for interrupting your personal lives. However, Lala, shouldn't you be back at the palace working? I found an important clue related to Jesut and the curse. His last sentence successfully caught their attention. The emperor first took Jean Jier home. Before parting, the emperor curtly told Jean Jier that he would summon her to the palace tomorrow. They would discuss Jesut's matter then. Jean Jier responded with a resigned I understand. She glanced cautiously at Lala and politely bid him farewell. Back in her room, Jean Jier collapsed onto the bed, exhausted. Why do we have to run into Isana at that moment? She had just rejected Lala's confession. Jean Jier, fearing Lala would be even more hurt, didn't dare deny in front of the Emperor. The atmosphere in the carriage was so awkward. None of us said a word. But did I ask it really okay that Lala didn't wear his glasses today? What if Isana discovers his true identity before he could even confess? Jean Jier couldn't help but worry. The Emperor irritably ran his fingers through his hair. He had once feared that Jean Jier would hurt him and had considered breaking off contact with her. But seeing Lala and Jean Jier together, jealousy surged through him. He couldn't stay calm. Lala in the carriage suddenly spoke. The current situation has deviated from a book. Because of Jean Jier's appearance, Your Majesty hasn't fallen in love with Lailaji. Your Majesty probably won't go mad either. The Emperor wanted to ask him what he meant, but Lala's next sentence stunned him. But amidst these changes, the only constant is my unwavering affection for Jean Jier. Lala confessed to the Emperor that he was Hammer. The Emperor's face darkened. It really was you, Lala. Clenching his fists in anger, he asked Lala why he had kept it a secret until now. Why? After 5 years by his side, was he only confessing now? Lala continued to explain. That novel was based on a tragic future I had foreseen. To change the future, I had to stay by Your Majesty's side. But I didn't know why Jessa cursed Your Majesty. And at the time, Your Majesty wouldn't speak about your abilities. I couldn't reveal my true identity. So I kept striving to earn Your Majesty's trust. The Emperor gave a sardonic smile. And you succeeded. I trusted you and told you all my secrets. He rested his chin on his hand and looked askance at Lala, coldly asking why he hadn't confessed earlier. A hint of guilt colored Lala's tone. You might think I'm making excuses, but the more Your Majesty trusted me, the harder it became to confess the truth. He looked up at the Emperor, his expression earnest. And during my time with Your Majesty, I have served you with sincerity. Sometimes as a friend, sometimes as a brother. For someone like me, who has been alone since my parents died, Your Majesty has become like family. Lala sincerely apologized to the Emperor. I was always afraid of disappointing you. I'm truly sorry, Your Majesty. The Emperor's anger had dissipated, his expression now distant. He turned his head and sighed wearily. How did you hide your identity for so long? Lala explained that it was because of the glasses he wore, a kind of magical tool that could alter his thoughts before they reached the Emperor. The Emperor was instantly displeased. So, that all those times I read Lala's complimentary thoughts about me, they were all fake. The Emperor's anger flared hotter than before. Lala, sweating, explained that although the words were altered, they weren't that different for what he truly felt. The carriage soon arrived at the palace. Lala, his face serious and resolute, said that he would accept any punishment the Emperor gave him. Even if it meant leaving his position and disappearing forever, he would obey. After all, the tragic future had been averted. The goal he had been striving for was achieved. The Emperor silently stepped out of the carriage. Although he had been prepared, he still felt a sense of betrayal. If Lala had intended to deceive him from the start, he would have likely kept his identity hidden indefinitely. Behind him, Lala bowed respectfully, stating he would return to await his punishment. Hearing this, the Emperor stopped. Return where? He asked, turning back with a slight frown. Didn't I just tell you I found an important clue? Until I lift this curse, you'll stay by my side and help me. Your magic should be useful. Lala froze. The Emperor continued, you just revealed your identity. It's not like the Lala I know has disappeared, and finding another competent assistant is such a hassle. Having said this, the Emperor's ears turned completely red. He turned around again and awkwardly added, but I'm not saying I'll trust you like before. You just keep working hard to earn my trust. Lala's slightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed, and a sparkling light returned to his eyes. Lala sincerely wished for the Emperor and Jean Jier's happiness. Both of them were important to him. After the Emperor's curse was lifted, he would choose to quietly leave. Watching the Emperor's departing figure, Lala silently said in his heart, I sincerely wish Your Majesty, who will find a brand new future, and Miss Jean Jier happiness. Thinking of this, Lala couldn't help but shed another tear. Please, both of you be happy. Returning to the palace, the Emperor felt exhausted. A lot had happened that day. First, Jesud's diary, then Lala's confession about being Hammer, and also Jean Jier. Thinking of this, the Emperor's face flushed slightly. Now, all that was left was to confess his feelings to Jean Jier. The next second, the Emperor felt it wasn't the right time yet. He still needed to lift the curse before confessing. He couldn't afford to delay now that he finally had a clue. He slowly opened Jesut's diary. 20 years ago, Isana's uncle, Hendry, was very talented in magic. He was also the first in line to the throne. Under Jesut's tutelage, his magic improved day by day. Even Jesut praised his great power. Kind Hendry only hoped that his magic could help the empire develop further, while his brother, who had no magic, outwardly expressed happiness for Hendry. He was secretly very jealous of his talent. 5 years later, Hendry died. When he was found, he had collapsed alone in the temple tower. The cause of death was poisoning. Jesut completely refused to believe Hendry would poison himself, as he hadn't shown any signs the day before. Afterward, Hendry's brother decreed that the use of any magic was forbidden in the empire. He claimed this was Hendry's dying wish. He said Hendry had gradually developed hallucinations because of magic and had become mentally unstable. Therefore, the empire wouldn't allow anyone to use magic anymore. Jesut accidentally found a note in Hendry's room before he died. It read, "Jesut, I'm alright. I was going to leave sooner or later. I'm just going first. Please don't resent my brother." The moment he finished reading the note, Jesut suddenly saw what had happened in the past. He saw the scene of Hendry with His Majesty before his death. His Majesty handed the poisoned wine to Hendry, who drank it without any suspicion. After learning the truth, although Hendry asked Jesut not to resent the emperor, Jesut still cast a magic spell at the cost of his own life. The next day, Jean Gier and Lala, who came to the palace, were informed by the emperor about the contents of the diary. Both were surprised by the story. Jean Gier couldn't understand why Jesut would curse Isana. Shouldn't he have cursed the king at the time? The emperor said the diary ended there. He didn't know the reason either. He turned to Lala and asked if he had ever heard Jesut mention anything, like seeing the past or something. Lala dejectedly said that if he had known, he would have told His Majesty long ago. Jean Gier suddenly stood up and nervously asked them if their conversation met. Lala awkwardly nodded. The emperor suddenly brought his face close to Jean Gier's, staring at her angrily. "Jean Gier, you knew all along that Lala was Hammer." Jean Gier panicked and asked the emperor when he had discovered Lala's secret. The emperor shrugged and smiled, telling her that he had known since the day she brought the fake necklace. The necklace was engraved with HB, and he could still read the thoughts of whoever wore it. That day, the emperor read Jean Gier's thoughts and learned that Lala had helped her switch the necklaces. He then suspected that Lala was likely Hammer. Jean Gier only then realized she had done something foolish by taking the wrong necklace. Most importantly, after wearing the fake necklace that day, she had recklessly complained about Isana in her mind. Recalling this, Jean Gier felt so embarrassed she wanted to die. Tearfully, Jean Gier opened the window. She just wanted to live on a different planet now. This action made the emperor and Lala behind her nervous. Covering her face in despair, she cried, "This is so embarrassing." Suddenly, her foot slipped, and she was about to fall backward, but the emperor caught her. Seeing the emperor's beautiful face from this angle made Jean Gier dazed again. The emperor, a smirk playing on his lips, asked Jean Gier why she was so shy. His deep eyes were full of affection. "Didn't I tell you? It doesn't matter what you think. I only wish you would keep thinking about me." A blush crept up Jean Gier's face. They gazed at each other lovingly, as if the world consisted solely of them. Lala coughed, reminding the two that there was someone else present. He dabbed at imaginary tears with a handkerchief. "It's too cruel for you two to do this to a single person." The emperor and Jean Gier, faces flushed, quickly separated, each offering incoherent explanations. "I was just helping someone who had twisted their ankle." They looked at each other in confusion. "Why are we explaining ourselves?" Lala gave an awkward laugh and suggested they go to the top floor of the tower to look for clues. Jessup found clues there. "Maybe we can find something too." The emperor was hesitant. Driven by curiosity, he had been to the top floor of the tower a few times, but hadn't examined it closely. Every time he looked out from up there, he felt a sense of isolating loneliness. He didn't want to experience that feeling again. Jean Gier suddenly took his hand. A smile bloomed on her flushed face, as warm and gentle as sunlight. "Your Majesty, don't worry. No matter where you go, I'll always be by your side." The emperor relaxed, as if Jean Gier had given him boundless energy. The fear vanished from his eyes. He tightened his grip on Jean Jenner's hand. In the next second, he suddenly leaned closer, causing her heart to race. The Emperor's expression suddenly darkened. He glared at Jean Jenner. Are you thinking about something inappropriate again? Caught red-handed, Jean Jenner blushed and tried to pull away, but the Emperor held her fast. He wanted to settle the score from the day they drank red wine. Jean Jenner remembered the accidental kiss from that day, and her face burned crimson. Hearing someone clear their throat, the Emperor forcefully turned Jean Jenner's face towards him. He wanted to see what mischievous thoughts she was harboring. Their playful banter continued. Lala sighed in resignation. He decided to go to Jesset's research lab alone to look for clues. As for your Majesty and Jean Jenner, Lala began, why don't you two go to the tower first to check things out? I'll join you after I've looked through the lab. While making eye contact with the Emperor, Lala added silently, use this opportunity to confirm each other's feelings. The Emperor turned away, coughing awkwardly, and said he understood. He turned back and gestured for Jean Jenner to follow him. She smiled and waved goodbye to Lala. Lala stood there, silently watching them walk away. He touched his aching heart. Whether in fiction or reality, a happy ending for everyone might be unrealistic. But then he remembered Jean Jenner's serious words. You're forgetting yourself. Hammer, only by finding your own happiness can you bring happiness to others. Miss Jean Jenner, he thought, if my happiness comes again, this time I won't let it go. The Emperor and Jean Jenner walked towards the temple tower. After a moment of thought, Jean Jenner apologized to the Emperor for helping Lala conceal his identity. The Emperor had already come to terms with it, but he pretended to be angry. You two kept me completely in the dark. Two people I trusted so much deceived me. The sense of betrayal is overwhelming. Jean Jenner apologized again, earnestly explaining that Lala had begged her to keep a secret. She felt he must have had a good reason for not being honest with the Emperor. So, the Emperor said, affectionately stroking Jean Jenner's head. He smiled. Don't worry about it. Lala explained everything to me. Jinya Forza. That meant the Emperor also knew about the fake novel she wrote. Her heart hammered against her ribs. Why did these embarrassing things always happen to her? The Emperor, with his back to her, didn't notice her reaction. A hint of melancholy touched his face. The Lala situation, it wasn't without its impact. I kept wondering why he couldn't have told me sooner. In the end, I realized he was thinking the same thing I was. Jean Jenner, rubbing her burning cheeks, asked curiously, thinking the same thing as what? The Emperor explained that when he first met Lala, he worried about whether Lala would see him as a monster if he revealed his ability. Lala must have been just as worried, confessing a secret like that. The biggest fear is disappointing the other person. We were like brothers, relying on each other, both afraid of losing the other. Jean Jenner looked at the Emperor with concern. She had a nagging feeling that the trust between the Emperor and Lala might never be the same. After all, trust and forgiveness were two different things. My little son, she thought, sending waves of love and support towards the Emperor. I'll give you my courage and trust. Jean Jenner was worried that the Emperor would lose his trust in others after the incident with Lala. She gave a sweet smile, as if trying to dispel all the gloom in the Emperor's heart. Your Majesty, being hurt by someone you trust is painful, but if in the process you find someone you can truly trust, isn't that the most precious thing in the world? She added, of course, Your Majesty, the number one spot for your most trusted person should be reserved for me. The Emperor paused, then asked, aren't you afraid of this terrifying ability to read other people's thoughts? Turning her head slightly, her expression somewhat somber, she continued, and speaking of which, my father might even be a murderer who killed his own younger brother for power. Jean Jenner blinked her innocent, wide eyes and said, so what? What does it matter what your father did? It has nothing to do with you. Jean Jenner then mentioned the mind reading again, expressing that she didn't mind at all. Whenever your Majesty reads my thoughts, your eyes really sparkle. She narrowed her eyes, mimicking the Emperor's expression. When I look into your Majesty's eyes, I feel a radiance. Gesturing with her hands and feet, she added, it's just incredibly handsome. The Emperor was taken aback by her performance. Jean Jenner swore that she was telling the truth. If you don't believe me, your Majesty can read my thoughts. The Emperor turned around, trying to suppress a smile. He really couldn't figure out Jean Jenner's leaps in thinking. Thinking he was still upset, Jean Jenner earnestly continued to comfort him. You must have confidence in yourself. The emperor's lips curved slightly. He looked at Jean Gier indulgently. All right then, I promise you, the first super trust goes to you. This made Jean Gier's heart flutter. The emperor suddenly blushed and turned away, murmuring, so, until the curse is broken, you have to stay by my side. Jean Gier nodded firmly. Of course. The emperor glanced back at her. Jean Gier met his gaze with determination, silently telling him, regardless of whether the curse can be broken, I will always stay by your majesty's side. This caused the emperor to blush again. He coughed awkwardly and extended his hand, inviting Jean Gier to go to the top of the tower with him. Jean Gier happily took his hand. Outside the tower, a figure in a black cloak appeared. They reached out to open the door, but their hand passed right through it. Lala, who was behind him, asked suspiciously, "Who is that?" The man turned around. It was Jessup. Lala stared incredulously at his former master. Jean Gier and the emperor arrived at the top floor of the temple tower. It was empty. Jean Gier couldn't help but complain. Why didn't Jessup write the curse clearly in his diary? She whispered to the emperor, Jessup's personality must be terrible, just based on the fact that he's Lailaji's grandfather. A gloomy man suddenly appeared in the room. I'm sorry my personality is so terrible. It was the man in the black cloak. Jinye Vastari feet. The man bowed respectfully to the emperor. Your Majesty, I am Jessup. It has been a long time. Jean Gier was so scared she involuntarily took 2 steps back. Wasn't Jessup dead? Jessup sighed, addressing the emperor. You were only 5 years old when I last saw you. You've grown so much now. Jean Gier suddenly glared at Jessup with resentment. Where have you been all this time? She truly felt sorry for Isana and was angry on his behalf. It's all because of your curse that His Majesty has been inexplicably trapped here for 15 years. Jessup explained that his physical body had died 7 years ago. Before that, my soul was attached to the ruby necklace. Your Majesty awakened me when you put on the necklace not long ago. Jean Gier broke out in a cold sweat. So Jessup is a ghost now. She fearfully hid behind the emperor, no longer the bold figure from before. Jessup bowed again, apologizing to the emperor for taking so long to see him. The door suddenly burst open and Lala rushed in. He was slightly out of breath. I didn't expect Master to actually return. Jessup turned and greeted him. He already knew what Lala had done to change the future and praised him approvingly. Thanks to your intervention, the future tragedy has been averted. Lala's eyes moistened slightly, touched by his master's acknowledgement of his efforts. But remembering the emperor's plight, Lala frowned and questioned his master. Why did you do this to His Majesty? Jessup removed his hat, revealing a weathered face. He looked at his trembling hands. Actually, he began, I didn't regret leaving that organization even until my death. This is the result I exchanged my life for. He continued, his voice filled with resentment. Hendry was killed by his own older brother, King Aster. That's why he cursed King Aster and His Majesty, Isana. Jean Gier was surprised to hear that the previous king had also been cursed. But as far as she knew, the previous king hadn't shown any signs related to the curse. Hearing this, the emperor also asked Jessup what he meant, puzzled. Jessup explained that the current Isana was the only remaining member of the royal bloodline without any relatives. The emperor seemed to have thought of something. Could my father's curse have been to have no descendants? He asked. Jessup curled his lips and nodded. That's right. That was my revenge. Perhaps because King Aster was cold-hearted and didn't trust anyone, he wasn't even willing to raise his only child by his side and spent the rest of his life alone. Jessup said there were 2 things he hadn't anticipated. The first was that King Aster actually locked Your Majesty in the tower for so long. The second was that the power of the curse on His Majesty Isana is several times stronger than it was at the beginning. When Jessup was dying, he would always dream of Hendry. Perhaps out of guilt, he kept wanting to break Isana's curse before he died. But the power of the curse grew so strong that even magic couldn't affect it. To protect Your Majesty from the curse in the future, I placed a part of my soul into the necklace. Emperor Isana finally found a way to lift the curse. He needed someone to gain his true trust. Jessup told the emperor, you currently judge whether to trust someone by looking into their eyes. Breaking free from this constraint is the first step. Jessup's figure gradually became transparent. He encouraged the emperor, "You can definitely do it, Your Majesty. You are much stronger than King Aster. I hope Your Majesty can overcome this curse together with your friends and family." After saying this, he disappeared. The three of them walked out of the temple tower, discussing the curse. Although they knew the solution, true trust was too abstract a concept. Jean Gier couldn't help but mutter, "A key. I wish there was a magic potion that could directly eliminate the curse." Lala couldn't understand why his master had put the clue in the necklace. After all, if anything went wrong, Lailaji's life would also be in danger. Jean Gier also complained, couldn't he have just left a note? The emperor, however, had a different perspective. Having been locked in the tower for so many years, he deeply distrusted everyone. Could someone like him truly understand the meaning of true trust? Perhaps Jesset did this because he wanted him to understand what trust truly meant. At this point, the emperor turned around and smiled at the two of them. "But because of this, I was able to meet you too." Jean Gier and Lala were surprised and froze in place. His Majesty rarely showed his emotions. The emperor, realizing his display of emotion, blushed and turned away, urging them to hurry up and follow. The two exchanged a silent glance. Jean Gier happily chased after the emperor. "Your Majesty, let's go together." Lala also strode after them. "Wait for me." Jean Gier caught up and looped her arm through the emperor's. Yes, everything happens for a reason. The fates of the three were already intertwined. Jean Gier and the emperor turned back, smiling, and waved for Lala to hurry up. Lala's lips curved into a slight smile, his eyes full of warmth. Protecting the two people he cared about most was also a kind of happiness. A few days later, at the palace ball, Lailaji deliberately dressed up for the occasion. He had been truly heartbroken after being forced to back down last time, but it wasn't time to give up yet. Thinking of this, Lailaji bit his lip. That Jean Gier girl must have something to do with Hammer. I felt something was off when I saw them hugging last time. Although, it's possible they just hugged in the heat of the moment. But if anyone's going to hug him, it should be me, Lailaji. I'm much more charming than that little brat. Lailaji tossed his hair, eliciting another round of admiration from those around him. He smirked. Today, he would definitely show His Majesty his charm. Soon, the attendant announced the Emperor's arrival. His Majesty and Marquis Jean Gier have arrived. This announcement irritated Lailaji. Why were those two together? Emperor Isana appeared, standing intimately beside Jean Gier. The Emperor had brought Jean Gier to the ball, both dressed in formal attire. Seeing the two standing close together, Lailaji's face immediately darkened. How had they developed so quickly? The surrounding people whispered amongst themselves, His Majesty and Miss Jean Gier are such a perfect match. Lailaji's face darkened. One of the women said, His Majesty and Miss Jean Gier seem to be dating already. Even though it hasn't been officially announced, appearing together at an event like this. Hearing this, Lailaji felt as if she'd been struck by lightning. Impossible. This is impossible. The Emperor extended his hand, inviting Jean Gier to dance. Jean Gier placed her hand in his, her face beaming with joy. The Emperor held Jean Gier's hand in one of his and placed his other hand around her waist. The two danced gracefully, gazing lovingly at each other. Jean Gier suddenly thought of something and covered her mouth with her hand, asking the Emperor in a low voice, "Why did you suddenly decide to hold the ball? Shouldn't we be focusing on resolving the curse?" The Emperor smiled and said that simply worrying wouldn't help. They needed to rest as well. As they danced, they chatted. The Emperor told Jean Gier that he was trying to avoid reading people's minds. After listening to Jesset, he thought a lot about it. He felt that trust was like crossing a bridge, crossing a single plank bridge blindfolded while holding someone's hand. If there wasn't enough trust, you'd twist your ankle and fall into the river. Conversely, if there was trust, the single plank bridge might become a wide, flat plane. Even if it wasn't related to the curse, he wanted to try it. Their dance ended, but they remained close. Both his words and his breathtakingly handsome appearance from this angle made Jean Gier's heart flutter. Not far away, Lailaji was so angry she was about to snap her fan. She couldn't understand why the Emperor hadn't chosen her. She felt this was the first time in her life she'd been so humiliated. Every man who laid eyes on her was captivated. Why was it Jean Gier who had One Eye Santa's heart? Lailaji's face was filled with resentment. Suddenly, a voice interrupted her thoughts. "Isn't that Miss Lailaji?" A slightly tipsy Urji walked over. Lailaji forced a smile and replied, "It's been a while. This is the first time I've seen you since since the last banquet. There was a hint of anger in Urji's eyes. Ever since their last encounter, this woman had found various excuses to avoid his requests to meet. He had finally managed to see her here today. Urji walked briskly up to Lailaji and began to taunt her. "Miss, you're truly remarkable. You keep saying you'll consider meeting me. At this rate, are you planning to consider it until we're both old and gray?" Urji took Lailaji's hand. Lailaji's face was full of impatience. She really wasn't in the mood to deal with him. Then she suddenly thought of something. Lailaji looked at Urji with a calculating expression. A tear rolled down her cheek. With tears in her eyes, she put on a show for Urji. "I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting for so long, but I have my reasons. I've been thinking about returning to your side." Lailaji told Urji that His Majesty Isana had been pursuing her. She covered her face and sobbed. "My heart has been somewhat moved by His Majesty, but while he's pursuing me, he's also dancing with Jean Jier in public like this. I didn't expect His Majesty to be two-faced." Lailaji apologized to Urji through her tears. "I am truly sorry. It's all my fault for being so naive and falling for His Majesty's sweet words." As expected, Urji gritted his teeth and glared furiously in the Emperor's direction. Lailaji smiled triumphantly. "It's your turn now, Urji." Isana held the banquet as an opportunity to confess his feelings to Jean Jier. However, Jean Jier was still unaware of this. She happily stretched, saying she hadn't enjoyed a banquet this much in a long time. Before meeting His Majesty, the matters between Urji and Lailaji had been bothering her, leaving her with no mood to enjoy banquets. The Emperor looked at her affectionately and said softly, "So it seems holding this banquet was quite worthwhile. I'm enjoying myself with you." Hearing these words, Jean Jier blushed. She shyly turned her head away. "Your Majesty, the way you say that, it's as if you held this banquet specifically for me. It's quite misleading." The Emperor's lips curled into a knowing smile. "It was for you." Jean Jier froze, her mind drawing a blank. Was it what she thought it was? The Emperor's eyes were full of affection as he said gently, "You didn't misunderstand." Jean Jier's heart raced. She wanted to ask something more, but was interrupted by a voice. "Your Majesty, excuse me." Urji, his face grim, strode towards them. Jean Jier was about to explode with anger at Urji. He always showed up at times like this to ruin the atmosphere, completely clueless. The tenderness in the Emperor's eyes vanished, replaced by a cold sharpness. "What is it?" Intimidated by the Emperor's gaze, Urji stopped in his tracks. He stood there, nervously stammering that he had something to say to His Majesty. Jean Jier rudely told him to get lost. Urji, however, looked at Jean Jier with pity. He felt sorry for her, still unaware that she was being toyed with by the Emperor. Thinking of this, Urji's gaze hardened. He had to tear off Isana's mask in front of everyone. The Emperor asked him what he wanted to say. Urji clenched his fists and dropped to his knees. With his head bowed, he asked, "Your Majesty, must you dream like this? Must you steal both women to feel satisfied?" He abruptly raised his head and roared towards the heavens. Jean Jier and the Emperor were both startled by the yell. The guests at the banquet all heard the sound. They whispered amongst themselves, wondering what kind of creature it was. Lailaji, fan in hand, looked smug. Urji had been fooled by her acting again. In any case, she could still disrupt their relationship for a while. Lailaji prepared to leave. She sincerely hoped Urji would stop pestering her. Lala, however, blocked her path. At that moment, Jean Jier, standing on the terrace, asked Urji, astonished and speechless, if he was drunk. The Emperor looked at Urji expressionlessly, his eyes growing colder. "If you dare say such a thing again, regardless of your status, I will not tolerate it." Urji's back trembled, but he still stubbornly said, "The way your Majesty looks at me, it's as if you've read all the thoughts in my mind." Hearing this, the Emperor's expression changed dramatically. Urji swayed as he stood, continuing his self-destructive act. Reading minds, what a wonderful ability. Perhaps it's precisely with this ability that you stole two people from me. Jean Jier quickly told Urji to shut up. Continuously challenging the Emperor's authority, he righteously declared his distrust in His Majesty. Your Majesty is a philanderer, a man torn between two women. He couldn't trust Jean Jier to him. Jean Jier was rendered speechless by Urji's shamelessness. It was clearly him, Urji, who was wavering between two women. Jean Jie warned him she'd slap him if he said another word. Before she could finish, the Emperor stepped in front of her. He told her she needn't be angry. Then he strode towards Urji and demanded to know what right he had to talk about trust. The Emperor stood before Urji and asked, "Do you have some misunderstanding?" Urji felt an invisible pressure, his face covered in nervous sweat. The Emperor poked Urji's forehead and shoved him back. "It's not my fault that both women left you. It's because of you." Urji, intimidated, didn't dare make sound. Two guards suddenly entered, respectfully asking the Emperor if anything was amiss. They had received a report of a disturbance and rushed over. The Emperor waved them off, saying it was nothing. The Emperor then leaned close to Urji and warned him in a voice only they could hear, "I am a tolerant and generous Emperor, but if you make a further spectacle of yourself, I will turn that somewhat presentable face of yours into ginger. Do you understand?" Urji trembled uncontrollably with fear. He looked at Jean Jie with a pitiful expression. Jean Jie, however, raised her hand and told him to get lost. Urji, face streaming with tears, turned and ran. Internally, he added a dramatic monologue. "I'm sorry, Jean Jie. I love you." After Urji left, to prevent further interruptions, the two guards respectfully offered to stand watch outside. Jean Jie rubbed her forehead in exasperation, her anger burning. It wasn't enough that Urji, that damned thief, stole her book. He also had to spout nonsense. What deep grudge did she have against him in her past life? Outside the banquet hall, Lala was questioning Lailaji. "Did you really have to go this far?" Lailaji turned on her acting, feigning confusion. "What did I do?" Lala said he saw her talking to Urji secretly. He was certain that Lailaji had instigated this whole farce. Lailaji gave a cold laugh and dropped the pretense. She asked Lala why he was so intent on catching her out. "Don't you like Jean Jie?" Lala was surprised she knew. Lailaji looked at him sharply. "Don't underestimate a woman's intuition. I saw at the last Earl's banquet." She asked Lala, "Do you really not care that His Majesty stole Jean Jie?" Lala smiled faintly, perhaps thinking of Jean Jie, his eyes filled with tenderness. "I only want the person I love to be happy. I don't insist on being with her." Lala's reaction surprised Lailaji. She turned away and scoffed. "That's your way of thinking. Whether in novels or reality, you're foolishly naive and pathetic. But I'm not like you." Lailaji's face darkened. "Anything I set my sights on, even if I have to snatch it, will be mine. I will not lose to Jean Jie. More importantly, this victory will decide my life." Lailaji curled her lip into a cold smile. "Come on, Jean Jie, let's have our final showdown. I won't let you get what you want." Seeing Lailaji like this, Lala felt a faint sense of unease. The Emperor, after beating around the bush, finally confessed to Jean Jie. This story starts 5 minutes earlier, after Urji caused a scene. Jean Jie was a little worried. Urji must have learned from the novel about the Emperor's mind-reading ability. She couldn't help but worry that Urji would spread the news about the mind-reading. The Emperor reassured her not to worry, saying no one would believe the contents of a novel. Besides, Urji wasn't a fool and wouldn't dare to insult the royal family. Jin Yie was relieved. The next second, she was on edge again. The Emperor suddenly asked her where the fake book written by Miss Jiang Sheng was. Jean Jie felt like she'd been struck by lightning. Why did His Majesty suddenly bring this up? The Emperor, with an expectant look, said he was very curious about the contents. Jean Jie awkwardly turned her face away. She had written the contents herself, a story about her falling in love with Isana. How could she possibly tell him? The Emperor gave her a look she couldn't refuse and asked, "What's in it that made Lala risk his identity being exposed to stop me? I want to read it too." The Emperor's handsome face sent Jean Jie's heart racing. Covering her blushing face, she begged him to stop asking. The contents were too embarrassing. The Emperor frowned in dissatisfaction and told her to at least tell him the ending. Jean Jie stammered and gestured. Thought it's about your Majesty and me living happily ever after, like a fairy tale ending." The Emperor's lips curled into a smile. Then, he said, "Let's make the ending you wrote a reality." Jean Jie's eyes widened in surprise. The Emperor took her hand, bent down, and kissed it. "Jean Jie," he said, "I like you. Will you accept my feelings?" Jean Jie still hadn't fully processed what was happening. She wondered if she was hallucinating. "Your Majesty," she asked uncertainly, "are you serious?" The emperor pointed to his sincere face and said he was 100% serious. Jean Jie suddenly burst into tears. The emperor, flustered, comforted her and asked why she was crying. Wiping her tears, Jean Jie said it was because she was too happy. Her dream had actually come true. She still wondered if she was dreaming. The emperor looked at her with tenderness. He took out a pink gemstone necklace he had prepared. "This is my first time experiencing this too," he said. "I'm sorry it took me so long to realize my feelings. Although the curse hasn't been lifted yet, I want to give you the best of everything." Tears welled up in Jean Jie's eyes. Her heart was filled with emotion. The emperor asked if she would accept it. Jean Jie threw herself into his arms. "I've liked you for a long time," she said, "maybe even from the moment we first met, Your Majesty." The emperor stroked her face, his eyes filled with love. He slowly leaned closer. A blush spread across Jean Jie's face. She closed her eyes in anticipation. A gentle kiss landed on her lips. The emperor and Jean Jie finally confirmed their feelings for each other. Even after the kiss ended, they were reluctant to part. Blushing slightly, the emperor asked Jean Jie, "Was that first kiss too hasty?" Jean Jie looked at him dreamily. In her mind, she said, "That wasn't my first." The emperor's eyes suddenly sharpened. He had caught her thought. Jean Jie quickly turned her face away, covering her eyes with her hand. The emperor narrowed his eyes at her. "That wasn't your first kiss." Jean Jie asked angrily, "Didn't you say you wouldn't read my thoughts anymore?" The emperor replied that what he just did was uncontrollable. He crossed his arms, his gaze fixed on her. "What do you mean it wasn't your first kiss? Explain yourself." Jean Jie pouted and blushed. "In the tower," she explained, "when Your Majesty was drunk, I accidentally fell ... and then ... my lips accidentally touched yours." Afraid he would misunderstand her intentions, she raised her hand and swore it was an accident. The emperor looked at her with a stern expression. "You audacious Jiangsheng." Jean Jie apologized tearfully. "Please forgive me, Your Majesty." The emperor couldn't help but smile. "But that's cute," he said softly. He kissed her again. Jean Jie's face instantly flushed. Even though she was wearing glasses, she still felt like she was dreaming. A few days later, at the Marquis's mansion, Jean Jie contentedly touched the pink diamond necklace. Even though several days had passed, it still didn't feel real. She was actually Isana's lover. Suddenly, her mother entered the room. Jean Jie's mother immediately noticed the pink diamond necklace on her daughter's neck. She sincerely complimented how beautiful it was, saying it clearly showed how much the emperor adored her. Jean Jie carefully touched the necklace and confessed her worries to her mother. "Actually, I still can't quite believe it. I keep worrying, what if this is all a dream?" Her mother held Jean Jie's hand and asked if she was feeling insecure because she was too happy. With a gentle smile, her mother comforted her. "Don't worry. Just enjoy your happiness now." Human relationships and fate are unpredictable. We often miss important moments in the present because we're dwelling on the past or worrying about the future. Cupping Jean Jie's face, she softly said, "Right now, you are loved and you love someone. That's what makes you the most beautiful and radiant." Jean Jie felt both happy and moved. Her mother's words eased the worries she had been feeling. She barely remembered her father, who had passed away when she was young. Her mother, a single woman, shouldered all the responsibilities of the Marquis's mansion, yet she never complained about the hardships to Jean Jie. Although she sometimes lamented her father's early departure, her mother always wore a smile, as if she never regretted anything. Jean Jie hugged her mother tightly. "Mother," she said, "you've always been the person I respect and love the most." Her mother stroked her hair affectionately. "I love you too, my daughter. You deserve all this love. You must be happy." A servant suddenly interrupted to announce Lailaji's arrival. Jean Jie was slightly surprised. Why would Lailaji suddenly come to visit? Hearing that Lailaji had come to visit, Jean Jie felt a headache coming on. She figured the girl was probably up to no good again. Seeing her daughter's troubled expression, her mother suggested she not see Lailaji if it felt awkward. Her mother asked if Jean Jie was still bothered by what happened between Lailaji and Urji. She reassured her that it was all in the past and she shouldn't let it upset her. These words sparked an idea in Jean Jie's mind. A sly smile crept onto her face. "That's right," she said. It's all in the past. Jean Jie confidently instructed the servant to inform Lailaji that she would be there shortly. Lailaji sat in the living room, sipping her tea irritably. She recalled the rumors she'd overheard at the banquet about the emperor officially courting Jean Jie. The thought made her grind her teeth in frustration. But it seems the emperor's curse hasn't been broken yet, she thought. That means I still have a chance. Lailaji calmly took another sip of tea. That's right. I just need to find a way to break them up before their feelings deepen. A voice suddenly interrupted her thoughts. Oh my, what an esteemed guest, arriving without even a greeting. Jean Jie sat down on the sofa with a displeased expression. We're not exactly on friendly terms, are we? She continued. Lailaji ignored Jean Jie's hostility and calmly stated, Of course, I'm here to congratulate you on the good news I heard from a friend. Everyone's talking about you and the emperor. Jean Jie saw right through Lailaji's feigned innocence. She curtly suggested that Lailaji leave early if she had nothing else to say, as she had a date with the emperor that afternoon. Lailaji remained unfazed. Jean Jie wouldn't be able to provoke her that easily. A moment later, Lailaji's eyes widened in surprise. She noticed the pink diamond necklace on Jean Jie's neck. It was a priceless pink gemstone, incredibly rare and valuable. Noticing Lailaji's gaze, Jean Jie proudly held up the necklace. This is a gift the emperor gave me when he confessed his feelings. It was custom-made just for me. A one-of-a-kind necklace. Jean Jie delighted in Lailaji's envious expression. She was finally getting back at Lailaji, making her experience what felt like to be the villain. She had been waiting 10 years for this. Now, Lailaji was merely a spiteful supporting character in Jean Jie's life story. The thought of Lailaji having to watch her happy relationship with the emperor was incredibly satisfying. Lailaji let out a cold laugh and set down her teacup. My, aren't you smug, Jean Jie? But how long will this love last? Jean Jie was taken aback by her words. Lailaji looked at her confidently. Think about it. All the men we've met have been so devoted and eager to please, but they can change their minds in an instant. With a fake smile, Lailaji asked, Are you sure the emperor will be any different? She retorted with a cold snort, asking if she had struck a nerve. Lailaji feigned a hurt expression. I'm just worried about you. That's why I came to warn you. He seemed to think of something, then covered his mouth and said dramatically, What if by some chance his majesty is stolen away? That would really be a huge problem. Jean Jie's face d'arcanette. Lailaji was clearly provoking her, preparing to make her move. Without waiting for Jean Jie to respond, Lailaji stood up to leave, throwing over her shoulder, Consider this my friendly advice. I'll be going now, she said. Jean Jie glared angrily at Lailaji's retreating figure. She had lost this round. Jean Jie grew angrier the more she thought about it. She took large bites of cake, pondering how to subdue Lailaji. Suddenly, she stopped. His Majesty's birthday was coming up soon. A spark of inspiration ignited in Jean Jie's mind. Jean Jie had been happily on her way to see the emperor, but her good mood vanished the instant she ran into Lailaji at the Istanin Palace. What an annoying little brat, she thought. Lailaji asked curiously what she was holding. Jean Jie shyly explained that it was a sweet stew made with her own hands and filled with love. Lailaji saw right through her. I don't even need to look to know it's ginger-flavored, she said. Annoyed, but unable to deny the truth, Jean Jie insisted that she had been diligently practicing her cooking lately. By the emperor's birthday, she would definitely create a dish that would impress everyone. And when His Majesty saw how hard she had worked, he might even shed tears of emotion. Lailaji watched Jean Jie with an exasperated look. Jean Jie suddenly realized she had been unconsciously talking to her rival as if they were friends. She quickly put some distance between herself and Lailaji. Lailaji gave her a thoughtful look. The emperor, looking at the dish Jean Jie had specially made for him, broke out in a cold sweat. Jean Jie cupped her cheeks in her hands, gazing expectantly at the emperor. Your Majesty's birthday is coming up soon. I plan to practice my cooking diligently so I can prepare a delicious birthday present for you. But you must participate in this process with me. The emperor was horrified. This meant that every day until his birthday, he would have to sample Jean Jie's cooking. Jean Jie covered his mouth. You can't refuse, she said. She whispered shyly, I'll bring you my dishes. Little by little, each day, you'll You'll be nourished by my love. Maybe you'll become unable to live without my cooking," she added, her eyes full of affection. The emperor's heart melted. He indulged her and agreed. He kissed her forehead. "All right," he said. "I'll be looking forward to the day you succeed." Meanwhile, Lailaji was deep in thought. A short while later, a servant knocked and entered, saying that the item she had requested had arrived. Inside a transparent bottle was a blue liquid. The servant told Lailaji that with each small dose, the toxins would gradually accumulate. There would be no visible signs at first, but slowly, poisoning would occur. At a certain point, the victim would lose consciousness and fall into a coma. Lailaji asked the servant if she had contacted the spy planted in Jean Jiener's household. The servant confirmed that the spy, named Tao Les, had befriended Jean Jier's personal maid. Lailaji smiled with satisfaction. She handed the ruby necklace to the servant. She instructed the servant to give it to Tao Les, who was to plant the necklace in Jean Jier's dress on the day of the emperor's birthday banquet. The servant hesitated. Lailaji urged her to hurry. The servant asked worriedly what would happen if the emperor consumed a fatal dose. Lailaji told her not to worry. It wouldn't be life-threatening. It was just a type of anesthetic that would induce paralysis and a high fever for about 3 days. Besides, Lailaji was certain the emperor wouldn't eat Jean Jier's cooking. Thinking of Jean Jier, Lailaji sneered. "Jean Jier, your future will be even more tragic than in the novel. I'll start acting now." Jean Jier practiced cooking all day for the emperor's birthday to the point of exhaustion. Everything she made tasted overwhelmingly of ginger. She used the same ingredients as everyone else, so what was the problem? Her maid, Sarah, kept Jean Jier company in the kitchen, tasting the food until her palate was numb. Her mouth was full of the taste of ginger. Jean Jier suspected her hands were cursed. She felt utterly dejected. Sarah left the kitchen and sighed worriedly. Tao Les put a friendly arm around Sarah's shoulder and asked with feigned concern what was wrong. Sarah explained her worries, saying that Jean Jier wanted to make a delicious dish for the emperor's birthday present, but she wasn't making any progress and was very upset. He's been staying up for several days and nights. Mrs. Hands are blistered from practicing, but all the food she makes tastes of ginger. Tao Les feels like he's found an opportunity. He takes out a bottle of blue liquid and tells Sarah he has a rare, legendary spice. Just one drop will remove any fishy smell from ingredients. Just one drop, and it will be no ginger taste. Sarah hesitantly asks if Tao Les is really going to give her something so precious. Tao Les tells Sarah not to be so polite. It's nothing to do a little something for a best friend. Sarah gratefully accepts. She suddenly notices that Tao Les is holding Miss Jean Jiener's dress. It seems to be the one she's going to wear to the emperor's birthday. Tao Les says, with ill intent, that the decoration on Mrs. Dress has fallen off and he's going to fix it for her. The emperor takes another bite of Jean Jier's cooking and freezes. Jean Jier nervously asks him what's wrong. The emperor says, incredulously, that it tastes much better. Jean Jier cheers, but the emperor is a little alarmed. He wonders if he's become so used to the ginger that his sense of taste is gone. The emperor sighs, so this is what you meant by being nourished by ginger. Jean Jier protests, it's not the ginger, it's being nourished by my love. She's content that the food is at least a little better. Her fingers are blistered from practicing cooking these past few days. The emperor's face is full of concern. He gently holds Jean Jier's blistered hand and tells her not to work so hard. Then he bends down and kisses the back of her hand. Even without all this, I would still be yours. Jean Jier blushes, pouting playfully. Your Majesty, you sound like such a smooth talker. A few days later is Emperor Yasana's birthday banquet. At the banquet, everyone respectfully offers their birthday wishes to the emperor. The emperor politely exchanges greetings with everyone. After the crowd disperses, Jean Jier quietly tugs on the emperor's sleeve. She whispers for him to follow her. She has something to show him. Jean Jier mysteriously leads him into a room and opens the door, smiling. Happy birthday. Sarah is standing next to a cake, also clapping happily. Happy birthday, Your Majesty. The emperor, beaming, is welcomed into the room. Jean Jier urges him to try the cake she made herself. She scoops up a spoonful and offers it to him. The emperor looks a little puzzled. Jean Jiener's eyes are sparkling with anticipation. Normally, he would be able to hear her thoughts loud and clear, but he can't hear anything from Jean Jier now. He's a little confused, but he opens his mouth, ready for Jean Jier to feed him. Suddenly, a voice interrupts them. Don't eat it. Lailaji is standing at the doorway. Her expression is serious as she tells the emperor not to eat the cake Jean Gier made. Yin yar gled sot Lailai for interrupting. Lailaji, knowing the emperor can hear her thoughts, tells him telepathically, Jean Gier poisoned the food she made for you. The poison will take effect once it accumulates. The emperor chuckles, finding Lailaji's attempt to sow discord amusing. Lailaji continues telepathically. Jean Gier had her closest servant do it. The emperor suddenly sees a vision in Lailaji's eyes of the servant adding something to the food. Is this the servant who is always with Jean Gier? Lailaji urges him again. You may not believe that the one you love would do such a thing, but she and Sarah have always been so close. Don't you remember them embracing so intimately before? Just then, Sarah quietly asks Jean Gier, have you overcome the ginger curse? Jean Gier gives her a thumbs up and nods reassuringly. The emperor, not wearing his glasses, can hear all of Sarah's thoughts. He trusts Jean Gier and Sarah completely. He warns Lailaji, your provocations are going too far. Jean Gier realizes that Lailaji has been trying to provoke the emperor. She grimaces and tells Lailaji to leave. Just as the emperor is about to eat the cake, Lailaji shouts, don't. She quickly tells the emperor telepathically, if you eat that cake, the accumulated poison will take effect and spread throughout your body. Do you trust her that much? Enough to risk your life? The emperor pauses. He can tell from the intensity of her thoughts that Lailaji is telling the truth. These unbelievable things are actually true. And at this very moment, he can't read Jean Gier's thoughts. Why is it different from usual? What is Jean Gier thinking? The emperor hesitates. Suddenly, he notices Jean Gier's blistered hands from practicing cooking. Thinking of Jean Gier's uncontainable love for him, the emperor's gaze hardened. Jean Gier had practiced cooking for him until her hands were blistered. The idea that she would poison his food was absurd. It must be Lailaji trying to drive a wedge between them. He didn't know her motive, but this time, the emperor would show Lailaji the trust between him and Jean Gier. Jean Gier looked at the emperor questioningly. He felt that even without looking into her eyes or reading her thoughts, he had absolute trust in her. The emperor took a bite of the cake. Jean Gier anxiously asked how it tasted. The emperor affectionately told her the ginger flavor was better and overall, it was quite good. Jean Gier was finally relieved. It seemed her hard work had paid off. The emperor took Jean Gier's hand, gently telling her not to hurt her hands like this again. He looked at her with love in his eyes. Just being by my side is enough, he said. Jean Gier gazed back, moved. Lailaji, watching from afar, was furious. For some reason, she felt the atmosphere was strange. Was she imagining things? Suddenly, there was a thud. The emperor had lost consciousness and collapsed. Jean Gier cried out in panic, Your Majesty. After eating the cake Jean Gier made, the emperor had fainted. Jean Gier frantically called out, Your Majesty. Lailaji checked him and confirmed he had been poisoned. Jean Gier covered her mouth in disbelief. How could he be poisoned? Who did this? Lailaji spoke with a malicious glee. Jean Gier, it's been a while, but your acting has certainly improved. Jean Gier asked, confused, what do you mean? Lailaji feigned fear and innocence. I heard everything. You kept adding poison to the food you made. You poisoned His Majesty. How could you do such a thing? Jean Gier knew something was wrong. She clenched her fists. It was clearly Lailaji's doing. Jean Gier asked through gritted teeth why Lailaji would do this. All the food had been prepared at home. Lailaji couldn't have tampered with it. When did she do it? Lailaji covered her face, feigning surprise and innocence. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Jean Gier was so angry she wanted to tear Lailaji apart. The emperor's health was the priority. Lailaji continuously used magic to try and detoxify him. She reassured Jean Gier not to worry too much, as she knew detoxification magic. Jean Gier was filled with guilt. It was all her fault. If she hadn't insisted the emperor eat her cake, this wouldn't have happened. Tears welled up in Jean Gier's eyes. She knew Lailaji hated her, but she never thought Lailaji would go this far. At this rate, her ending with the emperor might be even worse than in the book. It was because she coveted a role she shouldn't have. Jean Gier tightly gripped the emperor's hand. The emperor had just decided to trust people again, only to be hurt like this. Jean Gier's heart ached. Your Majesty, please wake up. she suddenly remembered something. The emperor's expression. He clearly knew something was wrong with the cake, but he ate it anyway. He did it because he trusted her. Jinjie asked Lailaji if she was satisfied now. Lailaji asked, confused, what do you mean? You always try to drive people apart, and you're so smug about it. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Her gaze turned icy, tears streaming down her face. But this time, you'll regret it. You'll see the trust between us. I will make you regret this. A single tear landed on the emperor's eye. Suddenly, his body began to glow. Jinjie and Lailaji watched in astonishment. The light. The emperor slowly opened his eyes. He sat up, rubbing his head, confused. Why am I on the floor? He asked. Jinjie and Lailaji asked excitedly, how do you feel? Jinjie told the emperor he had fainted after eating the cake. The emperor's face filled with alarm. Then he relaxed his brow and teased Jinjie. Did you put red wine in the cake again? Jinjie was speechless. He was joking at a time like this. But he was all right. That was all that mattered. Tears streamed down Jinjie's face. The emperor pulled her into a hug, patting her back and reassuring her that everything was okay. The emperor had woken up safe and sound. Jinjie sobbed with relief in his arms as he gently comforted her. Lailaji watched them resentfully. She asked Lara if the light just now was magic that he had cast. Lara denied it. He was also curious about the light. Suddenly, Jinjie's skirt emitted a dazzling light. Jinjie took it out and looked. Wasn't this Lailaji's ruby necklace? A dark shadow jumped out. Jersit and Lailaji were stunned. Why was Grandpa here? Jersit first congratulated the emperor. Congratulations, your majesty. The curse that has troubled you for so long has been lifted. The emperor was incredulous. Had the curse been lifted so easily? He turned to look at Jinjie. Jinjie nodded and quickly threw the necklace away. The emperor cupped her face in his hands and gazed at her for a long moment. He joyfully told Jinjie that he could no longer read any thoughts. Jinjie was genuinely happy for him. Lara finally understood. The light just now was because the curse had been lifted. However, he was puzzled about how the curse had been lifted. Jersit praised the emperor. You are truly powerful, just like your uncle, Hendry. The emperor, puzzled, asked Jersit why his uncle had drunk that poison wine, even knowing it was poisonous. With his abilities, he could have easily detoxified himself. Jersit looked sorrowful because Hendry was born with a short lifespan. The emperor and Jinjie were shocked. This was something they hadn't expected. Jersit told them Hendry was frail and sickly from birth. Using magic further diminished his life force. He wasn't going to live long anyway. He knew that even if he became like that, he wouldn't give up practicing magic. He only wanted to help his brother and contribute to the empire. Hendry truly followed King Aster, who regarded him as an enemy. Even knowing his existence was a threat to his majesty, he still accepted the poisoned wine offered by King Aster. King Aster only showed indifference to this sincerity and sacrifice. But your majesty and Miss Jinjie's fate is different from Hendry's. Even knowing the food was poisoned, your majesty still trusted Miss Jinjie. Because your majesty, for the first time, truly trusted someone, the curse was lifted. Jinjie and the emperor turned and silently looked at each other for a moment. Jinjie suddenly thought of something. She quickly explained to the emperor that she really hadn't poisoned him. The emperor said he already knew Lailaji had poisoned it. He turned to Lailaji. Now is your chance to explain, Miss Lailaji. Lailaji's face was covered in nervous sweat. She stubbornly insisted she didn't understand what His Majesty was talking about. The emperor's eyes grew colder. Did you think you could perfectly deceive everyone? At first, I almost believed your thoughts and expressions were genuine. But just as I was about to eat it, I noticed your eyes. Perhaps because you were panicked, you unconsciously thought of the true mastermind behind this, the maid. You probably didn't expect me to still eat the cake after hearing your words. A crack appeared in Lailaji's composure. She gritted her teeth unwillingly. The emperor had eaten the cake, even knowing it was poisoned. Jinjie angrily asked him why he ate it. It's fortunate Lara could use magic to detoxify you. Otherwise, something terrible could have happened. Sensing Jinjie's concern, the emperor's lips curved into a slight smile. He told Jinjie, ever since I heard Jersit talk about true trust, I've thought a lot about what true trust really is. Because I can read other people's thoughts, I can't help but doubt them. Over time, it's become a habit. Even though I know it's a side effect of my curse, I unconsciously keep using it. So this time, I decided not to use my ability. I closed my eyes and trusted you. The Emperor looked tenderly at Jean Gier. My trust in you isn't a fragile single-plank bridge, but a solid, sturdy road. He leaned closer to Jean Gier, a playful glint in his eyes. Didn't I say? My first trust would always be yours. Jean Gier stared at him wide-eyed. The Emperor's face drew even closer. Thank you, Jean Gier. And the Emperor placed a kiss on Jean Gier's forehead. I will always love you, Jean Gier. Jean Gier closed her eyes, content and blissful. Not far away, Lara watched them with a relieved smile. The ending had unfolded according to Jean Gier's writing. With these two so in love and trusting each other, he probably didn't have a chance. Lara sincerely wished them well in his heart. Your Majesty and Miss Jean Gier, may you live happily ever after. Lailaji angrily clutched her skirt. What was going on? Just because the Emperor trusted Jean Gier, the curse was lifted. Everything she had worked for had benefited Jean Gier. How could this be? Jersit suddenly called out to Lailaji. Lailaji turned to her grandfather, confused, asking him wasn't he supposed to have died 7 years ago. Jersit explained that he had left a sliver of his soul in Lailaji's ruby necklace. Lailaji remembered the Emperor wearing the necklace and hearing her grandfather's voice. She angrily questioned Jersit why he hadn't told her directly how to lift the curse. That way, she could have won the Emperor's heart. Jersit explained that he had placed a sliver of his soul in the necklace only to atone for the mistakes of his life. Therefore, only the cursed Emperor could hear his voice. His intention was to help the Emperor lift the curse, which was why he left the necklace. But he hadn't expected his seemingly obedient granddaughter to do something so foolish. Lailaji trembled with rage. She had always considered herself the protagonist. Even when she saw the precognitive novel where she was the heroine, she wasn't surprised. Since childhood, she had believed herself superior and beautiful, as she took pride in it. But now she was being told the protagonist was Jean Gier. Lailaji loudly questioned her grandfather, asking if Jean Gier was worthy. Jean Gier should have been the villainous supporting character. Hearing this, Jean Gier was furious. The Emperor immediately shielded Jean Gier, coldly telling Lailaji, I will not allow you to speak to Jean Gier in that way. Wasn't poisoning and framing her enough? Lailaji's tears fell. I truly love your Majesty, she said. Lailaji desperately wished she could return to the novel's ending. In the novel, she was the heroine. Now, Jean Gier had stolen her spotlight. She cried to the Emperor, I truly love your Majesty. I just wanted to return to your Majesty's side. That was originally my place. A hand patted her shoulder. It was Jersit. Jersit comforted Lailaji, saying that if he had forced a marriage between her and the Emperor, she might have really lost her life, just like the ending of the novel. Jersit didn't want to see Lailaji lose her life for the sake of wealth and glory. You must pay the price for the crimes you've committed. From now on, you must abandon your greed and live an honest life. This is my final wish for you, my granddaughter. Lailaji hung her head without replying. Jersit turned to the Emperor. He sincerely apologized to the Emperor again for cursing him. The Emperor said that after hearing the whole story, he understood Jersit's plight. Although he couldn't forgive Jersit immediately, he still felt grateful. Jinyev Azulmavat Pazit, grateful for being cursed. The Emperor told Jean Gier that if he had grown up beside his suspicious father, he might have become the same, unable to understand the meaning of truly trusting someone. Although it had led him through a lonely and difficult time, he had ultimately gained something very precious. He had also gained a very precious person. Jersit looked at the Emperor with relief. You are truly exceptional. During such difficult times, your Majesty was still able to open your heart. You will surely become a wise ruler. Jersit turned to his former disciple, Lara. Lara had borne a heavy burden because of this curse. Jersit praised Lara with satisfaction. You are an even more talented and gifted mage than I imagined. I am proud of you, my disciple. After his praise, Jersit gave Lara his final blessing. I hope you can let go of all your burdens from now on. Stop worrying about others and live for yourself. I hope you'll be happy. I will pray for you from heaven. Lara's eyes glistened with tears, her voice choked with emotion. Thank you, Master. May you rest in peace. Jersit said it was time for him to leave. Farewell, everyone. The red light on Jersit grew stronger, and his dark figure became fainter. With a bang, the ruby necklace shattered, and Jersit disappeared completely. The emperor ordered the knights to take Lailaji to prison. Lailaji didn't cry or make a fuss. She hung her head and left with the knights. Jean Gier felt a complicated mix of emotions. For so long, Lailaji had been her rival. The ambitious Lailaji had just exited the stage. She thought she would feel relieved, but why did she feel? Jean Gier suddenly lost her balance and fell to the ground. The emperor hurriedly helped her up and asked what was wrong. Jean Gier's face was pale, and she couldn't stop trembling. I just thought that everything was over, and I suddenly felt weak. So much has happened in such a short time. Seeing Lailaji being taken away, Jean Gier couldn't help but sigh. She had stumbled upon a book remarkably similar to her reality. Initially driven by a competitive spirit, she wanted to change the story's ending. She, originally the story's villainous supporting character, had unknowingly saved Lailaji's life and ultimately lifted the Emperor's curse. Jean Gier couldn't help but feel a sense of triumph. Wasn't she the first villainous supporting character to achieve a happy ending? The Emperor lifted Jean Gier's chin. "What are you talking about?" He leaned closer, gazing into her eyes. "Our story is just beginning." Jean Gier blushed, a dreamy look on her face. "Your Majesty, your beautiful lips speak such enchanting words," Jean Gier murmured, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "I want to kiss them right now." The Emperor froze, taken aback by her expression. "Jean Gier, what are you thinking? Such embarrassing thoughts." Hearing this, Jean Gier, startled, asked the Emperor with a deadpan expression if he could hear her thoughts. The Emperor chuckled. He said he could now guess her thoughts just by looking at her face. Leaning closer, he whispered, "I'm thinking the same thing." The Emperor, his eyes full of affection, slowly leaned in. Finally, their lips met. Lara, standing nearby, coughed awkwardly. They had forgotten him again. Seeing their affection, he decided to tactfully excuse himself. Smiling, Lara turned and closed the door. Stepping outside, he recalled his master's words, urging him to live for himself. His parents had died young, and he had been taken in by his master at a young age. Due to various circumstances, he had always been busy, never truly living for himself. Though he realized it late, he had finally found something he desired, but that happiness didn't belong to him. While there was still time, Lara wanted to follow his master's advice and search for the life he truly desired. Looking up at the sky, he smiled slightly. "Master, it seems I must travel to find my happiness. Perhaps on this journey, I'll find the life I'm looking for." A week later, Lailaji faced the consequences of her actions. Poisoning the royal food and framing someone else was a grave offense, punishable by the extermination of Lailaji's entire family. Her father knelt beside her, pleading with the Emperor for mercy. After further investigation, it was revealed that the poison wasn't fatal. It was all due to his daughter's momentary greed and mistake. Lailaji had become utterly dejected. Jean Gier, watching from the crowd, felt a mix of emotions. Lailaji must have been reflecting on her actions. She couldn't understand why Lailaji had gone to such lengths after losing to her. Perhaps this was the consequence of endless desire. Finally, their feud had come to an end. When Jean Gier first met Lailaji, she thought they would become good friends. She didn't understand how things had turned out this way. Suddenly, Lailaji turned and glared fiercely at Jean Gier, who flinched under her gaze. The Emperor then announced Lailaji's punishment: permanent exile from the kingdom, forbidden from ever setting foot on its soil again. Lailaji's father, overwhelmed with gratitude, repeatedly kowtowed and thanked the Emperor for his mercy. Lailaji, however, remained defiant. The following dawn, she was exiled in disgrace. The incident was serious enough to warrant the punishment of her entire family. However, as the Marquis had said, the poison wasn't lethal. Furthermore, this incident had inadvertently lifted the Emperor's curse. Therefore, the Emperor showed leniency. A month had passed since Lailaji's exile. Jean Gier hummed cheerfully as she sipped her tea. The Emperor, sitting beside her, asked curiously what she was thinking about that made her so happy. Jean Gier replied joyfully that there was no one left to cause trouble and that life was wonderful. She continued humming and took another sip of tea. There was no need to feel sorry for Lailaji. Thinking of all the hardships she had endured, she finally felt that her suffering had come to an end. The emperor looked out the window, remarking that it had been a month since Lara's departure. Jinjir also looked out the window, as if the sky could carry their thoughts to him. Yes, she said, I wonder where he is and what he's doing now. A month ago, after Lailaji's case was concluded, Lara had bid them farewell, announcing his departure. He had also felt that the emperor would likely dismiss him from his service. But they didn't expect such a strong reaction from the two of them, especially the emperor. He excitedly asked Lara why he wanted to leave. Didn't you hear what I said in front of Jesut? Both you and Jinjir are precious to me. Although the emperor didn't often express his feelings, having reached this point, he somewhat shyly revealed his true feelings to Lara. If you're willing, I hope you can stay by my side and assist me always. Lara was truly touched by the emperor's words. He compromised and said he wanted to take a long vacation. Lara pulled out a handkerchief, feigning a heartbroken expression. I want to go out and travel to heal the pain of my heartbreak. Seeing their speechless expressions, Lara couldn't help but laugh. All right, just kidding. Lara explained that his last vacation was cut short, which was a shame. This time, he wanted to enjoy it properly. He hoped His Majesty would allow it. The emperor turned to Jinjir and asked her opinion. Jinjir, of course, happily agreed. She told Lara to do whatever he wanted and enjoy everything to the fullest. Lara smiled and thanked Jinjir. As expected, Jinjir understands me best. Jinjir secretly had her own selfish reasons. She hoped Lara would find his own happiness during his travels. The emperor coughed and agreed to Lara's request for a vacation. After speaking, he patted Lara's shoulder with a serious expression. Come back soon. I'm really not used to it without you. Lara helplessly agreed. The energetic Jinjir told them both to hold out their hands. Although the emperor and Lara were confused, they cooperated and extended their hands. Their three fists bumped together. Jinjir beamed and said loudly, "May our friendship last forever." Recalling this, Jinjir couldn't help but smile. Lara seemed to have no intention of returning at all. It seemed he was truly enjoying his travels. The emperor, however, spoke with a disgruntled expression. What's going on? I don't like that expression. He angrily took a sip of tea and asked Jinjir, feigning composure, Lara doesn't feel empty anymore. Jinjir blinked innocently. Then she stared at the emperor excitedly. Oh my goodness, Your Majesty, you're not still jealous, are you? The emperor turned his face away shyly. Well, I can't read your thoughts now. How would I know if you're thinking about me all day? Jinjir felt like she was going to faint from the emperor's cuteness. He's jealous. Jinjir buried her face in his chest, repeatedly declaring how much she loved him. The emperor blushed, but still pretended to be sulky. Jinjir suddenly nuzzled against him with her nose. The emperor's face flushed, and he asked uncomfortably, "What are you doing? Is there something on me?" Jinjir smiled and hugged him tighter. I'm expressing my possessiveness. Only I can do this. Tenderness spread through the emperor's eyes. Then show me your possessiveness again. I really like this feeling. Jinjir's heart skipped a beat. Her eyes sparkled brightly. Such beautiful words paired with his stunning face. She simply couldn't get enough of him. Jinjir took the initiative and kissed the emperor on the lips. The emperor gazed at her lovingly. Jinjir, I love you. Stay by my side forever. Jinjir's eyes were also filled with tenderness. She couldn't help but smile. Of course, I'll always be with you. Jinjir reached out and gently held the emperor's hand, silently saying to him, I love you too. This is the only true feeling I want you to read again. A few days later, Jinjir wore a light pink dress adorned with bows. Today, she looked especially radiant. She lifted the hem of her dress and smiled slightly, asking Sarah, do I look good? Sarah covered her forehead with her hand, praising her with a look of infatuation. My lady is truly beautiful. This praise made Jinjir beam. She twirled in front of the mirror, a satisfied expression on her face. Now, let's get ready to go. Today, Jinjir's family was hosting a banquet, and the emperor would be attending. Although their relationship was already known throughout the kingdom, this was the first time she and the emperor would appear together publicly. The noble ladies and wives downstairs all greeted Jinjir warmly, and she politely responded to each one. One of the ladies excitedly asked her, is His Majesty coming today as well? Mentioning the emperor, everyone started chattering, asking her when they started dating, how their relationship was progressing, when they would get engaged, and how many children they planned to have. This made Jean Gier feel a little awkward, and she said she hadn't thought about that yet. Not getting the answers they wanted, the lady's expressions changed. I'm afraid His Majesty hasn't thought about a long-term commitment with her at all. The ladies deliberately discussed it in front of Jean Gier, saying with a laugh, I thought they were going to get married soon. We got excited for nothing. Watching the ladies leave, Jean Gier couldn't help but make a face. What a bunch of busybodies. But these were indeed things she cared about. It had been 2 months since she started seeing the emperor. During this time, their relationship had become more intimate, and they understood each other better. Although she was happy now, what if the emperor never planned a future with her? What if he was just playing with her? Jean Gier sometimes felt uneasy. Thinking of this, she turned to her mother and asked, has Her Majesty arrived yet? Her mother's eyes darted around, and she stammered, saying she might be a little late. Jin Ye seid zadly. She must be too busy to come. After all, this was the first time they would appear in public as a couple. Suddenly, the lights in the room went out. Jean Gier looked up in confusion. A beam of light shone on her. Jin Ye blinked in bewilderment. What was going on? Suddenly, a band began to play music in the room, and the lights came back on. The emperor, dressed in a black suit and holding a bouquet of red roses, appeared before her. He suddenly presented the roses to Jean Gier and proposed. Jean Gier froze, a mixture of excitement and disbelief. The emperor strode towards her. Reaching her side, he whispered, actually, I started planning this a long time ago, but I haven't had the time recently. Jin Ye es flushed. Your Majesty, could it be? The emperor took a small step back and, in front of everyone, said, I have something I want to tell you in front of everyone. He knelt down on one knee and extended a hand towards Jean Gier. Jean Gier, you are the protagonist of my world. The emperor's handsome face was filled with tender love. Will you marry me? Jean Gier looked at the emperor, her eyes shining. Protagonist. This was her favorite word. No one knew how hard she had worked to become the protagonist of the world during this time. Jean Gier placed her hand in the emperor's without hesitation. Now, she had become the protagonist of the emperor's world. I do, she said, her voice filled with emotion. Thunderous applause erupted from the surrounding crowd, and everyone offered their blessings. The emperor embraced Jean Gier and teased, so now the rumors that I love you more will spread, won't they? He winked at her and whispered, but that's not a rumor. It's the truth. Jean Gier shyly glanced at the emperor. The emperor pulled her into his arms and kissed her. After the kiss, Jean Gier said she also had something to say. Leaning close to the emperor's ear, she whispered, Your Majesty, you have been the most important person in my world for a long time. The emperor paused, then the corners of his lips curled into a smile. Thank you. He gently embraced Jean Gier. Her face lit up with a smile, her eyes curving with happiness. She felt that she had never been happier than she was at this moment. She silently wished that this happiness would last forever. After the party, the two stood on the balcony, enjoying the breeze. Jean Gier looked sideways, a little sheepish, her face slightly flushed as she fiddled with her hands. Your Majesty, could you stay tonight? In her heart, Jean Gier desperately hoped he would stay. She still hadn't had enough of that kiss. Looking at Jean Gier like this, the emperor suddenly chuckled. He poked her forehead playfully and asked, Are you thinking about something embarrassing again? I don't even need to read your mind anymore. I can tell just by looking at your expression. Well, we're engaged now, so I won't deny it. The emperor looked at her with amusement. So you admit you're always having these thoughts. Thoughts about kisses and such. Jean Gier froze for a moment, having been caught red-handed. Then, with a serious expression, she declared, I only think about those things with you, Your Majesty. The emperor snorted. Naturally. Then, as if remembering something, he gritted his teeth. If you acted like that in front of others, I wouldn't let you get away with it. The emperor turned his head away, seemingly already imagining Jean Gier acting affectionately with someone else. Jean Gier almost fainted from how cute he looked when he was jealous. It was their engagement day. The emperor suggested they have a drink to celebrate. Jean Gier stared at him, dumbfounded. Your Majesty, you get drunk after just a tiny bit of alcohol. Even on the day they celebrated the lifting of the curse, the emperor had only drunk juice. Embarrassed and annoyed, the emperor insisted that he could handle one drink now. Jean Gier looked at him skeptically. The emperor extended his hand to her, inviting her for a couple of drinks. "I'll show you today." However, after getting a glass of wine, the emperor stared at it for a long time without any intention of drinking. Jean Gier propped her chin on her hand, exasperated. "How long are you going to stare at that glass?" The emperor's expression was serious. He frowned, still staring intently at the wine in his hand. "I mentally prepare myself." Jean Gier resignedly spread her hands, gesturing for him to just drink it. Even if he got drunk, she wouldn't do anything. "Don't worry," she added silently in her heart. "But if you're like before, becoming especially cute when drunk, I can't guarantee I won't kiss you." Jean Gier pressed her lips together. It wasn't his fault. It was all because he was too cute when drunk. The emperor put down his glass. With a serious face, he said, "No way." Jean Gier casually took a sip of wine and asked him what was wrong. The emperor frowned at her. "I sense it. You're giving me a very strong sense of crisis." Jean Gier, having her thoughts exposed, spat out her wine. The emperor continued to play along. He cupped his face and wailed, pretending he could always guess Jean Gier's thoughts. This caused Jean Gier to call out, "Your Majesty." In embarrassment, the emperor dropped his hands and grinned at her. "Why so fierce? You didn't deny you were thinking about embarrassing things, did you?" Jean Gier asked the emperor discontentedly. "Has the curse really been lifted? Otherwise, why can you always see through my thoughts so clearly?" The emperor stroked his chin, pretending to seriously ponder why he could guess. Displeasure was written all over Jean Gier's face. She muttered, "I thought I could have a toast with your Majesty today." The emperor, after a moment of thought, picked up his glass with a tragic expression, indicating he was ready. The two finally raised their glasses of red wine and clinked them. "To our future," they said. The emperor carefully took a sip and paused. He couldn't help but express his admiration to Jean Gier. The wine was even better than he had imagined. He finished the whole glass in one gulp. The taste made him feel like he could have several more. This bold way of drinking made Jean Gier worry. A flush crept up the emperor's face. He was already slightly tipsy. He still insisted it was nothing to him. By the end of it, the emperor was already dazed. He tugged at his collar drunkenly, saying he was a little hot. Jean Gier silently counted down in her mind. As expected, the emperor collapsed. Jean Gier crouched down and looked at the emperor with a sigh. She knew this would happen. She gently stroked his hair. "With such a low tolerance, you still dare to challenge me." The emperor suddenly grabbed Jean Gier's hand and stared at her with drunken eyes. "I'm not drunk." Genevieve started. The emperor seemed to only then realize the person beside him was Jean Gier. He mumbled, "Ginger." Genevieve speechless. "Even drunk, your Majesty doesn't forget about Ginger." She replied resignedly, "Ginger is here." The emperor pressed Jean Gier's hand to his face, murmuring, "Ginger." Jean Gier was overwhelmed by the emperor's cuteness. She desperately wanted to pinch his cheeks. She suddenly felt herself losing control. Jean Gier grabbed the emperor's collar, trying to shake him awake before she lost all reason. But no matter how hard she shook him, he wouldn't wake up. Finally, she lost her balance and fell on top of him. Seeing the handsome emperor first thing in the morning put Jean Gier in a wonderful mood. The emperor, however, felt his scalp tingle under her gaze. He asked with a deadpan expression, "What are you thinking about?" Jean Gier hummed happily before replying, "I'm just thinking, will it be like this after we get married?" The emperor raised an eyebrow slightly and looked at Jean Gier, asking when she thought would be a good time for the wedding ceremony. Suddenly being asked about the wedding, Jean Gier was momentarily stunned. The emperor continued, "What date do you like? We'll hold it then." Jean Gier, with a serious face, joked, "Then tomorrow." The emperor, playing along, nodded seriously. "Okay, then tomorrow. We'll hold it immediately." The next second, both of them burst out laughing. The emperor gently pulled Jean Gier into his arms and kissed her. Jean Gier's face was radiant with happiness. Holding the ceremony immediately tomorrow was impossible, but knowing the emperor shared her feelings was enough to make her happy. The next day, the emperor summoned a designer to create their wedding attire. Jean Gier couldn't help but sigh. It truly was a royal wedding. Even nobles had to make appointments and wait in line for the studio, yet they prioritized the royal family. The designer brought a book of designs for Jean Gier to choose from. Jean Gier and the emperor carefully looked through the designs together. The emperor suddenly pointed to a yellow dress and asked Jean Gier what she thought of it. Jean Gier shyly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and asked if the emperor thought the dress suited her. The emperor replied, yes. Yellow suits Ginger perfectly. Jin Yi Forza. He glared disapprovingly at the emperor, urging him to choose seriously. The designer on the side, however, clapped her hands in surprise and envy. Goodness, is Ginger Miss Jean Jetter's pet name. You two are so affectionate, it's blinding. The emperor nodded with a smile. Jean Jier, however, was utterly embarrassed. It seemed the nickname Ginger was stuck for good. She poked the emperor's arm. She urged him to quickly call her Xiao Sheng, the agreed-upon term of endearment. This was something Jean Jier had pestered him into agreeing to that morning when they woke up. The emperor asked hesitantly now. Jean Jier pouted and whined. Of course, you have to say in front of people. The emperor coughed uncomfortably a couple of times. He said helplessly, actually, I have another pet name for her. Covering his blushing face, he forced himself to say, I call her my adorable little lamb. Unexpectedly, the designer looked utterly astonished. I never imagined your majesty was so good at sweet-talking girls. The emperor crossed his arms, leaning to the side, and quietly asked Jean Jier, are you satisfied? Jean Jier's eyes crinkled with a wide smile. She replied, so satisfied I'm about to faint. The emperor gave Jean Jier a meaningful look. Just that is enough to make you faint, he murmured. Resting his chin on his hand, he continued his sweet talk without changing his expression. In this world, there's nothing more adorable than you. Your flowing, ginger-colored hair and beautiful amber eyes. Jean Jier stood there flustered. The emperor's sweet nothings continued, just like a little sprite from the depths of the forest. The kind of sprite you can't forget after just one glance. So captivating that it's impossible to look away. The surrounding maids and the designer were all dumbfounded upon hearing this. Jean Jier lowered her head shyly, asking His Majesty to stop. She had only meant to tease him, but now she was the one flustered. However, she was truly happy. Jean Jier turned her face, trying to suppress her upturned lips. The emperor looked at her dotingly. The wedding dress had been chosen. Jean Jier flopped onto the sofa, declaring she was exhausted. The emperor teased, you say that, but you were quite energetic when you were picking it out. Jean Jier pouted, of course. This is a once-in-a-lifetime wedding dress. Jean Jier suddenly asked the emperor, where did you learn those sweet words just now? The emperor proudly declared that he came up with them himself. With a mischievous smile, Jean Jier said, oh really? I want to hear more. The emperor's face flushed. He really couldn't come up with anything more. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and his expression softened. He told Jean Jier, my world was once a ruin, a place without sunlight, without water, without anything. There was only endless loneliness and desolation. I thought I would be trapped there forever. Then one day, a beam of light shone in. It grew brighter and brighter, breaking through the walls that imprisoned me. He turned his head, gazing tenderly at Jean Jier with a smile. From then on, that beam of light led me out of my world. Following that light, I discovered that it was you. Jin Yia es noza tingut. She bit her lip, holding back the tears that threatened to spill. The emperor continued, Jean Jier, thank you for leading me out and letting me see the world outside. Jean Jier couldn't hold back any longer. Tears streaming down her face, she threw herself into the emperor's arms. She had only wanted to hear some sweet nothings, but His Majesty had said so many touching things. Sniffling in the emperor's embrace, Jean Jier said, you wouldn't have guessed. She lifted her head, tears still flowing, and continued that the dawn would turn out to be such a beautiful young lady. Your Majesty is truly blessed. The emperor chuckled, slightly embarrassed. He took out a handkerchief and wiped Jean Jier's tears. He said wryly, I never would have dreamed that someone crying so hard could say such a thing. They leaned against each other. The emperor asked Jean Jier, how was my literary talent this time? Jean Jier praised him contentedly. It's reached the level where you could write a novel. The emperor put on a serious face, saying he was actually considering writing a novel. Jean Jier asked, dumbfounded, what he would write about. He turned his head and said seriously, the title would be 30,000 Miles in Search of Jean Jier the Ginger. Or maybe, is she Ginger or Jean Jier? Jean Jier complained, Your Majesty, can we please move past the ginger thing? The emperor laughed even harder at her reaction. Jean Jier pretended to be angry and pouted, but in her heart, she hoped His Majesty would always be this happy, as long as he didn't have to think about that desolate place again. A few days later, Sarah was combing her mistress's hair and asked, should we get rid of the old clothes in the closet to make some space? Jean Jier asked, puzzled why. Sarah teased, don't pretend, I know everything. Jean Gier still looked confused. I'm not pretending. Seeing that her mistress genuinely seemed unaware, Sarah was taken aback. His Majesty has been going to the clothing store every day recently. Don't you know? Jean Gier's face was full of confusion. She genuinely didn't know. Sarah explained that a friend who worked at the clothing store had told her. Suddenly, she realized something. She quickly apologized to Jean Gier. What if this was a surprise His Majesty was planning? She might have ruined it. Jean Gier calmly told Sarah not to worry, but inside, she was ecstatic. She thought His Majesty was so adorable, now resorting to little secrets. Jean Gier immediately changed clothes, intending to go to the palace and see what the emperor had bought. Leaving the house, she saw Lara by the carriage. Lara was there to take Jean Gier to the palace. Jean Gier asked him, puzzled, when he had returned. Lara smiled and said he had returned yesterday afternoon. Jean Gier looked him over, wondering aloud if he had gotten a tan. Lara rubbed his head sheepishly. The desert journey did this to me. Jean Gier asked if he had enjoyed his travels. Lara nodded. It was hard work, but a completely new experience. Jin Ye scoffed. No wonder I didn't hear anything from you. You were having too much fun to think about anyone else. I was worried something had happened. Lara retorted. Weren't you too busy being lovey-dovey with His Majesty to remember me? Jean Gier's eyes widened. Had Lara used his prophetic abilities to see what had happened between her and the Emperor? Lara immediately understood her expression. You're thinking I saw something, aren't you? Jean Gier pointed at him, exasperated. Did you inherit His Majesty's curse of blunt honesty? Lara burst out laughing. He said he could guess just from her expression. His tone turned slightly melancholic at the end. That's Miss Jean Gier's charm, I suppose. His expression made Jean Gier worry. Soon, they arrived at the palace. Walking behind him, Jean Gier glanced anxiously at Lara. Could he still have feelings for her? Her mind was a mess. She forced herself to clear her head. She needed to see His Majesty first. The three of them sat together, drinking tea. The Emperor remarked that it had been a long time since they had sat together like this. Not since Lara had left for his trip. Jin Ye aglit. It felt like a lifetime ago that they were all huddled together, discussing how to lift the Emperor's curse. The three of them reminisced for a while. Lara set down his teacup and mentioned that he had heard about the Emperor and Jean Gier's upcoming wedding. He offered them a sincere smile and congratulations. Your ceremony is coming up soon. My heartfelt congratulations to you both. Surprised that Lara had found out so quickly, Jean Gier felt a little uneasy, afraid he might be hurt by her relationship with the Emperor. The Emperor, however, calmly took a sip of tea and teased Lara. You almost missed our wedding. If you hadn't come back, we might have just eloped. Lara glared playfully at the Emperor. That's a bit hurtful, Your Majesty. The Emperor's eyes twinkled with amusement. And whose fault is it that we haven't heard from you for 2 months? Watching them bicker, Jean Gier felt relieved. It finally felt like Lara was truly back. Seeing them casually talk about the wedding, she realized she had been overthinking things. The Emperor glanced at the time and reluctantly stood, preparing to return to work. Lara also stood to escort Jean Gier home. Jean Gier hesitated, glancing shyly at the Emperor. I have something to discuss with His Majesty. Could you give us a moment alone? Lara respectfully excused himself, saying he would wait by the carriage. The Emperor asked Jean Gier what she needed. Jean Gier, looking excited, began to search for the dress he had given her. After searching, she found nothing. Jean Gier realized the Emperor seemed to have given a dress to another woman. 10 minutes earlier, Jean Gier, with an excited smile, had been searching the palace for the dress His Majesty had secretly bought her. She hadn't found anything. The Emperor asked Jean Gier suspiciously, what was that devious smile about earlier? Jean Gier covered her face shyly and said, Oh, Your Majesty, how could my smile be devious? The Emperor only thought the smile seemed even more devious now. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and hugged himself shyly. I have so much work to do today. No, you can't. Jean Gier was confused by his reaction. When she understood, her face flushed crimson. She stammered, trying to explain his misunderstanding. Though it wasn't that dream, the Emperor fell into deep thought. Jean Gier blinked, giving him a hint. Don't you have something you want to give me? The Emperor placed a kiss on Jean Gier's forehead. Confused, she asked, is this it? Jean Gier glared at the Emperor, dissatisfied. She felt like His Majesty was teasing her. Jean Jie tried to hint again. I threw away all my old dresses. The emperor didn't react, simply replying, that must have kept you busy. What the heck? That's it. So, I barely have any dresses left in my closet. The emperor nodded absent-mindedly. Then we'll find some time to go buy some new ones together. Jean Jie's expression crumbled. Why couldn't His Majesty understand her hints? It was infuriating. Her eyes suddenly widened. No way. Could that dress be for another woman? Is it for Isa? Jean Jie felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over her. The emperor asked, puzzled, what's wrong? Jean Jie turned away, dejected. I think I'll leave now. Her sudden change in mood worried the emperor. He anxiously asked what was the matter. Forcing a smile, she told him not to worry. I'll go back now. The emperor felt helpless, but he had a lot of work to do. He could only suppress his worry, planning to check on her after he finished. Jean Jie walked out of the palace, her heart heavy with worry. She wondered if she should just ask him directly. She reassured herself that His Majesty wasn't that kind of person. She shouldn't be so suspicious. But the image of Erky in the trash that day, the scene of Erky's betrayal, was deeply etched in her mind. She couldn't erase it. Jean Jie arrived at the carriage, despondent. Laura noticed her distress immediately. What's wrong? Have you been crying? Jean Jie realized that she had unconsciously started to cry. She frantically wiped her tears away, insisting, it's just some dust in my eyes. Lara's expression darkened. Anger and surprise flashed in his eyes. Did His Majesty make you cry? Jean Jie fought back tears, her voice choked. No, it's not. Lara strode towards the palace, intending to confront the emperor. Jean Jie grabbed his arm. Tears streamed down her face. I'll tell you, but you have to promise. Promise you won't call me a fool. Lara placed his hand over his mouth, his expression serious. I swear, I absolutely won't call you a fool. Sobbing, Jean Jie told Lara about the possibility of the emperor giving a dress to another woman. Lara finally understood what had happened. Jean Jie berated herself for being a fool. She couldn't even ask him directly and could only cry behind his back. Lara comforted her, telling her not to talk about herself that way. It was difficult for anyone to forget the pain of the past. He hadn't realized how deeply Erky had scarred Jean Jie. Lara suddenly felt a surge of resentment towards Erky. Looking at Lara, comforting her, Jean Jie felt a pang of guilt. She had unknowingly hurt Lara as well. He was also tormented by the pain of the past, yet she wished for him to find his true love quickly. Jean Jie suddenly felt selfish. Lara voiced his doubts. Having been by the emperor's side for so long, he didn't think His Majesty was that kind of person. It was more likely that the emperor didn't think it was important, so he hadn't told her. Jean Jie dejectedly revealed the evidence she knew. I heard His Majesty has been visiting the dressmakers frequently lately, and not just once. It felt strange. Suddenly, Jean Jie had an idea. Lara, she asked, what's His Majesty's schedule tomorrow? Lara thought for a moment. He has a meeting with the nobles in the morning. After lunch, he'll be out for about 2 hours. Jean Jie immediately caught the key words. Out for 2 hours. His Majesty must be going to a dress shop. Jean Jie looked at Lara, her eyes gleaming with determination. It's time for us to team up again. The next afternoon, Jean Jie and Lara, in disguise, staked out the dress shop. Lara was worried about being discovered by His Majesty. Jean Jie outwardly told Lara to relax, but inwardly, she was also a bit panicked. She reassured herself that she was just there to confirm her suspicions. Whatever the outcome, she would slip away unnoticed once she knew the truth. A voice interrupted her thoughts. Your Majesty, it's an honor to have you grace us with your presence again. The emperor walked into the dress shop. Jean Jie stared intently at him. Good, not a woman in sight. Relieved, Jean Jie breathed a sigh of relief. She had been overthinking it. The next second, a woman wearing a hat suddenly appeared. The emperor intimately held her hand. Jean Jie and Lara were both stunned. How could this be? Jean Jie's hand holding the magazine trembled slightly. His Majesty was really hiding it from her, giving a dress to another woman. Overwhelmed with sadness, Jean Jie burst into tears. Even seeing it with her own eyes, she couldn't believe it was true. Jean Jie ripped off her wig and furiously stormed forward to confront them. Lara couldn't stop her. His Majesty's loud and angry voice rang out. The emperor turned around in confusion, only then realizing that Jean Jie was also there. With tears in her eyes, Jean Gier asked in a choked voice, "How could you do this to me? You've been sneaking in and out of the dress shop this whole time, and it was actually for another woman." The emperor quickly started to explain, but Jean Gier interrupted him. "I absolutely wouldn't have believed it." But then the woman behind his majesty suddenly pulled up her hat. It was Jean Gier's mother. Her mother asked, heartbroken and confused, "What's wrong, dear?" Jean Gier froze, her words becoming incoherent. "And mother." The emperor scratched his head in exasperation. "Jean Gier, let me find a quiet place to explain this to you." Then Isa helplessly explained the situation to Jean Gier. "As your future son-in-law, I wanted to give your mother a dress as a gift. I didn't expect it to cause such a misunderstanding. He had intended to do it discreetly, which was why he hadn't told Jean Gier beforehand. That was indeed his fault." But the emperor looked at Jean Gier with displeasure. "Do you have so little trust in me? Do you really think I would abandon the woman I love and do something like that?" Jean Gier fought back tears, looking at his majesty with Ichik Baba. Now, even if she had 10 mouths, she couldn't explain herself. If she were the one being suspected like this, she would definitely be angry too. What if his majesty was disappointed in her because of this? The more Jean Gier thought about it, the more upset she became, and tears streamed down her face. What would she do if she couldn't fix this? The emperor scratched his head in frustration, steeling himself not to comfort Jean Gier. He had to resolve their trust issues today. "I completely trust you, so much so that I lifted the curse. But it seems you don't feel the same way, Jean Gier." Crying, she apologized to the emperor. She explained that she had been deceived so many times that she became instantly afraid at the slightest hint of something amiss. Jean Gier nervously fiddled with her fingers. "Although this sounds like I'm making excuses, I was too hasty." She hung her head sadly and apologized to the emperor again. "No matter what happens, I should have trusted your majesty." The emperor's stern expression softened considerably. Jean Gier sobbed, asking the emperor what she could do to appease him. The emperor stared at her intently. "First, promise me you'll never doubt me again." Jean Gier quickly raised her hand and declared loudly, "I swear I never will." The emperor suddenly leaned in with a serious expression, indicating he was going to teach her a lesson. Jean Gier looked at him with teary eyes. The next second, the emperor kissed her on the lips. After the kiss, Jean Gier's cheeks flushed crimson, her heart pounding rapidly. The emperor whispered in her ear, "I swear here and now, Jean Gier, that I will only love you for the rest of my life." Then the emperor's expression turned somber again, making Jean Gier tremble. He gritted his teeth and said, "Forget all those painful memories. Next time, the punishment won't be so light. Understand?" Jean Gier put on a pitiful expression and nodded obediently. Inwardly, however, she thought happily, "This kind of punishment, I can take as much as you give." She quickly brought herself back to reality. She couldn't risk angering his majesty again. Putting on a serious face, she said solemnly, "I understand. I will never doubt your majesty's love for me again." The emperor's lips curled into a smile, his dark eyes gazing at her tenderly. "Now that we've cleared the air," the emperor took Jean Gier's hand and led her out the door. "We've been gone a long time. Your mother must be worried." Soon, the emperor escorted Jean Gier and her mother back home. He politely bid them farewell. Jean Gier reluctantly hid behind her mother, sending the emperor various heart gestures, making him feel both touched and slightly embarrassed. Isa was very upset that Lara and Jean Gier didn't trust him. Inside the carriage, Lara quickly apologized to the emperor. He had no other choice. Miss Jean Gier was crying so hard in front of him, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. The emperor was taken aback when he heard that Jean Gier had actually cried over this. Lara reminded the emperor that he shouldn't make Miss Jean Gier feel insecure. Although His Majesty's intentions were good, Miss Jean Gier was actually very fragile. The emperor's dark eyes deepened. He glanced at Lara. "I accept your well-intentioned advice. However, I can't accept you speaking about my woman in such a familiar tone." Lara hastily explained he had no ulterior motives. He only wished for Jean Gier's happiness, regardless of who she was with. The emperor glanced at Lara and turned away, telling him not to worry about that. Jinjier will definitely be happy with me. Lara knows this better than anyone. I will make sure of it. Last night, through the sage's eye, he saw the future of the emperor and Jinjier. In those glimpses of a happy future, he saw them together, incredibly blissful, more radiant than any vision he'd seen before. Perhaps he, too, was in love at that time. Lara wore a sincere expression. I truly congratulate you. I wish you a happy marriage, he said to the emperor. The emperor felt his sincerity. He curled his lips into a gentle smile. At that moment, Jinjier was telling her mother all about the clothing store. Her mother couldn't stop laughing. It only proved how much her daughter loved the emperor. Her mother held Jinjier's hand and advised her that trust is paramount between lovers. Any doubts should be confessed to the emperor immediately. Jinjier felt her mother's concern and smiled gratefully, saying she understood. Her mother led Jinjier to the closet and showed her the dresses the emperor had gifted her. Jinjier was a little shocked. He bought too many, she exclaimed. She even wondered if the emperor had bought the entire store. Her mother beamed. Even without the dresses, she was very satisfied with the emperor as a son-in-law. But so many dresses certainly won her over even more. Seeing her mother happily arranging the new dresses, Jinjier felt a pang of guilt. Since her father's death, she rarely saw her mother buy anything for herself. Even the emperor cared more for her mother than she did. Jinjier resolved to apologize to the emperor the next day. Thank you so much. I really love you. A few days later, the emperor finally finished his work for the following week ahead of schedule. Now he could prepare for the weekend wedding ceremony. Jinjier worried about the emperor overworking himself. Maybe we shouldn't have set the date so close, she suggested. Hearing this, the emperor stared at Jinjier with displeasure. I can't wait to marry you tomorrow. It seems you don't feel the same. The next second, he feigned a look of sadness. Well, I suppose it makes sense. You doubted my love for you not long ago. His words made Jinjier anxious. The emperor chuckled and embraced her. He kissed her forehead, smiling as he revealed he was only joking. Jinjier, tearful, complained, "Don't joke like that." My heart almost stopped. Jinjier abruptly pushed the emperor away, stammering, "What baby? It's not that fast." The emperor asked innocently, "Don't you want one?" Jinjier blushed crimson, shyly lowering her head. Her heart began to race uncontrollably. She sometimes wondered if the marriage was a dream. How had they suddenly jumped to discussing children? Jinjier and the emperor finally reached their happy ending. A few days before the wedding, the emperor was already thinking about what to name their future children. Jinjier asked expectantly, "What names?" Carrot, onion, cabbage. Jinjier was speechless. She shouldn't have gotten her hopes up. She was always being teased by the emperor. She had to get him back. Jinjier put on a serious face and said, "Your Majesty, you need to be taught a lesson." The emperor pretended to be intimidated by her. Jinjier felt a little smug. She thought her domineering air had threatened the emperor. The next second, the emperor put on a look Jinjier couldn't refuse, innocently asking, "How will you teach me a lesson?" Even though she knew it was a ploy, Jinjier blushed, her heart skipping a beat. The emperor closed his eyes, urging her to hurry up and teach him a lesson. His Majesty is so cunning, she thought. She slowly lowered her head. The day of Jinjier and the emperor's wedding ceremony arrived. Wearing her wedding dress, she felt incredibly nervous. She had always thought the wedding ceremony was just a formality. Why was she so nervous on this day? And now she was the empress of this country. She couldn't help but wonder if she could really do it. Incertainty clouded Jingjuer's face. She silently told herself to cheer up. The emperor, stepping into the room, paused at the sight of Jinjier in her wedding dress. He couldn't hold back his praise. "Annie, you're so beautiful, it's unbelievable." Jinjier confessed her anxieties to the emperor. Soon to be empress, she wondered if she should behave more virtuously. The emperor kissed Jinjier's forehead, reassuring her, "Just don't curse in public. There's no rule that says an empress has to be virtuous." Jinjier was speechless. Was that supposed to be comforting? The emperor, his face beaming with happiness, told her, "Sometimes I wonder what it would be like if the curse was lifted. Maybe at this very moment, I should know. You'll love me as much as I love you, right?" Jean Jierer was deeply touched by his words. Leaning against Jean Jierer, the emperor sighed. I really miss your bold and somewhat embarrassing ideas. Jean Jierer teared up again. It wasn't her fault she had those thoughts. It was because His Majesty was just too handsome. The emperor suddenly pulled Jean Jierer closer, confessing again, I will love you eternally. Even if all the ginger in the world turns into ginger tea, I will always love you, Jean Jierer. Just as she was moved, the mention of ginger brought her back to reality. The emperor explained, this is a limited edition confession, custom-made just for Ginger. He extended his hand, smiling, and invited Jean Jierer to enter. Jean Jierer, gazing at him lovingly, remained seated. I love you too, she said. Even if the holy temple collapses and turns to dust, I will always love you, Isana. The emperor's smile widened, his eyes crinkling at the corners. I'll remember this confession forever. Thank you, Jean Jierer. That's the most perfect confession I've ever heard. Slowly, they walked into the hall. Thunderous applause erupted around them. Friends and family offered their blessings. He and Isana had overcome fate and were finally together. No matter what hardships or curses might come, the trust and love between her and His Majesty would surely conquer all. I hope the hands we hold will always be warm. Lara had been exiled for a year. 6 months ago, he received news of His Majesty's marriage to Jean Jierer. Lara gritted his teeth, his heart filled with hatred. That should have been his place. Jean Jierer and His Majesty must be living happily now. And here he was, banished by that wretched girl to this remote, desolate place, living a lowly existence. Why? A knock suddenly echoed. A dark-haired man holding flowers entered. Miss, are you staying in your room again today? Lara's face contorted with impatience. How many times had he rejected him? Benam was still pestering him. How persistent? Benam asked Lara, dissatisfied. What's your reason for refusing me? Lara, about to dismiss him with a random excuse, suddenly widened his eyes. Why hadn't he thought of this before? This man had said he was his grandfather's disciple. So, like Hammer, he must also know magic. An idea formed in Lara's mind. He looked at Benam with a seductive expression. Do you really love me? Benam nodded obsessively. Lara asked Benam if he would do anything for him. Benam immediately agreed. If Lara would give him a chance, he would go through fire and water for him. Lara looked at Benam shyly. If you can do this one thing, I'll agree to be with you. Benam's face lit up with excitement. What do you want me to do? Meanwhile, in the palace, Lara was assisting the busy emperor. Because of work, Jean Jierer and the emperor hadn't even been able to go on their honeymoon. She glared at the emperor, annoyed. Your Majesty is even busier now than before we were married. I barely see you. The emperor and Lara were unnerved by her stare. He looked at Jean Jierer apologetically, explaining that he had to finish the work at hand. Jean Jierer forced a smile, telling him not to worry about her. His Majesty was so busy, and she was so idle. Jean Jierer wondered if she should learn something too. After some thought, she gave up. It was better not to cause trouble. She'd just stay put. However, Jean Jiener's eyes lit up as she stared at the emperor's profile, His Majesty's beauty accentuated by his glasses. The sight was breathtaking. Jean Jierer couldn't help but exclaim, a leader respected by his ministers, a successful man. The emperor blushed at her praise. Continued her infatuated compliments. A seriously handsome man, even with glasses. The emperor covered his face shyly, saying he couldn't take it anymore. Lara, standing beside them, shook his head in amusement. A mischievous smile played on Jean Jierer's lips. This sinfully handsome man is Lara. Lara's heart skipped a beat. He turned his head sharply, asking uncertainly me. He glanced at the emperor, who was still covering his face, and saw that His Majesty was now fuming. Jean Jierer, still unaware of the gravity of the situation, was feeling smug about finally pranking the emperor. The next second, a shadow fell over her. The emperor, his face dark, stood before her, bracing himself on the arms of the sofa. Let's have a talk. Jin Yia panicked. A clattering sound echoed as Jean Jierer bolted out the door, the emperor hot on her heels. Lara watched their playful chase with a sigh, thinking how little they had changed. As she ran, Jean Jierer glared back at the emperor, urging him to maintain some decorum. He, however, completely disregarded her plea and continued his pursuit. Just as Jean Jierer was about to open a door, the emperor caught up and pinned her against it. Having caught her, the jealous emperor, his face serious, forbade Jean Jierer from praising other men. His display of jealousy filled her with a sweet warmth. The emperor leaned close, pressing her for an answer. Blushing, Jean Gier promised it wouldn't happen again, that she wouldn't praise other men. Satisfied, the emperor placed a kiss on her lips. That's better. That's my good little Ginger. The kiss over, the emperor's jealousy resurfaced. He looked down and asked Jean Gier, who taught her kiss. She looked up puzzled. Your Majesty, why are you suddenly asking this? The emperor turned his face away, feeling unusually jealous. His complaints continued to tumble out. Jean Gier was slightly surprised. Before she could answer, the emperor pulled her into an embrace, kissing her forehead. But now you are completely mine. That's enough for me. He was content simply being with her. Jean Gier felt a pang of regret, wondering what would have happened if they had met sooner. Late that night, Lara found himself in a hot, hazy place. Surrounded by fog, he could see nothing. Suddenly, he heard someone crying. He saw Jean Gier's back. She was clinging to the emperor's figure, sobbing uncontrollably. Lara woke up with a start. He realized it had been a dream. Why such an ominous dream? A few days later, the day of the palace banquet arrived. Jean Gier happily donned a magnificent gown. The emperor had been so busy lately that she hadn't seen him, but he had promised her that once the banquet was over, he would clear his schedule. She had been looking forward to this day for a long time. A mischievous smile spread across Jean Gier's face. Just then, the emperor entered the room and saw her expression. A moment of silence hung in the air. The emperor turned to leave, but Jean Gier quickly explained that she wasn't thinking anything, then amended it to say she was thinking something, but nothing specific. The emperor chuckled, teasing her about her tendency to think of scandalous things. Jean Gier stared at his smile for a moment, then suddenly coughed. The emperor immediately asked if she was all right. Blushing, Jean Gier stammered, "You're just so handsome. My heart can't take it." The emperor's face and ears flushed at her words. He asked, exasperated, "Haven't you gotten tired of looking at this face yet?" Jean Gier's eyes sparkled. "I could look at it for billions of years and never get tired." He chuckled and kissed the back of her hand. "Thank you so much, my dear Jean Gier." Jean Gier's heart began to race again. Isana was definitely a challenge for her heart. Meanwhile, Lara, still unsettled by his dream, put all the guards on high alert, ordering them to report any suspicious activity immediately. He tried to convince himself it was just a nightmare. He had never had precognitive dreams before, but a nagging unease lingered. Soon, the emperor and Jean Gier emerged. Lara smiled at the well-matched couple, silently praying that everything would go smoothly. Suddenly, Lara noticed a man in the crowd. His eyes were cold and reptilian. Lara felt a flicker of recognition, as if he had seen the man before. The man quickly disappeared into the crowd. Lara dismissed it as his imagination. Then, in a corner, he saw someone casting a spell. Lara immediately cast his own spell and shouted, "Your Majesty." The emperor, still smiling, asked what was wrong. Two streams of magic clashed around them. Suddenly, the purple magic veered off course. Lara's face paled in an instant. The emperor, without hesitation, shielded Jean Gier. The magic struck him hard. He slowly collapsed. Having taken the magic meant for Jean Gier, the emperor fell unconscious. Jean Gier anxiously stayed by the emperor's side, praying every moment for him to wake up. A knock came at the door, and Lara entered. Jean Gier rushed to Lara, asking if he had learned anything. Lara nodded. The person who cast the spell on His Majesty is named Benam, a disciple of Jesuit. His magic puts people into an eternal sleep, also known as the manipulator of hope. Lara's training with Benam was at a different time. He only briefly saw Benam at their master's funeral. However, he discovered that Benam seems to be connected to Lara. Benam happens to live where Lara was exiled. The two occasionally meet. It seems Benam has developed feelings of love for Lara. Jean Gier pointed out the key issue. "So, is it Lara who wants to harm His Majesty?" Lara shook his head. "He probably wasn't trying to harm His Majesty, but you, Jean Gier. However, His Majesty shielded you from the magic." Jean Gier wanted to tear Lara apart. She struggled to compose herself. Right now, the most important thing is to find a way to wake His Majesty. Lara told her there might be a way. Jean Gier immediately asked him what it was. She would do anything, even trade her own life. Lara Lara's expression was grave as he explained that someone needed to enter His Majesty's dream and wake him. There was a strict condition. It had to be done within 3 days of him falling asleep. He had read about it in a book and couldn't think of any other way. Jean Gier sat paralyzed in her chair, as if her soul had left her body. Lara remorsefully apologized to her. He had had an ominous dream before the banquet, but hadn't taken it seriously. As he spoke, tears of sadness and regret welled up in Lara's eyes. He deeply regretted not being more vigilant. Jean Gier patted Lara's shoulder, telling him not to blame himself. It wasn't his fault. With a determined look, Jean Gier told Lara to leave this to her. They discussed a plan. First, someone needed to enter His Majesty's dream. Lara could use magic to send someone in, but he couldn't send himself. Jean Gier winked at Lara, reassuring him. Don't worry, I'll go in. It'll be a happy ending this time, too. Lara wiped his tears. In critical moments, they could always rely on Jean Gier. He warned Jean Gier not to take too long. They agreed that within the time limit, regardless of the outcome, she had to wake up from the dream. Otherwise, she might also become trapped. Jean Gier reassured Lara, I'll definitely come back successfully. She lay down beside the Emperor. Lara cast a spell on Jean Gier's wrist. A golden bracelet appeared. He told her that if she needed anything in the dream, she should call his name while holding the bracelet, and he would appear. Jean Gier curiously asked him what the code word was this time. Lara thought for a moment and said, "Death to ants," leaving Jean Gier speechless. It seemed Lara would never let go of his grudge against ants. Jean Gier turned to look at the Emperor with concern, determined to wake him from the dream. She tightly held his hand and told Lara to begin. Lara placed his hand on her forehead and cast the spell. Soon, Jean Gier opened her eyes. A giant pair of lips appeared before her. She hadn't expected to return to her husband's younger days, more accurately, a time before they had even met. Having just returned to the past, Jean Gier was startled by the giant lips. She punched without hesitation. The man, clutching his face, asked what she was doing. Jean Gier then remembered. This man was her first kiss. Back then, at the naive age of 14, out of curiosity, she had confessed to the Earl's son. That is to say, he's 14 years old now. The young count behind her glared at Jinja. Jinja turned around, smiling, and told him to move out of the way. My first kiss is for someone important. There's no time to waste now. She needs to find her relative, her emperor husband. No, her relative, her prince husband now, and get on the carriage home. Jinja sighed. Isana should still be locked in the tower at this time. This period was so painful. Why would she dream of it? And it seemed difficult to get into the tower. Jinja suddenly remembered the bracelet. It seemed Lala had helped her think of a way. Jinja spoke the code word to the bracelet. Ants must die. After waiting for a while, nothing happened. Jinja couldn't help but complain, is the bracelet broken? She repeated the code word to the bracelet. Still no response. Forget it. I'll deal with it when I get home. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind the carriage. Please wait. Jinja recognized Lala's voice immediately. She excitedly poked her head out and saw a younger version of Lala. Jinja immediately stopped the carriage. She happily walked towards Lala. Lala asked uncertainly, "Are you calling me?" Jinja nodded. "Yes, I'm calling you. Hamor." Hearing Jinja call out his real name, Lala froze. Jinja said it was a long story. She took Lala back to her house and told him everything. Lala looked incredulous. This world is just His Majesty Isana's dream. Jinja nodded. I entered this dream to wake His Majesty. Lala suddenly thought of something. He abruptly stood up and asked the question he cared about most. If what you're saying is true, then has His Majesty's curse been lifted? Although he found it unbelievable, he couldn't help but be convinced. Jinja knew his name, wore the bracelet he made, and even knew the code word. Learning that the Emperor's curse had been lifted, Lala breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he had always cared deeply for Isana. Lala pondered Jinja's request to enter the sanctuary tower. Jinja urged him, saying the situation was urgent and she needed to see His Majesty tomorrow. Lala's expression turned somber. The Emperor doesn't allow anyone other than servants to enter the tower. Jinja's eyes pleaded, I absolutely won't do anything bad. Please let me see him just once. Lala could only agree. However, Jinja would have to dress as a maid. Jinja confidently reassured Lala, disguising myself as a maid is my specialty. To go back in time and have another romance with the younger emperor, how exciting. Dressed as a maid, Jinja followed Lala to the sanctuary tower to meet the future emperor. Lala suddenly asked Jinja Is everyone happy in the future? A flicker of sadness crossed Jinja's face. Lala hadn't changed at all. He always put others' happiness first. Jinja put on a cheerful smile and reassured Lala, everyone is very happy. Lala suddenly asked again, does everyone include me? Jinja fell silent. She opened her mouth, but didn't make a sound. Lala saw through her. Seeing your reaction, I guess I didn't make it. Jinja was annoyed. She couldn't bring herself to lie to Lala. Lala told Jinja not to worry. He was happy that the future had been changed. For Miss Jinja, this is just a dream. But for me, this is a reality and a future that I need to change. Jinja felt another pang of sadness. Lala always strived to ensure everyone had a happy future, but he always left himself out. She couldn't help but grab Lala's sleeve and sincerely say, Lala, you can have a better future. You must be happy. Lala accepted her blessing with a smile. They arrived at the tower. Since Lala had to return to the palace, Jinja had to enter the tower alone. Before leaving, Lala didn't forget to cheer Jinja on. I hope you can wake up the Ice Santa of the other world. Jinja waved her hand, reassuring him. Inside the tower, while climbing the stairs, Jinja suddenly heard Ice Santa's voice. She quickly opened the door. Ice Santa is startled by the sudden appearance of an unfamiliar maid. He demands to know who she is and why she entered without knocking. He approaches Ginger, coldly asking what she's doing. Ginger's heart pounds. It's been a while since she's seen Ice Santa's cold demeanor. This version of His Majesty is almost too cute to be true. Ginger's eyes sparkle, her inner thoughts screaming, let me melt your icy heart with my burning love. This startles the reborn Ice Santa, who takes 2 steps back. Trembling, he points to the door, telling Ginger to leave. Ginger, tears welling up, begs Ice Santa to listen to her explanation. Blushing, she explains that she is his exclusive maid, assigned to his wardrobe starting today. Ice Santa looks doubtful. With a blank expression, he asks Ginger her name. Ginger, ecstatic, replies instantly, my name is Ginger. Ice Santa can't help but tease Ginger Ginger. Ginger freezes. Tears stream down her face. Ice Santa, flustered, asks what's wrong. Ginger struggles to stop crying. Normally, she would retort when His Majesty jokingly called her Ginger, but now, she desperately misses him calling her that. Whether it's Ginger or Cinnamon, she doesn't care what Ice Santa calls her, as long as he wakes up soon. She misses him terribly. The young Ice Santa frantically tries to comfort the weeping Ginger, gently patting her back. He tells her not to cry, but Ginger's tears flow even harder. Ice Santa hasn't changed at all, cold on the surface, but so warm when comforting someone. The older emperor, cursed with the ability to read minds, stares into Ginger's eyes. Ginger panics, accidentally revealing her thoughts. I can't keep looking at His Majesty like this, or I'll be poisoned by his heart again. The emperor's face darkens. He asks Ginger who she is and how she knows about his mind-reading curse. Ginger quickly closes her eyes, her mind racing. She opens her eyes again, gazing directly at the emperor. Perhaps explaining everything in her mind would be easier. She mentally recounts their past to him. Ice Santa, you're trapped in a dream. You were injured by dark magic while saving me. We finally broke the curse, but now this has happened. I'm here to save you. I have to wake you up. The emperor is shocked. Could the world he lives in be just a dream? And his mind-reading curse is gone. It's unbelievable. Ginger earnestly assures him that it's all true, that he knows it too. The thoughts he can read are real. Ginger explains how the emperor was cursed and shares their memories. As they look at each other, her love and sincerity shine through her eyes. The emperor still finds it hard to believe. He asks Ginger, bewildered, why she isn't afraid of his ability, knowing what it is. He's even more confused that they eventually married. Ginger chuckles. The future emperor had asked her the same question. She beams. My answer is still the same. Why would I be afraid? You've always been so kind and dazzling. With or without your ability, you're the most handsome person in my eyes. I love Ice Santa, the person you are. This heartfelt confession makes the emperor blush and his heart race. He coughs awkwardly, composing himself. This is all just a dream. And Ginger has to wake up the other him, who's sleeping. It still sounds absurd, but also intriguing. Ginger, seeing an opportunity, clasps her hands together and asks hopefully if he'll let her stay. The emperor nods, but with a condition. He leans closer, a mischievous glint in his eyes. You have to make me fall in love with you. Not with the Ice Santa in your memories, but with the me you see before you. If we truly loved each other, then making me fall for you again should be easy, right? Ginger is finally allowed to stay. That evening, the emperor sits on the sofa, reading. Ginger can't take her eyes off him. So handsome, so handsome. The emperor, feeling self-conscious, asks her to stop staring. Ginger apologizes, telling him it's not something she can control. It's His Majesty's fault for exuding so much charm. The young emperor asks Ginger what she plans to do to make him fall in love with her. Ginger shyly suggests things like holding hands, hugging, having a meal together, and then sleeping together. The emperor panics at the last suggestion. Sleeping together. There's only one bed. Ginger, completely unfazed, said, "We're practically an old married couple now. And I just saw your bed is huge. Plenty of room for two." Isana's eyes nearly popped out of his head. However, since he had already agreed to let Ginger stay, he wouldn't kick her out. But Isana warned Ginger, "Don't even think about touching me." Utterly disappointed, Ginger collapsed onto the sofa and agreed. Her reaction made Isana laugh. Seeing his smile, Ginger missed the real Isana even more. The younger Isana heard her thoughts. He reached out and patted Ginger's head. For a moment, Ginger called out, "Isana." Isana's expression turned awkward and unnatural as he said, "I'm not that Isana." With a disgruntled look, he added, "Didn't I already tell you? The person you're supposed to be pursuing is me, the one right in front of you. Don't pout. You look much better when you smile." Ginger es mot instantly bricktenet. She immediately sat up from the sofa and excitedly asked Isana if he had just confessed his feelings for her. Isana, looking embarrassed, said he wasn't that easy to win over. He turned around, somewhat awkwardly, saying he was going to bed. "If you want to come, follow me." Of course, Ginger followed right behind him. As they lay in bed, Ginger felt a little speechless. Isana kept his back to her. Ginger puffed out her cheeks, glaring at him. "It's not like I'm a monster. Do you really need to be so guarded? Fine, I'll just cover His Majesty with a blanket." But the moment her hand touched Isana, he immediately called out, "Ginger, Yinyar blurted out, I'm not Yinyar, I'm Ginger." This made Isana burst out laughing. Ginger then realized her blunder. Isana continued to laugh. "You're the strangest Ginger I've ever met." Ginger sighed helplessly. "The Isana in my dreams is still the same." She suddenly noticed the ring on the nightstand. Isana told Ginger that the ring was the only thing his father had given him when he was little. Now that he was grown up, the ring no longer fit. There was a hint of melancholy in Isana's expression. "Maybe father has already forgotten the ring he gave me." Ginger's eyes were filled with sympathy. His Majesty must miss his father very much. Yet his father had locked him away here. They were silent for a moment. Then a smile returned to Isana's face. He said he had never told anyone these things before. "Is it because you're my wife that I can be so open with you?" Ginger let out a smug hum. "Are you only realizing now that I'm your wife?" Isana's smile became even more affectionate, making Ginger's heart flutter. "His Majesty is devastatingly handsome," she screamed internally. "I like you. I love you. I love you so much. I want to rush over and kiss him senseless. But if I did, I'd definitely be kicked out. Isana is right in front of me, but I can't even touch him. Such a waste. Such a pity." Her inner monologue made Isana blush furiously and back away. He quickly told Ginger to stop. He turned around, but he couldn't hide his burning red ears. Awkwardly, he urged Ginger to go to sleep. Ginger asked pitifully, "Can we hold hands while we sleep?" Isana remained silent, ignoring her. Ginger felt even more grieved. "I'm so used to cuddling up to His Majesty. It feels so lonely like this." Isana slowly extended his hand. He warned Ginger again, "Don't touch me anywhere else." Ginger nodded enthusiastically, "Hugging you from behind, kissing your face, snuggling in your arms. I definitely won't do any of those things." For a moment, the air was still. Isana turned around and said, "Forget it." Ginger, on the verge of tears, assured him again that she absolutely wouldn't touch him. Only then did Isana offer his hand to Ginger. But Ginger couldn't fall asleep. She couldn't help but steal glances at Isana as he pretended to sleep. She unconsciously tightened her grip on his hand. Isana, pretending to sleep, blushed and half opened his eyes. When Ginger woke up the next morning, Isana was gone. She hurriedly searched for him and found him sitting in the living room with Laura, drinking tea. Ginger asked curiously, "Hammer, why are you here so early?" Then she realized she had habitually called him Hammer in front of Isana. "I messed up." Laura told Ginger to relax. He had already planned to tell Isana everything. Isana calmly sipped his tea and said that he had already seen that Laura was Hammer in Ginger's memories. Since the emperor already knew everything, Lara said they had to find a way to wake him up quickly. Otherwise, as time went on, the magic would become harder to break, and eventually his soul would be trapped in the dream forever. Jean Jenner's fighting spirit was ignited. She knew this wasn't the time to relax. They had to find a solution quickly. Suddenly, Jean Jenner had an idea. She immediately went to the kitchen and prepared his favorite, a sandwich. She suggested that since the weather was nice, the three of them should eat outside. The emperor coldly refused. I don't know what the outside world is like. I can't leave this tower. Jean Jenner pleaded pitifully, and with Lara's support, promised they would just eat breakfast right outside the door and wouldn't go far. Lara reluctantly agreed. Well, this is His Majesty's dream, so it should be fine, right? Maybe we'll even find some clues. The emperor, his face flushed with anticipation, hid behind a book and said haughtily, I don't care. If anything happens, it's on you too. Once outside the tower, the emperor was the happiest of them all. The view from the window had been bleak, but the outside world was fresh and beautiful. Jean Jenner and Lara spread a cloth on the grass. After setting out the food, they cheerfully called the emperor over. Jean Jenner was genuinely happy to see His Majesty outside. Seeing Jean Jenner's bright smile, the emperor's face flushed. The three of them sat down and tasted the sandwiches. With one bite, the emperor and Lara started coughing uncontrollably from the spice. Jean Jenner quickly offered the red wine she had prepared. After drinking it, the emperor became dizzy and collapsed. Jean Jenner had intentionally given the emperor in the dream alcohol to make him fall asleep. She explained to Lara that she was trying to see if waking the emperor in the dream would wake him in reality as well. Lara thought Jean Jenner's reasoning made sense. Just then, Jean Jenner called out Isana. Isana's father, the king, suddenly stormed over, his face full of anger. He demanded to know why Isana was out of the tower. Jean Jenner immediately noticed the flustered maid next to the king and realized she must have been the one who told on them. Lara tried to wake the sleeping emperor, but a drunk person isn't easily roused. The king was disappointed in Lara for allowing Isana to leave the tower, especially as his advisor. Seeing the king like this, Jean Jenner's anger flared. He's just outside the door having breakfast. Do you need to be so angry? You're so afraid of Isana's abilities, but they're all because of you. Seeing Jean Jenner's resentful expression, the king coldly asked what she meant by that look. Jean Jenner, unafraid, retorted, Prince Isana just came out for a little while to have breakfast. Don't you think he's pitiful? He just wanted some fresh air. Is that such a big deal? The king was furious. How dare you talk back to me? Jean Jenner continued relentlessly. You don't know how much Prince Isana cares about you. You're being unreasonable. Seeing the king's attitude, Jean Jenner felt even worse for Isana. With such a cold father, Isana must miss you so much. That's why he insists on keeping that ring. Even if you're afraid of his powers, you shouldn't treat your own son like this. The king angrily ordered the guards to take Jean Jenner away for interrogation. Jinya panicked. Although she was in a dream, she wasn't sure if dying in the dream meant she wouldn't wake up. A deep voice suddenly rang out, no. The sleeping Isana sat up and loudly refused the king's order. Your Majesty, you can't take her away. The king wanted to scold Isana, but was somewhat afraid of his mind-reading abilities. Isana declared that Jean Jenner was his personal maid and that not even the king could take her away. Finally, Isana relented. I won't leave the tower again, so please go back. The king, unable to meet Isana's gaze, turned and left. Although he left, it looked more like he was running away. Seeing his father like this must have hurt Isana deeply. Suddenly, with a thud, the still drunk Isana fainted again. Lara and Jean Jenner struggled to carry him back inside. The two were puzzled. How could His Majesty Isana, who had been in a dazed sleep, suddenly wake up? Lara felt that His Highness must have exerted superhuman strength in that emergency. His Highness didn't want Jean Jenner to be taken away. Jean Jenner felt a pang of guilt. She shouldn't have insisted on the picnic. She asked Lara why he served the emperor. Was it just to lift the curse? Lara was silent for a moment. At first, it was to atone, he began. My master did such a thing to His Highness. I wanted to try and make it up to him. But after spending time with His Highness, I started to like Isana as a person. Jinye was stunt. Clearly, she misunderstood. Her face flushed with anger. I suspected it before. She exclaimed, "The way you look at Isana, that it's definitely not simple. Even if you're my rival, I won't lose." Lara's face turned red as he insisted Jean Gier had misunderstood. He covered his face awkwardly. The like I'm talking about is just not the like between people. Yinya looked at Lara suspiciously. Lara tearfully swore that he was telling the truth. He was captivated by Isana's personality. An abandoned prince, a father who ignores him even in such harsh circumstances, seeing His Highness grow up to be so upright that I'm truly happy. Lara rubbed his head sheepishly. If I had to define this feeling, it would be brotherly love. I also grew up alone. My parents died early. Yinyar looked at Lara sympathetically. Both you and His Majesty are truly gentlemen. You poor things. She asked Lara, "How long do you plan to stay by His Majesty's side?" After some thought, Lara replied, uncertainly, "Probably until I dislike His Highness, I suppose." Jin Yia chuckled. "Sounds like a lifetime contract." Lara looked at her, shocked. "What do you mean?" Jean Gier explained with a smile, "Lara, you'll never dislike His Highness." In my world, Lara also really liked Isana. Seeing Jean Gier like this, Lara's heart skipped a beat. Jean Gier didn't notice anything unusual about Lara. She was lost in thought. "How can I wake the Emperor?" Lara suddenly said, "Miss Jean Gier, you really love His Highness." Jean Gier smiled, her eyes full of affection as she looked at the Emperor on the bed. She nodded. "I love him very much. I think I may never meet someone I can love this much again in my lifetime." Lara silently looked away. In the evening, Lara was about to return to the palace. Jean Gier came out to see him off, warning him to be careful of the king. Lara just stood there silent. Jean Gier looked up at him quizzically. Lara was looking at her with a complicated expression. Jin Ye was confused. Lara rubbed the back of his head awkwardly. "You am that I in the real world, did I dot like you?" Jean Gier's face fell as she looked away uncomfortably. Seeing this expression, Lara understood. So it's true. He explained that when he first met Jean Gier, he felt inexplicably drawn to her. He had been very flustered at the time. Jean Gier wanted to comfort Lara, but couldn't find the words. Lara gently kissed the back of Jean Gier's hand. He told her not to worry about him. Perhaps this feeling would fade with time. After they parted, Lara was about to leave. Jean Gier suddenly called out to him. With utmost sincerity, she said, "You will definitely meet the right person. You will find happiness." Lara smiled and accepted her blessing. "Thank you, Miss Jean Gier." He touched his racing heart. He had a feeling that this emotion wouldn't disappear easily. Emperor Isana seemed to have had a nightmare. After he woke up with a start, Jean Gier asked him with concern what he had dreamt. At the mention of the dream, the Emperor's face darkened. Clearly, he remembered it vividly. "I keep dreaming of the day I was locked in the tower. I thought that I'd gotten used to being locked up." Jean Gier's expression turned displeased. She cupped the Emperor's face angrily and looked him in the eyes. "Even if you get used to it," she said earnestly, "the pain doesn't disappear. That's why you keep having that nightmare. But I can tell you one thing for sure. Isana, you did nothing wrong." The Emperor froze, his ears ringing. Then he smiled and touched Jean Gier's hand. Unconsciously, I started to feel that living here is actually quite comfortable. Father hates him. Others are also afraid of his unique ideas. Being locked away in this tower makes me feel a little better. But when he saw Jean Gier confronting Father for his sake, he suddenly found courage. Isana moved closer to Jean Gier. Their eyes met like reflections in a mirror, each eyelash distinct. He lowered his voice. "As long as I'm with you, I have the courage to overcome anything." Finishing his words, he suddenly placed a kiss on Jean Gier's lips. Jean Gier was still stunned. Then, shyly, she closed her eyes. She felt so happy, even in a dream. But just a second later, Isana pulled away. Confused and embarrassed, Jean Gier asked, "Your Majesty." Isana, blushing, hugged the blanket and asked in a daze, "What else should I do?" Jinye Hobitia forehead in amusement. "Your Majesty, you're so innocent it's almost embarrassing. You're so pure at 14. After calming down, the two lay in bed and chatted. Isana pleaded with Jean Gier to stay with him. "Just stay here. As long as you're by my side, I don't care about anything." Jinye squeezed Izana's hand. She told him, "I want to stay with you too, but this is your dream. We have to go back to reality." Isana lowered his eyes sadly. In the end, Jean Gier still had to return to the other him. Jean Gier quickly explained that both the Isana here and the Isana in reality were the people she loved. She kissed Isana's forehead and pleaded, "Isana, please come back with me. Forget all the fear and resentment in your heart." Jean Gier's eyes shone brightly as she smiled happily. She told Isana that she would stay with him from now on. Isana couldn't help but touch Jean Gier's face. She was the one who gave him a future. Jean Gier was right. He should forget the past. Isana returned a bright smile, gazing back at Jean Gier. "I'm starting to imagine our future life together." Jean Gier conveyed her inner thoughts with sparkling eyes. "That's right. We'll be very happy in the future. Wake up from this miserable dream quickly." Isana's eyes suddenly darkened. He saw Jean Gier's translucent hand. Jean Gier's body gradually became transparent, about to disappear. Isana panicked and told her not to leave, but his hand passed right through her transparent body. Jean Gier knew she was waking up. It was time to part with the Isana of the dream. "Isana, I'll be waiting for you to wake up." Tears welled up in Isana's eyes. He anxiously asked if he would see her again. Jean Gier reassured him, "We will definitely meet again. I'll be waiting for you in reality." With that, she disappeared. In reality, Jean Gier slowly opened her eyes. Although she saw Isana's sad and heartbroken expression as she left, she wasn't worried about him. She was certain he would return. Lara rushed to help Jean Gier up, asking, "How are you?" Jean Gier felt a little weak, but otherwise okay. Lara worriedly said that if it went on any longer, Jean Gier would be trapped in a dream. He had used magic. Lara curiously asked Jean Gier what the dream was like. Jean Gier's mood was low. She still hadn't found a way to wake Isana. Lara sighed softly. Isana had been unconscious for 2 days. Now, they only had half a day left. Jean Gier's expression, however, didn't show much worry. She gently held Isana's hand. Isana had been so reluctant for her to leave in the dream. He would definitely wake up, but she still couldn't help but cry. Although she was confident in Isana, she was still afraid of that 1 in 10,000 possibility. "Please, Isana, you must wake up. You should be by my side, not stuck in the desolate past." Isana's eyelashes fluttered, and he opened his eyes. With a smile, he said, "Jean Gier, I told you not to leave. Why did you leave me again?" Jean Gier and Lara looked excitedly at the awakened Isana. Isana rubbed his aching head and asked how long he had been asleep. Jean Gier, fearing the scene before her was just an illusion, hugged Isana, which gave her a sense of reality. Isana cupped her face and kissed her, comforting her, "Don't cry." Lara was relieved. It was wonderful that Isana had woken up. He curiously asked Isana how he had awakened. While gently comforting Jean Gier, Isana replied, "Jean Gier left me a clue. Jean Gier was confused." When had she mentioned a clue? The Emperor told her that he realized who he was the moment she disappeared. After that, he thought long and hard about how to escape. He suddenly remembered Jean Gier's words. "Forget all the fear and resentment in your heart." Perhaps his resentment towards his father was the reason he couldn't leave the dream. Only by letting go could he escape. The Emperor threw away the ring, forgiving his father in his heart. At that moment, he woke up. He had thought he'd let go long ago, but now he realized some resentment lingered. Cupping Jean Gier's face, the Emperor said tenderly, "I owe it all to you, Jean Gier. You saved me." He turned to Lara, and Lara, "Thank you too." Lara's eyes were moist. "As long as your majesty and Jean Gier are safe, that's all that matters." After that, Leiji was executed for attempting to assassinate the Emperor. Jean Gier felt a pang of emotion. Her longtime nemesis, striving to change his own fate, met such an end. With everything resolved, she and the Emperor returned to their sweet daily life. One day, sitting under the willow tree in the courtyard, Jean Gier seriously told the Emperor that the kiss in the dream was her first. Although there was a sudden incident where it was almost stolen, she yelled no at the giant lips that were approaching, stopping them. The Emperor chuckled. Being trapped in the dream wasn't so bad after all. "I even got your first kiss." Hearing this, Jean Gier huffily told him not to say that. By the end, her voice was choked with tears. "I thought I would never see you again. You don't know how scared I was." The Emperor quickly apologized, kissing her forehead. "I'm sorry I worried you. But after that, the resentment in my heart has lessened considerably." Hearing this, Jean Gier asked with concern, "Do you feel better now?" The Emperor nodded. "Letting go of the past has made me realize how precious everything I have now is." He hugged Jean Gier tightly. "Now I will always cherish you by my side. I love you, Jean Gier, thank you for saving me. Jean Gier was stunned by this confession. Then, a sweet smile curved her lips. She wrapped her arms around his neck. I should be the one thanking you. You let me help the one I love. No matter what difficulties we face in the future, I will never let you go again. The emperor gazed at her longingly, smiling as he asked, shall we continue what we didn't finish in the dream? Jean Gier's heart melted. Her eyes seemed to sparkle. She held him close, adding silently, I will always love you, Isana. Their lips met gently.